Hello there, folks. It's another day and another beautiful chance to see some more action at Galaxy Battle Phase 2, of course. And playoffs, well, they're just ramping up. We had our round of 16, of course, now today, and this entire day will be all about the quarterfinals. And to bring you the action, it will be me, Sir Danny, joined here by Twist. And obviously, we had a chance to cast one of these quarterfinal matchups. It was the game we had yesterday. It was, as
Oh
to be
yeah,
expected, an overtime bonanza. But luckily, they didn't have to go to double OT, which Twist is really happy about that, I'm sure.
yeah. I'm for now six. I've seen six overtimes in a row, so I'm kind of expecting more of the same in this matchup. To be honest, this is our second semifinal matchup. With how close round of 16s and quarterfinals have been, I really do believe that the teams remaining are on a very similar caliber. Now we have, I'd say, the underdog matchup in a sense today. Like Nexus, good
Hmm.
team. Probably not expected to make it to the semis. Like that would actually be a good showing from them. And for CYBERSHOKE, well, they're also here after beating big man, the team that was, well, maybe not contending for 100% winning the tournament, but certainly you'd put them in the semis, right? They go out on round of 16 by CYBERSHOKE's doing. So, yeah, some Titan Slayers, as you'd say. Nexus eliminated
Hmm.
BetClick, which is also no team to frown upon. They recently got their Tier 1 experience. So it is an interesting place where we arrived. Two unlikely teams did not expect to be in these quarters are here. So let's see which one really has that winning spirit. But I'd honestly put CyberShoke at a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that front, just because CyberShoke's most recent performance has been looking a lot better. They've been performing to a higher level, whereas Nexus has been consistently plagued. I don't know how long this has been, but by a level of inconsistency unknown to man. They've been doing some creative work. They reached top 40, 50 level Counter Strike, then they drop down to like being 100th in the world. Now, however, it is them holding on to the A side of things, and it's looking pretty good. I mean, only dropping the one player so far. Their Sound also picking up a frag of the Phenomen, and this round should be coming to an abrupt end. I say that though, and you have Glowing and Nataneki fighting back, though the worst part is they still need to recover the bomb, which is over at Tetris.
Yeah, 2v2 where you now retrieve the bomb, but the problem is there's a CD player waiting for you. Nexus have the read and just have to hit the shots like that. Lonks delivers the first headshot, Glowing pretty much 2 bullets away from dying here, but has the P250, so one shot potential possible, as he'd probably look to deal with the side player first, waiting it out to force out a rotation from CTs. They have to respect a rotate. And in the meanwhile, Glowing has found himself in a bit of a timing, but I think Long should spot him. Oh yeah, that is a good refrag. Gets a little bit frisky at the end there, but ultimately Nexus grabbed the first. Good start on CyberShoke's map pick.
Yeah, BTN, fine shooting in that round.
Yep.
Obviously, the pickup of Lamux. I feel like it's also quite cool that Nexus, they will try to change things up. They have always kept on to their core. I mean, BTN has been in this roster for what seems like forever at this point. I feel like as a professional player, he is almost, wait, hasn't he been like almost a decade in this team? Like something ridiculous like that, right? And, some players like Zello have been, in and out this roster, but he has been primarily considered as like this great Romanian player that for some odd reason just never really it felt like he would try himself in international waters, but then he would just get back into this Romanian core. Whereas, some of these other guys like, Lounge, like Sound, they've tested themselves out in the international waters, and now I feel like they've made a pretty cool Romanian roster that could deal some damage in the international scene. And surprisingly, Lounge so far has been, delivering some pretty good numbers, even surpassing Zello. And Zello is definitely a great talent, I feel like. But yeah, Glowing will be going down. Just the eco round, nothing too exciting.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think consistency has always been the biggest issue for Nexus. They're one of those teams, actually similar to Big, who lose against the underdogs and then win against the favorites oftentimes. I think if they ironed out this issue that they've certainly had, then yeah, a solid tier 2 team. Romanian CS on top. Ima played on this roster as well. But the rest has been together for... I think Zello has been on the team for like 10 years. BTN is also there for close to a decade. Like, you know, talking about team play, they should have the biggest advantage. Also, their aim is good, but again, I feel like consistency really keeps them down at times. Let's see how consistent they are in terms of their winning ways as we head into the first rifle round. It's going to be classic mid control from CYBERSHOKE, contested a little bit by these Nexus players. Good nade.
Not too bad. As we can see, the pest control coming out here from Lavicus. Oh, that's the scary part. BTN. Wow, despite them having presence in top mid, no one had any idea of the potential connector push. And as we can see, this is where CYBERSHOKE in a bit of a pickle, as they will contest the B bomb site. Currently, it is Phenomen trying to find an angle, but that smoke is really putting a spanner in the works. They might even reconsider returning back to A site, and some of these CTs are well entrenched. There we go, Lounx finally pulls the trigger. Ouch! Goes down a bit too early for my liking. But remember as well, this smoke in connector will dissipate, and that's when the players should strike. However, Sound is getting caught out in the open. Raga with a great chance to move in through the smoke. He'll get a big frag on one. Still no bomb plant because the bomb is stuck in connector. What? Okay, BTN gets wrecked. Now Naughty against two players who are incredibly low in HP. That's why the spam connects. And now it is just Lonesome Zello waiting for good timing. Oh, he knows the player has passed, but there's simply no time. And he wins the round because of it.
Weird outcome there. Oh, Nadaneki still gets the frag. Gets the Flusha frag as well. If you guys remember, the famous wallbang. Yeah. A bit of an underwhelming round there. I mean, it was totally in the realm possibility to clutch out, but just taking too much time. Not Neki maybe scrambling a little bit as well, but I think he could have got the plan down there. Either way, seems like Nexus will be consistent. They will, without a bomb plant, put Nexus on, put CYBERSHOKE on a rather low buy. But they do have money for next round, so this would be a good bonus round in a sense to convert. We've seen these. This is almost called the Galaxy Special at this point.
Yeah, Glowing just lingering about. Hoping to catch some of these CTs aggressive, but why would they? I mean, they very much are aware of their opponent's lackluster economies, so it's not a choice they'd love to make, you know, to play aggressive. They can, of course, use their utility to try and slow down any incoming map control from T-side. Though, once again, we can see some of those players grouping up in short. The smoking connector not being checked, but I like this from Lounx, you know. This is where he can be a little bit proactive. You might expect someone in ladder room, maybe in short, especially with that window smoke. It's a good thing is making the rotate, and surprisingly, Zello gets a frag, but Raga unable to hold his own. This gives a chance for CYBERSHOKE to get the bomb plant, but as we can see, it's a 4v3 retake. Still, you got a Phenomen on a pistol. The other guys, yeah, they got the rifles, but they should just time this one correctly and have no issues whatsoever. Lounx is getting as close as possible. Oh, struggling a bit. Luckily gets that frag. There's Phenomen going down. And now it's all up to Lavicus. Oh, okay, there, Lavicus. Oh, he made it competitive for a moment. I'd love to believe it. But now, my belief has been shattered.
Yeah, as soon as he said with no problem should be converting, I was like, it's gonna be close, for sure. Nice attempt. I mean, they get the plant. That's good as well. Although that cache still not being able to be built up. Well, Nexus with a good start. Again, this is CYBERSHOKE's map pick, so, you know, 4 is cool. 4 could still be anyone's game, but this second rifle round certainly will be a bigger test. A more important one at that. We have the T-Lurk smoke here. Push through it
Yeah.
and take mid control quickly. I like that from CYBERSHOKE. I think they need to switch up the pace, just go a little bit more aggressive. Try to surprise Zello like that. Playing slow, we saw what happened. They just run out of time.
Yeah, you could call it the CIS special to run out of time when hitting the bomb site. Though, in a map like Mirage, yeah, slowing it down too much, I don't feel like that's the right choice. Especially if you want to commit on something like the B bomb site, where I feel like pace is at most necessary to make a successful commitment, whether through short or through the apartments. And speaking of which, though, you can see the Nexus players will try to re-aggress and ramp, but the problem is that Incendiary will force someone like Raga to go for the engagement, and now they are very much aware what's going on. Raga from down below with the MP9, just the right weapon, but jump shotting? I don't know. Okay, the P to 50, it does work. It does work.
Yeah, that's about right. Just all right. Correct reaction. That happens sometimes. Not the prettiest round. CYBERSHOKE choke. I love how chat sometimes calls them cyber choke whenever they're doing bad. It's like you probably picked one of the worst names, you know, knowing how Twitch chat works. They'll always find a way how to put bot in any pro player's name. Yeah, CYBERSHOKE. Might change that in a while. I have been playing on their servers though. I think they're pretty cool for warming up. The retake mode is my favorite. Oh, well, that's a full-blown execute then with the Tech 9s and a single AK. They managed to get on the site again, and CYBERSHOKE love these quick B hits. Seems like Nexus are not able to respond in time, but the retakes have been good so far. That's 2 and extra damage for Lonks, as the rest of the crew is going to move in from short. A delayed 3v3 retake underway.
I feel like it's still doable. Nexus can pull through. That one flash should give a chance for BTN now to swoop in. There we go. Big frag on Blixie, of course, glowing. Close by the smoke, is anticipating another player, but they're wasting valuable time. The AWP is out of this round, and now it's all up to Sound, and there is simply no time remaining. So Phenomen has tapped her in the end. But yeah, Zello, oh, surprised. Yeah, he's able to survive just barely. But CYBERSHOKE, they're able to make this one work, stalling the retake for as long as they did. And as well, this was practically a 2v3 retake when you think about it. Zello was incredibly low at HP, and once that smoke comes in, I mean, he cannot have a long-range duel if he doesn't see, well, anything. So for CYBERSHOKE to win that round, to make sure Zello has no impact, that's impressive.
Indeed. I think B will be something they choose to attack often in this hop. Nexus are looking strong when it comes to the slower plays, but yeah, I mean, you gotta check sometimes how reactive your opponents are. Util wasn't there, so first one found. I think still very good time to make the comeback. You know, Nexus are not that far ahead. CYBERSHOKE playing very default rounds. Unless they go for a B pop, they just take mid control, play reactive CS, look where they could find that opening, get some information, and then move off to that. Nataneki has found the Palace player. And that, oh my god, they're pushing Ram, but Longs gets 2 back again. He's on 11 and 3, really helping Nexus get ahead, but unfortunately, 3 of his teammates are down, and that's going to be a 2v3 retake, with the bomb being planted any second. MP9 might be able to deal with Nataneki, who is low. But Longs is low HP. He needs another one. Spots 2, actually. That's a lot of info, and Phenomen, he'll hear that. He'll get the frag, and that's just Longs retreating back. He's the only fragger in this round.
Yeah, it's to be expected. Longs will attempt to go for the save. I feel like, yeah, that was a fast-paced mid-take. CYBERSHOKE. Good work in this round. The change of pace really helped them find big initial frags. And even though, yeah, Longs is able to step up, it happens just way too late, unable to accomplish much. And yeah, on the back of it, Nexus, economy broken, as to be expected. You know, they have won 5 rounds in a row, but by no means have these been convincing victories. So it makes sense, get the CQ out of the way as early as possible. Could be going for a bit of a stack. I mean, we have seen in the past how some of these teams enjoy just stacking window, or in this case, yeah, just the all-out top mid push, which actually is pretty good. They at least eliminate the one guy, but that also is a lot of information for CYBERSHOKE, and they have chosen the right bomb site. Not a single defender here. Zello, good moves, but won't save the day with good moves.
And this round goes right about how expected, and we are back in the game. Not Ineki yet. Yeah. No way he gets a double there. Not Ineki. That's one way to pad the scoreline. Sound, though, comes up with that from the USP, but the chance to pick up the AK will be denied. Nice crispy headshots there. Really making himself difficult to take down. The movement, finally,
wow.
They do. Triple team him. Yeah, that was what was needed. They saw that initial headshot, another one. Nah, let's not give him any 1v1s.
Yeah, some good shooting from Sound. I'll give him that. But all in all, CYBERSHOKE, 3 rounds, pretty good. That's to be expected. I mean, even coming into this matchup, I still feel like, yeah, CYBERSHOKE is the favorite to even, win their own map pick is without a doubt. But even on the second map, even them not having the best scoreline on Nuke, I still feel like they can give us a good showing. But if anything, Nexus team, they themselves are very comfortable on these 2 maps. Mirage has always been Nexus's bread and butter. And Nuke has been a pretty okay map for them. Not necessarily picking it quite often, but they have had a pretty good level of success against CYBERSHOKE, winning in pretty convincing manner. So why not go for that pick? But yeah, speaking of this round in particular, it's mid take has to be expected. Though we're not seeing someone like, BTN playing close by. That smoke grenade is pretty good from the T side, just because you at least make sure that there's no one going to be in connector. Glowing. Big frag being found as well. They expect the B side to be ill-defended, but Glowing, he'll make it work, getting a big frag on one. Now Zello by his lonesome. And even though there's a player on the side, yeah, he probably looked up and saw, wait, there are 3 players still alive? Oh man, they're just gonna book it towards A. I need to get this frag ASAP, and he's not able to pull through.
Yeah, it's good that CYBERSHOKE are putting these rounds on the board, because as you mentioned, Nuke is, I think, in Nexus's pocket. I don't want to say already, but close to it. It might be one of those best of 3s where if you don't win your map pick, like that should be 2-0. CYBERSHOKE has, in the last 3 months, played it 23 times, won it 4. So, yeah, maybe something changes in playoffs. You find that spirit to convert. You have improved, but I still feel like Nexus are going to be taking Nuke. So the bread and butter of Nexus still has to go CYBERSHOKE's way. They've made the comeback. 5 in a row for Nexus, and now should be 5 back. Should be. We saw, I think 2 days ago, I actually saw a USP round convert, but that's about that.
Yeah, usually these rounds are won by the rifles, right? You'd have to make some big mistakes, or in the case of Mirage, you might just, walk into a bomb site that has a bit more defenders than usual. Zello. Oh, big tag being found.
All right.
In a world where that's like a 5-7, you probably even re-engage once again. BTN up close. This is a very awkward angle to go up against on T side, but he swings out wide, making the T's job easier. Okay, wow, Zello tried to run up with the Zeus. A painful way to die, I know it. But in the case of CYBERSHOKE, yeah, they have sustained from heavy casualties. They've only lost the 1 player. Oh, make it a second. And some of these players are quite low in HP, but that's the need to finish it all off.
Yeah, solid for CYBERSHOKE. I mean, a lot of these rounds are close, but at the end of the day, Nexus have not found their flow yet. It's going to be another rifle buy. Their economy has been struggling, and again, if they lose it, well, Might as well be 7-5. This is after you start 5-0, like, you're not even thinking about losing the first half, but that's the harsh reality we find ourselves in. So perhaps they want to change the CD setups. That is an actually interesting change. They have 2 towards B. Quick mid-aggression. Look at this. Oh my goodness, what is happening? BTN was playing anti-flash, I think. Maybe miscommunication, but just goes down for nothing and then looking to refrag his longs, but the AK headshot simply deals more damage and the nade will finish things off. That is CYBERSHOKE just dealing with this Nexus aggression with perfection.
CTs will try to reaggress once again. I felt that was a pretty good call from Raga to try and go for it. Lavkas looking towards the stairs, but unaware of what's happening below. Now bomb has been recovered. It was dropped there in T-spawn for this exact moment. But now, CYBERSHOKE are aware, yeah, that we're practically up against the free players. At least 2 in connector, or at least close by it. And a third player is very likely. So I like the fact that they try to go on this one silently until, yeah, the smoke pops, the molly is deployed as well. Bomb plant looking good. Obviously, if you're Lavicus, you'd love to get a flashbang from your teammate. Go for that fight in CT spawn, clear out that area. Oh, but he's just gonna try to play it safe though. And the remaining 3 players will try to make their way through stairs and connector. Their positions, not the best. But Venoman, okay, that is a big frag being found. Out in the open is 1. Nade, extra damage on Zello. And now this is becoming a lot more awkward where I feel like, yeah, Nexus, despite a good tag on Phenomen, this round will come to an abrupt end. It will be CYBERSHOKE once again to reign supreme on T side.
Damn, Nexus. I don't know what has happened. It's not even like bad rounds per se they're losing. It's just like a close round sometimes, and well, things always going CYBERSHOKE's way. So I think technically they're still in it, but just mentally they need to recover. Because like when the round starts off like that is just huge mistakes being made, miscommunication. That's not what you call tier 1 CS. Not a Neki looks kind of tired. Tired of winning, I guess. 6 in a row it has been. They should be, they're close to being the first half leaders. CYBERSHOKE, that's crazy to say. 70% win rate on Mirage, 52 on the T side. Compare that with Nexus, a lower win rate and a 50-50 split. CYBERSHOKE look to take the lead, but this time Lonx's aggression will get him a frag. Gets a back, reload certainly heard from under, that's why he lines up the flash. No need to really re-aggress towards mid. You have the player advantage, right? Or go all together. That's the other option. Still want to contest it.
Yeah, we have seen it in the past as well. And one of the big problems has been underpass. And I feel like if they want to go for it, they need to have someone looking at that area of the map. But the problem is they have neglected middle completely. And this could really come back to bite them. The connector push, at least for information, is doable. But I feel like Phenomen's position alone is good enough to just have the remaining players just push up short. There's no one from CT side that could contest them, but they will try to clear out connector first and foremost. Lavicus with a big frag on 1. Expecting someone in CT spawn. BTN is close by, but he does not win the fight. And now the remaining players will make the rotate a reality. 30 seconds. Lounx gets a big frag on 1. Now Lavicus would love to eliminate Lounx, and he needs to do it ASAP. That bomb is dropped in the middle of nowhere. Needs to be recovered. And Lavicus, yeah, he's just waiting for the player to appear in his crosshairs. There's the first and the second. He just doesn't have to go for it, Lounx. Or he will. And with a big round for the team, as it is 6-6. And Nexus, despite having a tremendous lead, only with the very last round, they can equalize the scoreline.
That's a weird round. It does go Nexus's way, so the 6-round streak is broken. We have an equal scoreline, and we have the Galaxy case, which actually has been quite good to me the last couple of days. I've seen a red and a pink, I think, and this time we're going to get a purple leaded glass. That's around 10 euros added to CSARDM pocket. You can obviously enter the giveaway by just watching. 500 points means 1 entry. You can redeem it with Twitch points, and I think the longer you watch, the more points you earn, right? So probably the last couple of days you've earned around 1,000, perhaps, if you watched all the overtimes.
Could be.
And, you know, I jokingly said in arriving this morning, saying that maybe we'll get another overtime. Has been 6 in a row for me. 5 of them double overtimes, and I mean, this game is as close as it could be, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is a close game, but I feel like the second half will be the true test for Nexus. I feel like CYBERSHOKE, sure, they had a rough start early on, but now I feel like the second half is exactly what they've been waiting for, and now they will be tested. Lixie with the nade. That's a good nade. Actually, no, it's a little bit too deep this time around. And I was so sure we'll see the commitment, but the early util just forces the players back. And now I feel like, yes, if you're going for a potential B play, that basically means you have given up a lot of real estate. I was kind of hoping to see Glowing go for the ramp push, but instead he reconsiders his options. And we can see as some of the CYBERSHOKE players, they're starting to make a rotate away from the side, closer towards the extremities. Like Window, for example, Phenomen. Oh, no. Oh, okay. He's going to take a safer position. Now the instant rotate and Natineki spotting out a few more players in connector, but that's the problem. Giving up Window means to return, it's practically impossible. And now, Glowing in a good position in ramp should deal out some damage, but the CTs, they're still fighting and they're delivering good damage. Blixie with 2, and now it's up to Lounge. Oh, they get all up to sound, and emits a sound cue, which gives a chance for Natineki to swoop in with the dualies.
Man, these rounds are close. CYBERSHOKE still look to be the favorites. Out of last 8 rounds, they've won 7. So it looks close on the scoreboard. It has been really one-sided when it comes to the last couple. It seems like Nexus, they don't want to force. I mean, no bomb plant, nothing in that round. Just gonna be the Glocks. Some time for them to talk about things or just push up if they choose to. Seems like they're already planning to attack ramp, where we have an MP9 close up. The farm gun, as Max likes to call it. $600 for a kill. Glowing is found for the first one, but that will give him rather, 300. And now we have Agent Natineki arriving on the scene. Sound will get a headshot. Oh, what? Draga is just out of palace. How is he there? Just spawned there. And they've taken down 2 of these rifles, making it onto the site. Now they've picked up the MP9 as well. This is a disasterful start. Oh my god, no way. Raga gets another, dude. That's a 2v3 now. M4 now in the hands. Phenomen still gets one. Alright, it should still be around for CYBERSHOKE, but they've lost 3 rifles and given the plant to a total of $700, was it invested?
Yeah, you consider that was some really good, price and performance. You get up some upgraded pistols, a bomb plant, damage inflicted as well. Like that is a great round by Nexus. You cannot deny it. And yeah, loads of impact being found. This is the scariest part as well. Once we go down to the 2v3, that's the problem. You can see that some of those T players wanted to get in safer positions, but they got caught out of the rotate, which I feel like the remaining 2 CTs for them to push so quickly was the right choice, because that's when they managed to catch some of those 2 players off guard in transition. But yeah, CYBERSHOKE, that was still a costly win.
Yeah, well, it won't really hurt them if they can just convert this round, but B side is under attack. Seems like both teams prefer this attack, but there's Blixie and Phenomen. Blixie needs another what? Draga, alright, just cleans out the B bomb site by himself. Glowing still arrives in a quick manner, but the plant is going down, or is it? As Glowing has denied it, now just has to survive until Natineki and Lovings arrive. Molly comes in, good shot from Zello, so was the util. Oh, they just found another Zello. That is 2 players getting 5 kills. The CYBERSHOKE fall apart and the scenes, and yeah, now losing those 3 rifles is actually bad, because you have to go on a low buy or eco. Good round for Nexus. Zello just cranks it up a little bit.
Get a really cool individual round from Zello because he has been somewhat quiet in this matchup, and which I feel like as well. Lounks, if you have him as an addition, you're thinking, right, Zello, this is your time to shine, buddy. You have a teammate that can also perform pretty damn well. And sure, I feel like Lounks is the one taking perhaps more initiative than Zello does nowadays. But it will also add that if you put him in a post plant like we saw there, I mean, Zello can still perform. I mean, he's a great individually skilled player, and he could really come in handy in those tight situations.
For sure. Again, talking about the experience that's there, you know, Zello has been playing on this tier of Counter-Strike for pretty much a decade, even more. Alright, phenomenal. Certainly a way younger player, but those are those quick reflexes. Coming in. Only the biggest investment in this round, the scout. Shouldn't get too dangerous. There's not a stack per se. CYBERSHOKE still want to play on isolating duels. That is a nice pick by BTN. Nothing Phenomenon can do there. He was there with the scout as well, which is an interesting choice for holding the angle he was. And now Nexus, slowly but surely, we're gonna get all around the bomb site move in. Deal with it. We're back to being tied up, Danny. Oh, we should be. We should be. But that's a bomb. That's a bomb, though. That's 28 seconds, and now the bomb gets mollied. Raga just has to hit this frag on Nadeneki, and with the help of sound, he will. So, crisis averted. There's still another backstab arriving. They're actually clearing for Blixie. But he arrives at the perfect time, and there's an AK to be picked up. Oh. 10 seconds.
Oh, my goodness.
Gotta commit to the plant. They'll get it down.
Wow. I mean, these players are so low HP, but in Counter-Strike, what matters more than your health is your positioning. And Nexus, I mean, there's some really good spots. This is a round they should not mess up. Why are they even contemplating of engaging? I don't know, but like the fact that now, yeah, they're crouching in solidarity. That's good. It means we won't see CYBERSHOKE to win this round. Nope, and Blixie is aware. Saving the AK-47 is top priority, especially now with the economy in ruin. And yeah, man, very tight stuff. I feel like I've seen this before. Maybe even, I don't know, yesterday. Does that ring a bell, Twist?
Yeah. And the day before that. And the day before that, my friend, I've seen only the double overtimes. A single overtime in the last 6 maps. Another 5 were doubles. So, again, I mean, Galaxy Battle is just as close as it can really get recently. And this is, again, a very interesting matchup where 2 of these teams have taken down the Titans. They were underdogs in their respective matchups. I'd put BetClick Apogee above Nexus, right? They're now just named BetClick, I guess. But, you know, that's certainly a somewhat equal match in a sense. But then CYBERSHOKE took down big, took them 3 maps. But they just destroyed them on map number 3 on Ancient, 13-3. So, they also converted against them on Mirage. So, just need the same performance. Blixie will get 1, but BTN punches 1 back. That is an equal playing field here. The USPs shouldn't deal any more damage. We've seen actually very costly low by rounds, and that's a nice crossfire. BTN could have been in trouble there, but because Zello is there, team play, communication certainly on point for the Nexus lineup. They convert the 9th, putting themselves as leaders. Solid round.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I'll give you that. And now, most importantly, is the question whether CYBERSHOKE can get themselves those 9 rounds and still give us a good showing. Because this is as to be expected. We're entering dangerous territory. The scoreline is incredibly close, and neither team has a great advantage over the other, which means that it's still possible to not only win the map, but also break their economy. Oh, Sam, that is hefty damage. And look at the pace coming out from Lounge. Already clearing out ladder room, and now, oh my gosh, I mean, this basically confirms 3 players on B side. If you are Nexus, if you kill this player in connector, I feel like you instantly go towards A. But now a good enough time has been wasted. And oh, Finneman picking up a frag on Lounge as well. This puts a big spanner in the works for Nexus.
Yeah, solid stuff. They're from CYBERSHOKE, and a 3v5, I mean, it can be converted, especially if Zello can continue on with it. Wanted to jump in the window, missed the jump, and so now he thinks they might expect it. But mid is scouted out by Lavicus. He doesn't find them, and that might give them the idea that Nexus are heading back towards B. Lavicus will be the first responder with Blixie holding down the site. Oh, and timing is actually Lavicus clearing out mid, but I think now they've understood, well, it has to be A or B, so it actually works out in CYBERSHOKE's favor. This 3v5, that's such a pesky angle to hold as well. Should be going the way of CYBERSHOKE. That's the first. The second is there as well. A beautiful crossfire, and nothing Nexus can do in that round. CYBERSHOKE hold on to the rifles. They let their economy thrive, breathe a little bit. And now it will be Nexus on a full buy.
Yeah, as we can see, this is now a 9-9 scoreline. Luckily, CYBERSHOKE managed to equalize it, but as I mentioned, this is where we are entering dangerous territory. And yeah, I feel like some of the CYBERSHOKE players are finally coming alive when it comes to those holds on B side. I will also add, I like the fact that they're being very mobile with their CD setup. You know, even once we saw, 3 players rotating quickly, or shall I say 2 players rotating quickly towards B side, they constantly kept on changing their positions. And Nexus might have thought, oh, okay, if they have 3 players on B, this is our chance to maybe strike at window. And despite that, still the window player is there quicker than the T's can react. And as we can see, a big round now for Nexus. So not a lot of util to work with, but just enough if they want to make a potential hit on A side. But first and foremost, it's middle. This is where we'll see the first engagements take place. Lots of util deployed from the CT side, but as expected, the T's will wait it out. They will allow the CTs to chuck in their utility, but as long as they have at least some presence in top mid, that still will keep the CTs on their toes.
And they're going through, scout this out. Sound is holding it, gets a frag, the double not there, but Phenomenon tries to backtrack. He will actually get away, never mind. Zello picks the perfect timing to peek, nade out, hands down. And 3v4 where Lavicus arrives, expected by Longs, and then Glowing has to get the double here, and he does. That's huge, keeps the round alive. There's one on stairs, but CT player arrives. That's Blixie hitting the shot, and somehow this 2v4 is turned into a 1v2. Zello wants to evacuate, instead will stay around. Glowing is low, but he almost needs to convert this round, especially after how it started. That's a good relocation as well. Zello goes on top, but Blixie ready for it. And that is CYBERSHOKE winning a huge round, or rather Nexus choking a big one.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'd go with the latter option because it's still a 4v2. Like, Nexus was supposed to win this round, and you just saw in Connector, like, what was going on there? The spacing was a little bit awkward, and I guess they were hoping that maybe someone's coming in with a backstab, and we got to be careful of it. But at the same time, priority should be given to just fighting for A-side control in its own right. And you can see the repercussions of it are massive. Longs opts to go for the Hero AK-47, which I do respect because, as you can see, Longs can just find those opening frags.
Yeah, that is smart. For sure. But they're slowly moving towards B. Blixie's on the other side. Previous time there was a nice setup there. This time it's just Blixie, and oh my goodness, Zello. I mean, he's like Nico, and you love a good Zello deagle. He hits the shot. No way. Longs gets another. They've gotten 0 kills against Glocks, man. That's another AK picked up, and almost has to be the save. Sound just doesn't need to aggress here. Doesn't need to aggress here at all. Actually, will pick up the M4. Very lucky. And get away. But yeah, if he goes back down there, maybe that's somewhat of an opening back into the round. It seems like there's not going to be one. With the smoke down, that is 2 rifles retrieved. Possibly even might be the 3rd. Bomb plant, so extra cash. And Nexus just fighting back. They lose that 2v4, but this is an even better round to convert.
Oh, it's undoubtedly a massive round to win. Lonks as well, this is exactly why sometimes you should, if the player is feeling confident enough, let him get that hero AK-47, right? Because sometimes that one player can single-handedly just change the tide of an entire round. And I mean, I'd love to see the replay of what we just saw there from Lonks. First and foremost, going there for the ramp fight, big already, putting his team in an advantageous position. And now, yeah, you gotta wonder. I mean, CYBERSHOKE looks like, yeah, this is more of a technical pause rather than a tactical one. But even so, uh, I feel like it's always good to have a breather, even when you think like, what will it do, to have a pause like this? No, I feel like taking a pause is crucial, right? Just for the sake of mentally resetting oneself. But also, we know that it's a great chance to have a discussion of what to do next. And for CYBERSHOKE, yeah, they need to make a choice because it's a difficult one. Glowing has maintained that AK-47 for the previous round, and two players could potentially buy up with rifles. So I would assume if I'm CYBERSHOKE and if I'm calling the shots, we go for a buy. But man, oh man, one of the things that probably have to focus on is just trying to neutralize Lonks as early as possible, because Lonks, it feels like this is a player who, if he's feeling confident enough, yeah, he'll go ramp to fight a pick. If he's feeling confident enough, he might go, yeah, I'm just going to go underpass and maybe fight the player in connector. And if anything, if you're CYBERSHOKE, you'd love to neutralize him, but how can you if he's so mobile and constantly changing up his position?
Yeah, for sure. You got to utilize the star player. Longs has the highest HLTV rating out of the whole squad, 1.14. He replaced Adron a couple of months ago, and I think has been a great improvement to the team for sure. Used to play on Bleed, I do believe, still has their jersey on HLTV, but has found a good home and has found Nexus, not only the 10th, but also a possibility to put themselves on 11s. Just a hero AK, we've seen this before. Mid-aggression comes in. 5-7 as well. Blixie now spotted, does not get the frag. Nice damage actually gets in, but Sound and Zello finding the picks. Longs gets another. Alright, this one will be cleared up, so Nexus in a good situation to move up to 11. And oh boy, Daddy, how is it possible that... I mean, it's not an overtime yet, but out of the last 7 maps, all of them have been both teams over double digits. But it kind of does feel like, if not overtime, like there's no way Nexus are shutting this down 13-10, right? Am I just thinking that because of my experience, because of PTSD, or like, I don't know, I just feel like CYBERSHOKE still have the fight.
Maybe, but if they do, it'd have to be on a 13-11 scoreline, right? Because, I don't know, to somehow stop Nexus at 10 just doesn't seem to be plausible. P to 50.
That'd be a horrible way
USPS.
how to go out, right? Because it should have been 11-9 here, and then that a long Seike run happens.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Not Longs just finding some immense impact, right? And now, CYBERSHOKE, they might even want to consider taking, a real tactical pause, moving next, or... Wow, that is... How is Natiniki just finding these frags? But luckily, okay, his buddy goes down, sends a message. Them trying to go up against those Buster. But Natiniki, fighting away, tapping away, dealing some damage, being a nuisance. But yeah, 10-11.
Yeah, I like the setup initially. I mean, maybe there was a world where BTN gets a frag, but not Natiniki. Really the only one dealing big damage in that round. Well, that is all of CYBERSHOKE's cash spent. Nexus still has plenty of it, good enough for... Not 2 buys here, to be honest, if they can just get the bomb down. So, CYBERSHOKE definitely at a disadvantage in terms of the rounds and also in terms of the economy. This has to be theirs. Otherwise, although unbelievable, will be very close to a 13-10. Ob gets smoked off. Nexus take mid control. 4 of them towards mid, in fact. This is just gonna be messy. I feel like no way they want to walk through the smoke longs. Yeah, he has been the impact player, but that's just too ballsy of a play. And Glowing actually spotted. Ooh, Sound gets a frag, but now Short is pushing up. Blixie with the frag. Blixie looking for the double, but Zello gets him. Lavicus with the refrag, and this is just that chaos towards mid that puts Nexus at a man disadvantage. Bomb now picked up. But B bomb site has been left completely open, and I think the rotation will be heard. Raga gets the frag, lays down the molly, and sure, the rotation is lengthy, but I think Nexus have the timing beat to arrive on site. Actually, Short player is closed. I think they're holding the line. They have to be careful. Good flash, trying to get out. Just have to cross. Raga gets another crucial headshot, and that will be the bomb going down with Nataneki having to be the hero again. And if you're Zello, if you're... just don't peek. Just do not peek. That's the main idea. But Raga and Nataneki both on very low HPs. Raga trying to go for the spot, but has to peek out, tries to get away, and he does just get the time down. There's no kit in play either. Oh boy, that's Nataneki still finding the headshot on Raga. And you can't help but ask, why are Nexus allergic to these post plants?
Yeah, because they have a pretty odd reaction to them. Admittedly, we did see the incendiary being deployed at the bomb, so without a doubt, Zello just has to, peek out. Didn't help that a flash was also deployed, I believe, which blinded him for a moment. But yeah, Raga thought he might just pull through with the clutch as well. I mean, he did find some impact on B side. Let's not be forgetting that moment. So it's no wonder that he feels confident enough to go for that fight. But admittedly, yeah, you gotta wonder if he's able to stall the time just a little bit longer. That could have been enough for Nexus to get a win. And 11-11. Again, this is as close as it possibly can be.
I swear to God, man, like there's a script. There has to be. Like there's a glitch in the Matrix. So you had also these tech pauses. Every time we go in overtime, we've had this little tech pause like a round or two before. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we have to go until the distance of regulation time. Now, bomb plant and everything, Nexus's cash is actually pretty low. As they invest a hefty amount in this round, they actually need their round now, because next one, they're probably going to have Galils and Mac 10s, by the looks of it.
Looks about right. And Lonks, if there's a player you want to keep your eye on, it's got to be this guy. You can see he's already moving in first, waiting for a chance to strike. Pops up in the smoke, but not giving a chance to go any further. Whereas, his buddy in the form of Zello, he's taking it back, waiting for Longs to be the first point of contact. Whereas, I wonder what's Raga's game plan in this round. Is he just gonna keep on throwing utility, trying to keep some of those A-side defenders at bay, or will he try to just wait it out, be on the flank? The big problem is, of course, that, the B-side defenders, it's not like it's an amazing setup. Blixie is with the MP9 and already being forced back by Sound. This could cause a bit of a rotation. I mean, losing some HP is always scary. And you can see Phenomen with the AWP has abandoned his post. Now the ramp defenders, in fact, ramp defenders, singular. That is just lonesome Nataneki, and he could get overwhelmed pretty damn quick. Glowing with a big frag on the connector player, and now Nataneki is aware of what's going on. He's expecting the players to push through, but he's not able to get a lot of impact. You got Raga, you got Sound with frags, and look at this as well, a player from Short. This is the linchpin that Nexus was going for, and it's turning out to be a beautiful round to win.
I can't believe it, man. How have they managed this one? The play was like so telegraphed as well, right? Because they have that fake towards B. They only spot one, and then you hear the player, like the Short player just hears Longs, I think it was, just dropping down, full speed going towards under. But yeah, it's just Nexus winning out the aim, putting themselves on 12. So 12-11 will be the scoreline. And Danny, I can't believe it, but I actually think we're going to overtime. I know. Look at the buy. It's 3 Deagles, a 5-7, and a scout. It looks impossible to win this round, but I have an inkling Surely the streak is not broken, and they've actually picked to hit the A side. Zello, though, comes in and eliminates the biggest investment. That's a scout down, so just 4 pistols to be taken down. And Nexus pressing W on that acceleration towards A. That's Zello finding another huge one. Just 2 more players remaining on the side. Alright. No more overtimes. Yes. We went the long
At least
distance,
not now.
but it will be Nexus. Yeah, at least not now. Nuke is still a mystery. Yeah, the Blixie just 1v5. I mean, not a kit, no chance. We can preemptively call this one over, give Nexus the reins of being the victors, and they've completed a very difficult map now, because next up is Nuke. That's a map where they have a 50% win rate. Compare that with 17 on the side of CYBERSHOKE. You don't exactly feel like they're the favorites anymore. Nexus are close to converting. And it is crazy to say that, like, it all fumbled in that round number 20, right? That was, the scoreline was 10-9 at that point. CYBERSHOKE could have been 11-9 in a great position, but instead they lose against Glocks, literally Glocks, I believe, a single Deagle and a Hero AK on Lonks, and so for that, he does deserve the MVP. I think he was the best player by far in all the rounds combined, Danny.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. I felt like Longs found a major impact for the squad, and I feel like he was such a crucial piece on the T side, even though you may not say that he found multi-kills. But, him finding a single round, or maybe 2 kills in a round, that felt like it was enough for the squad to come out on top. So Lang's contribution was key for Nexus to close out that map. A map in which, again, historically they've been pretty okay on. It has been historically a pretty good map for them to play on. And it's great to see that they still have what it takes to come out on top against CYBERSHOKE, because now you're thinking, oh boy, we're jumping into map number 2, and that is where Nexus, well, their track record on Nuke has been way better than what CYBERSHOKE have.
Yeah, Nuke, we'll have to wait and see, really, but it could be a 2-0. I think it's very well in the realm possibility against CYBERSHOKE. They defeated big to get here. Like, that is a pretty big scalp to take down, but yeah, Nexus, I guess it's just a good week for the Romanians, as, they've been inconsistent, but when they're great, they're really good. So we're going on a break and returning with Nuke.
Welcome back, y'all, to another map, to another best of three, and we'll have plenty of those coming right up. But first, we have to finish things off with the first one, and this is, of course, the CyberShoke versus Nexus matchup. The first map, incredibly close, and once again, it felt like CyberShoke had what it takes to potentially, close it out, but then it was Nexus to seal the deal with the last few rounds. They managed to win. Some really big performance coming out from Lounx. And I don't know, just looking at the player cams, I don't know. I would say that CyberShoke probably not looking too happy about that loss. After all, it's their map pick. It felt like, for the most part, they were in control of the game. It's just that, those last few rounds really messed with their mental.
For sure it did, and it's a huge loss for them to suffer, right? When Mirage was going on, we were talking about how this is a map that CyberShoke have to win, just because Nuke is looking so good for Nexus, or rather so bad for CyberShoke. Out of the last 23 maps they've played on Nuke, they've won 4. So it feels like this should be where it ends, right? It feels like that should be a 2-0, at least on paper, for
Yeah.
Nexus. But then we have to consider just, this is playoffs, this is chaos, this is now 7 maps in a row have went all the distance of regulation time, 24 rounds or more. Like, I still feel like this is going to be a close game, and when it's close, well, then the smallest of margins give you the advantage. We saw that on Mirage. This little round up, and this is certainly a big margin if you can convert it. Should be a double then. Wow, Lounx will punch one back. The hero of the first map opens up a free passageway down to the B site. But they're not looking to commit just yet. Phenomenon is low as well. He's trying to get away, but he will be run down by Sound. That is 3 straight for Nexus, leaving just Blixie and Lavicus expecting the B push, but understanding the retake is going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I've actually been enjoying this approach from a lot of teams. Even though initially it might look like they're just hitting the B bomb site through ramp, eventually they do decide to just move up heaven, and I feel like that is a really cool approach. You can always slow down as well, because once you have control of the A site, I mean, it's insane. You can have players on the rafters, heaven. Sure, someone has to go down to punch in those digits, but I feel like that is such a powerful position to take. And Sound as well, good shooting. Big frags being found, and now Nexus with the lead here on T side of all places.
Yeah, it's a good start indeed. CyberShoke will choose to invest 300, 600. We have a Abaddon glowing in this round. And I think it's just stacking game is the call. So Nexus, it's a very simple task. Just need to go together. They all are looking to head towards A though, so I think this will be an interesting brawl. It should be just an email. Lavicus gets the first. Blixie gets another. Hold on, there's a world. Sound will punch one back. They still have not found these 2 USPs, but they hear them, so it's some damage delivered. If only they had rifles, I mean, this could have been their round. It's a good attempt. Look at the HPs as well, like less than 100 HP total there on Nexus.
I know, right? CyberShoke, imagine a world where they have, some more armor, some upgraded pistols. Suddenly, you feel like they have what it takes to just steal it away. But yeah, Nexus, they live to fight another day. They'll be more than happy that they survived that encounter, which could have gone really the way of CyberShoke. And now, of course, Nexus still have plenty of utility to work with it, so in a round like this, yeah, you might as well try to, fight for some outside control, though we see some players moving in through Squeak in. In fact, it was just Lonesome Lounx. I would assume he was, flashed in by his teammates, but yeah, that smoke grenade, not sure if it helped.
Wasn't great. The hero goes down. And now the rest of the team, Nexus have to show up individually. Zello has been good, but it's going to be Sound with the opening pick. Knows about Lavicus as well, but can't pre-aim him exactly, so that's actually a very fast shutdown of this first rifle round. Just doesn't work out in Nexus' favor. I think there were 1 or 2 players falling, not seeing their opponents really either. So, is what this. And it will mean, actually, Yeah, because they lost those 3 rifles, what's the buy gonna be like? For now, just Glocks, but surely they're just gonna get Deagles, maybe a MAC-10. They want to save the cash here, so
Hmm.
we should be all equal. Should they converted one like this on Mirage? Granted, they did have the Hero AK.
Yeah, just that one Deagle that might be worth keeping a closer eye on. But apart that, yeah, you're not expecting much out of the boys. I'm quite surprised they're giving so much free reign and outside. I mean, you have the rifles to work with. You could very easily gun them down. And if anything, you don't want to allow them to get too much room in secret. That is where things do get nasty. But perhaps that was part of the game plan. You know, lead Nexus into a trap where they might feel a sense of security. And that's when you dispatch of all of them. There we go. CYBERSHOKE, a clean round win. Exactly what the economists were asking for. And now, I was wondering whether we would, I don't know, in the nearby future, see Zello picking up the AWP on T-side. It could work. It really can be a useful gun to have. Though, especially if it's like early days. Or even, let's imagine a scenario where Nexus go in for outside control. You have lots of the smokes being deployed. I feel like, if anything, having an AK-47 is advantageous for the T side, just because you can use those smokes to try and get, you know, close by mini, or even just push further in outside, perhaps even get a wraparound into heaven. So I feel like the AK-47 is at least worth sticking with them for now. It's only when things start to get rough you might pull it out, and Lixie is actually doing some really good spam damage.
Yeah, looking solid, man. For a start to the CYBERSHOKE defense. They have a good setup, but now the smokes are coming in, so they'll have to respect it. They'll have to expect it as well. Trying to blow open the smokes to confirm some info. This one will expose BTN, and this one will take him down. It's a good play by Glowing. And now they wanted to fake outside and head for Ram, but oh wait, they've actually catch the timing on the smoke there. Nataneki is going to be overwhelmed. Oh no, and he doesn't get the frag either. It's very low HP on Raga. Glowing trying to fight, but can't contest as the Molly is there. And in the meanwhile, Sound has found a huge timing towards outside. That is the ramp and outside control taken. And now Nexus have to figure out where to finish off the round with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this was actually something I was actually going for, you know. Sound exactly demonstrates how effectively you can actually use those smokes and wait it out, get some good timing on a potential flank. Venomant down below, yeah, it's such a difficult fight to have, but there's still a chance. I mean, yeah, there's just 10 seconds remaining, but Lavicus might find some absolute amazing timing as he takes care of the bomb planter, almost gets the second guy, but now I feel like there's going to be just enough time to get that
there's
bomb
no
plant
time.
in. Wait, what? No, what? He was planting the bomb.
Yeah, they messed it up, I know. But
Wait,
they
what?
started on the
They were
third
planting the
second,
bomb?
not the fourth.
Oh,
No,
but...
they denied the plant, and then they tried to pick it up, right? Right
Yeah.
here, let's see the replay. It was a very chaotic round. Yeah, here,
Yeah.
like, denied.
No, but
And then-
afterwards,
but
they were trying to plant it, yeah?
I know. It looked like there
Yeah.
was, I don't know what happened, maybe bad movement, but yeah, a matter of milliseconds.
Oh,
Nexus,
man.
that is a huge choke of a round.
Yeah.
And because they don't get
Yeah.
the bomb down, like, their cash is super low as well, and one of the AKs already taken
Mm.
away. That is Nexus. A very bad performance in the round. Unfortunate.
Mm.
This one, a lot more explosive though. And a lot more CYBERSHOKE sighted. That will be 2 kills.
Oh, there's the push down secret. The double peek works out really well. However, you can see rotations are really swift. I mean, we practically have Nataneki here on the side. Sound tries to go for the swing, but eventually it is CYBERSHOKE to get a round win. There we go. 3 rounds to their name. Like the fact as well that Nexus, you know, they tried to, you know, change up the pace, move in quickly with that round, but we saw that initially CYBERSHOKE did a really good job in the defense and getting those early frags. Important stuff. Speaking of some stuff that might be important for you guys, after all, watching the stream, enjoying Counter-Strike, it's great and all, but there is a chance to participate in a giveaway. If you are, watching the stream, you are accumulating channel points, and with those channel points, you could actually use it to get a key, metaphorical key, to participate in the giveaway. And in each halftime, we will select the winner of a potential skin. Speaking of wins, though, Nexus will try to get theirs as they push onto the site. It's actually pretty damn effective. Really fast-paced stuff. And Natineki, another molly deployed. Oh, a smoke being broken. Glowing gets a big frag, and now the big problem is you have two players. You want to push in through mid, but you have to eliminate the Heaven player, and he moves in way too quickly. I feel like that was a bit of a misstep, but Phenomen. Big frag being found in one, and now Zello with just the dig. Oh! Okay, Zello. Massive shot being found. And down to the mano in mano against Glowing, and Zello, he knows he has some time. Oh, but not enough to back away to safety. And Glowing will have plenty of time with the defuse.
Damn, that is 2 rounds in a row now where Nexus should have won it in a sense. I mean, it was a difficult clutch, but still, with the bomb plant down, it always felt like their round. Always felt like they had a slight advantage. That's 5-2, a tech pause now. And yeah, Nexus, I mean, it's great that they get on the side, get the plant. Like, they did so much there in that round, but still, if it was close on Mirage and then Nexus somehow found a way how to win out. This is CYBERSHOKE now on a 5-round streak. And sure, they have a 60% win rate on CD side nuke, so they are expected to get away with like 7, maybe even 8. But it does feel like Nexus have been maybe robbed or, dug their own hole in some of these rounds.
Yeah. I think I feel like it as well. Because when you think about some of those post plants they've had, I mean, it felt like Nexus would win them outright. But yeah, they failed in a few big post plants. I feel like the last one as well. I felt like Nexus had all the cards. And now, it is getting mighty awkward now. I guess we might see a repeat of what we saw in some of the earlier rounds. That is just Sound waiting for some good timing for a potential Heaven push. And luckily for him, he might find that good timing, but I feel like some of his teammates either have to make some noise and ramp on A side to try and deter number 3 and number 2 from looking in outside.
Yeah, it's definitely a pace change here for Nexus.
Yeah.
They've been rather explosive when it comes to getting that first pick. Following up, that's a nice tag up damage through on Natineki, who only has 3 kills, but actually has been really impactful. I think he's found like 2 or 3 kills through the smokes as well. Sound will go on a lurk towards Secret, and then I guess they're maybe looking to explode towards ramp again. This is something that did work for them to well, at least take ramp control. Oh, never mind, they're faking it out and going back, but this setup is there. Long still gets the frag. Glowing tries to get away, and that gives the chance to arrive on the site. They made it onto the site, but there's no util. There's a lot of damage. Glowing with 2, it's huge. Sound with 1 back, and boom, Phenomen is left in a 1v3. Nexus, they've been giving these rounds away. 10 seconds left. Oh, but Phenomen finds one, and he's ready for the second one as well. It's 7 seconds. You gotta find the frag, and there's no way Phenomen is gonna clutch out the 1v3, a huge round secured by him. And Nexus again, 3 rounds now where they just can't convert an easy round.
What? That flick on the first guy, how the hell? I mean, you can see he was thinking, yeah, I'm just gonna, change up my position. Yeah, I'll just, just fire off the shot. Boom, hits the guy, and then, it's on. Because it felt like Phenomen, I mean, he knew, yeah, I'm not going to survive this one. I might as well do something crazy, and crazy he sure did. But man, like Nexus, they've been like really messing up some of these rounds. And I mean, that was a good example as well. I mean, they should have quite easily ganged up with that guy, but I felt like, again, spacing is off. I felt like they just did not coordinate that push good enough. Because imagine if you have, one player moving in from one side, the other from the other side, left side.
Yeah.
And that's got to be your round to take if you're Nexus. Oh, man.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you can see maybe because it is the quarterfinals, there's no second chances, but Nexus are playing like there is. I mean, there is still Anubis and Cars, but we're expecting this to be Nexus's map pick. And again, I don't feel like the score really reflects what we've seen. You gotta commend CYBERSHOKE for always finding a way how to take the upper hand. So, a very similar setup from Nexus. Somehow they always have the money to buy, but I do feel like finally this, even with the full loss bonus, will be where they'll have to go on a lower buy, perhaps the Tech 9s. So this round converted is needed as well to just, you know, have a decent first half, really. A minute left, they're just walking into main, they're walking into A, and that's a refrag coming through. Zello gets another, they're pushing on the site again. They've gotten the site, it's only Lavicus on it, but there's a quick backstab, and Lavicus catches one, Lavicus catches two, and it's now just Zello who will be backstabbed in a matter of seconds. CYBERSHOKE with a clean 7th round.
Yeah, it's quite surprising that when you think about it, it feels like for the majority of this first half, it has been, you know, Nexus finding the opening frag, and even so putting themselves in a winnable position, like a 4v4, right? Or a 4v3. It feels like whenever we go to the site itself, or a post plant, or there's just 1 or 2 site defenders remaining, that's where I feel like they mess up. And it doesn't help that CYBERSHOKE are now starting to feel confident enough that they're like, yeah, we might as well just early on get ready for a flank. Probably Nexus will take their sweet time entering a bomb site, and we might as well just go for a flank instead of hasting them head on. And that for me is a signal of confidence brewing amidst the ranks of CYBERSHOKE. And they're looking a lot more comfortable as well. Phenomen as well, a player with the AWP that I talked about as well in the past, that I felt like as an operator, he doesn't really find a lot of impact. He tends to play it pretty damn safe. But I liked it as well. When the going gets tough, you can see that he's still able to find 1, 2 big frags. That really changed into the tide of how these rounds play out.
Yeah, we were talking about this when we were on the break. I was like, you know, Nexus, I'm not saying they're match fixing. I don't think they are, but just you can't fake this. Like, these rounds have just been bad, but in the sense that like it can be predetermined. It's just like big mistakes, and that they always have this issue where big mistakes are made. They lose the confidence, and like, you know, it was still a relatively close game. It really has been down to the 1v1s, but at the same time it's 2v7 here, 2-7 here, right? Like, if it's 2-8, like, you gotta win 1, 2 more of these T-side rounds at least to still be in an advantageous position. And so with that being a cleanup by the CYBERSHOKE boys, Nexus, they have to win 1 of these last 2 rounds and the pistol. 2 would be preferable.
Jeez, yeah. You somehow get 2 more rounds that you could say it's still salvageable. 8 rounds of get amazing scoreline, and as well in the last round, Phenomen as well, 2 frags being found. Not Neki, the player on ramp. There have been barely any rounds where he was contested, if I'm being honest. There we go. Lavicus Blixie going down, but now there is Phenomen stepping up. This guy has been hitting some great shots this matchup. Oh, yeah, I thought Glowing would have some good timing on the player, but now Nataneki and Phenomen. Time for Nataneki to step up as well. He's been quite silent. No one has really been hitting the ramp side of things, so I can't really blame him. He's been pretty rusty. Since there just haven't been players to contest him, and now Lonesome Phenomen remains in a 1v3 nonetheless. And there's a player on the hunt, Phenomen. Wow, great adjustment, but might as well save the sniper.
Yeah, I mean, that will be the 3rd for Nexus. I was ready for a Phenomen smoke ninja defuse, man. Instead, Nexus finally get what's theirs. I mean, they've cracked open this A bomb site, I believe, 5, 6, maybe even 7 times in this first half. Like, they're great at taking control of it, but finally they capitalize on that as well. So it will be the 3rd for Nexus, and well, I said they need to win 1. Again, 2 would be preferable. It is weird how this matchup has started. One thing maybe Nexus have going for them is the fact that CYBERSHOKE have a 60% win rate on the CT side, so I think the easier side to play on in a sense is still to be coming up. A lot of aggression. This is heard by Glowing. He should be getting the frag, spots the player, wants to be trigger patient. Now he gets it, and with the smokes down, he should be good to get away as well. They actually try to refrag. That's a good find by Raga, which triggers a knee-jerk reaction from main, but they don't want to commit to it. So, a 4v4 now.
Basically a one-and-done spot. I was quite surprised that Fenomen wasn't able to find some impact, but anyhow, they at least now take care of anyone outside, but lots of footsteps on the lower bomb side. Not Taneki, it's his time to shine. Gets the one at least, so now they are very much aware. Sound is punching in the digits. 1v2 post-plant. Lavicus has got some good timing, but that won't be necessary because Fenomen has been insane this first half. I talked some smack about this guy earlier, but man, oh man, Fenomen has stepped up when it matters most, and this will be a 9-3 scoreline. We were really hoping for Nexus to at least get that fourth round in. Then we could say, all right, there's a chance. There's a chance they might actually make this somewhat competitive. But the 9-3 scoreline is something we did not expect. I mean, they've only won a single gun round. That is perspective, guys.
Yeah, the case won't give us much, but with how many overtimes we've seen, I mean, there's a chance we'll get another spin if there is one. It feels like there shouldn't, right? 9-3 shouldn't be an overtime. You know, the first overtime, the 6 overtime streak that I've been on, Danny, that was a 10-3 scoreline, and then we went to double overtimes, I believe. So anything is possible, and yeah, I feel like, especially looking at the tab, like it's just sound performing really. Longs has gone radio silent compared to that map 1 performance, so I feel like CT side is just a bit easier to play in a sense. Like you don't actually have to look for picks, just hold an angle, you know, and click button. So I don't know, we'll have to see, but this rifle round is so much needed for Nexus here.
Yeah, man. I will say this as well. The 9-3 scoreline is quite deceiving in CS2. Kind of reminiscent of the 11-4 in CSGO, where I feel like, yeah, I mean, if you win the pistol, yeah, there we go. If you win the pistol, the gun round, suddenly you can't really get back into this one. But Lonks tapping away. Oh, okay, that is very successful. Big frag's being found. Bomb recovered by Glowing. They're still engaging some of these players outside, which by this point won't be necessary, but not Neki. Good shot on the Glock. Sound 1v1, big duel. This can really change the tide of this entire map. They're just running around, and now not Neki. He needs to get this frag. Oh, he's in hut. I mean, he can very easily just back away from this, forget the A-bomb site at all. But the problem is both players are really close by one another, and Nottinec will hope to find some good timing, but there we go. There's BTN. The USB should win this one. There we go. Sound is there to back him up. And Nexus, the pistol round win, they absolutely need it.
Yeah, and finally Long shows up. We get 3 kills in the round, had 5 in total in the first half, so yeah, we're certainly looking at the rest of the crew. You know, Sound does get a frag there as well, but we just have to see, you know, old schoolers like Zello, who, when he has a good game, he has a great game. Longs as well, right? Like, if these players show up, I think it's still a very competitive player. Now, CYBERSHOKE don't get the plant, so they're just blocks, which I think is a great call in this situation. Too many times teams have like a huge lead, and then they have the confidence, and they're like, you know what, let's force. And you know, that one round matters. So instead of a 9-6 here with a force that they lose, this is should be a 9-5. And we have only a deagle on Natineki. Maybe should be giving it to Glowing on Fenomen though. They seem to be the difference makers in the game.
Yeah, making a lot of impact, I'd say. Glocks now, of course. Like this position from Zello. I feel like a lot of teams seem to have neglected how effective Secret can really be on the staircase, you're
Yep.
able to spot out players. I guess the reason as well, back in the olden days, I feel like in CSGO, you'd see teams utilizing the silo position way more, especially as like an opping ground. Whereas I feel like nowadays you don't really have a lot of players jumping on silo. And if they do jump on silo, they'll probably just book it towards main as early as possible. So I feel like what if you do take the secret position with an Emperor with this, you can find a fair amount of impact still. If anyone's, pushing up red container or anyone's close by. But yeah, you can't really have that same gunfight as you would have had in the past, which I feel like the secret player could win for the most part because the silo guy, I mean, he would be focused towards, garage or main or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely the meta has evolved quite a bit. No AVP for the side of Nexus. They just are enjoying this bonus round. It would be an amazing one to convert, right? This would put them, I don't want to say tied, but that should be 7-9. So a very big round coming up again. And Nexus having so many of these close calls, I kind of feel like, it's about time one of the important rounds goes their way. Are we going to see a boost? I feel like that's always like just so difficult to clear. Like it's such a silver position in a sense, but you have to respect it. And well, once if you do respect it, then you've turned your back to so many possible angles there where actually sound, would approach. So I like double setup towards Ram. They're certainly trying to utilize the MP9 to its best abilities. With a minute left on the clock, CYBERSHOKE are just slowly but surely taking some control towards outside. Actually, sound is real.
It's kind of reminiscent of like. Oh, okay, just the sound cue. Nothing more than that. But yeah, I just wanted to say, Twist, that it's quite reminiscent of like Inferno flower pot position, right? It's like a position it exists, but entering the side, you don't really check it first and foremost. But okay, Blixie, right. The insta pre-aim. He was expecting it, and now look at this. Blixie glowing, big frags being found, and sure, we still have sound on the side at Titanic, but this is such a difficult position to hold. Ooh. How is he getting the second frag? Oh my goodness, now we have Longs coming in as well. He's done his job, and that is enough for them to win the round. That's insane. That player in Titanic should have been long gone.
Yeah, that's a huge round, a 3v5, and finally Nexus convert at a disadvantage, right? The first half was, well, very reminiscent of this. I believe Nexus lost a 3v1, a 2v1, a 5v2, if I'm correct. Like, they had so many of these bad rounds, of these bullshit rounds in a sense, just given away. So I think the fact that they've punched one back now, seems like the momentum has been changed. And that was, again, a huge round to convert, right? Because that puts CYBERSHOKE actually on just the Tech 9s. And then at the same time, they only have one rifle alive, so the economy doesn't get to bloom that much. But it is them looking at that 7th with, well, quite a big possibility to take it. And again, CYBERSHOKE have a 60% win rate on the CT side of this match. So their T side is not going to be the best. And that means those rifle rounds are even more important. But you know what would be just classic, Danny, if Nexus lose this round?
There we go. Smoke's being deployed. These ones are pretty deep, though.
Yeah.
Made for good measure. But again, this is not the main part. Let's say the main idea for CYBERSHOKE to fight for some outside presence. If anything, they just chucked in the smokes, now keeping the CTs at bay. Surprisingly, I mean, they still have someone like Raga holding it down secret, so having just the one guy is more than enough. Whereas the main squad, yeah, they will hit that A bomb site. So far, so good for Nexus. Big frags being found. And hold up, Phenomen, these guys lonesome. P250 hand, sure, but I was quite surprised how proficiently Nexus dispatched of these players. Not losing a single guy as well. Like, that is, wow, that is a confidence-boosting round.
Yeah, for sure. Really nice play there by Nexus. I think the idea with the outside smokes was just to simply give Nexus the idea that they have to respect outside as a possibility. But then I feel like hitting ramp maybe could have been better, right? Because you draw more players to one side of the map than you want to hit the other. Well, either way, I mean, I like that they don't waste their times in a sense, just go for the push, doesn't work out. That's fine. Now they have the rifles, but now it's a scenario where Nexus are going to be the cash leaders for a while now, and CYBERSHOKE are trying to punch back economically by, well, winning this round, getting themselves on double digits, and they go for quite a lot of early utility, not committing to anything just yet, and Sound is already pushed up all the way down towards ramp, and they push in! Oh, Glowing just punishes both, and Sound at least gets one back, but it still feels like a round that, I mean, Raga and Zello just has to piece together a 2v3. Raga pushes in, it's Zello with the frag, but now a 1v2 needed. He picks up the AK and walks in to the site. Smoke will isolate Lavicus. Try and isolate this duel. Blixie close to going down, but will survive, and that is a huge round for CYBERSHOKE, where I get the aggression from Nexus, but I feel like, you know, it just wasn't needed to convert. I wanted a quick conversion here on the round.
I mean, even being left in such a difficult position, I kind of felt like, or I don't know, maybe it's biased, but I wanted to see Zello win it, actually. I don't know. I thought he might actually pull through, get it across. 1v3 clutch, that would be massive.
It was close. Alright, well, talk about the man of the hour.
Good stuff. That will really slow down CYBERSHOKE and ramp. Oh, look at this as well, BTN. That smoke did not land in its designated target. That's a big mistake, giving BTN great vision, line of sight, sound. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, that is round over, folks. Okay, very, very swift stuff. I'll give him that. Not dropping a single player as well. And Zello, damn, that is so quick with the AWP.
Yeah, that's an interesting round for sure. Felt like there were just no refrags at all. CYBERSHOKE tried to play map control, and, well, got to control none of it. Nexus, again, like, their cash is looking good. That's not the issue. Oh, actually, because they don't get the plan, because they don't get a single kill, that is a huge issue for the CYBERSHOKE economy. And Nexus has showed us that they don't have a big issue dealing with the Tech 9s, but this time it will be the hit towards outside. BTN blows open the smoke, spots a player, but, well, should be aware there's plenty more where that came from. Oh, I like the play. Information. Spam. Ooh, so much damage dealt. They made their way down secret.
They have. And luckily, Raga is here. They get a player that hasn't seen a lot of action. That's usually how it ends up being with his B-side defenders. Raga with the headshot angle, though. Has even the backup of Lounx, but the problem is we're still seeing some of those players lingering about outside. Zello being pressured. Oh. This is where you want to push main. I feel like this is where you have to push main, but they've actually slowed it down. Oh, Phenomen. Looks like him and his buddies will try to take Heaven control. Is anyone aware of it from Nexus, though?
I think they should be 100%, right? Because you just gave away this position, so yeah, it does seem like Zello is holding it with the op. I do like that he just gets away rather than trying to fight any more of these pistols, but kind of getting overwhelmed. There's still longs, but only good for one. Glowing finds one with the AK. What is happening? Zello gets one back. It's a 2v2. They try to plant the bomb. Zello stands tall, looking for another. The position was Roki. And a big clutch against Eternal Fire. It's a very similar play, actually, man. I felt like a little bit of deja vu there. And Zello will hit all the shots from Hot, a combat opera indeed.
Man, that is sick. Look at this from Zello. Boom! The confidence to hit the no-scope as well. And I like the positioning, man. Like you said, yeah, they were aware of the Heaven push. And they had Zello in a good position. They obviously had someone at Squeaky Door, making sure if anyone pushes in through main, we'll have their backs. But yeah, this is turning out to be a very close map. Remember as well, we ended the first half with just 3 rounds for Nexus. They have currently won 7. Oh, pardon me. That is some poor math. They managed to win those 6 rounds.
Yes, very good.
Now,
man. A+.
yeah, I had to take my time, but the second time I got it right. It's all good. It's all good. And yeah, 6 rounds being won by Nexus, and now CYBERSHOKE. Yeah, it's good to see they're back in the weapons. Man, oh man, Zello now consistently changing up his position. And this is as well, this is a spot you should not expect the CT to be at. Though usually, I have seen if players are fighting for outside control, you want to check in a Molotov in that position for good measure. But right now, they're not doing that great in terms of utility, so you might have to skip it and try to clear out dry. Oh, hello.
What is going on, man?
The smoke. Hello.
Yeah, well, that's a round. All right. I don't think we got like clear sightlines on any of these kills. They're all just so close up. Raga, I think, has a little bit of a smirk there about the round as well. Yeah,
or in the back of the head as well.
Yeah, I'll check these kills out. What's even happening here? 10-10. This was 9-3. Oh, the overtime. The good old overtime. 8 out of my last 8 maps that I've casted have been double digits for both. Galaxy Battle playoffs just deliver on all fronts, man.
Yeah, and for Nexus, like, this would be huge, right? Securing a spot in the semis. That's something I did not expect to say, to be honest, in this tournament. Considering the level of opposition he had to go up against. Now CYBERSHOKE challenging them. Zello with big frag. Luckily, Sound is here as backup, and now Zello, such an awkward position. I'm not sure if anyone can really help him out, but maybe he won't need any help because he's the one to deliver. And there we go. If there is backup, it comes in the form of Lounge, and you know this guy can hit his shots. And CYBERSHOKE, man, oh no, it's turning out to be an awful scenario for these guys because they were leading this first map 9-3 with the end of the first half, and now it is Nexus to edge them out.
Damn. You know, at the end of the first half, it was Sound on 14, and then Zello was on like 7 or 8, and then Lox is on like 5, in fact. So, the fact that Zello and Lox have activated in a huge way, I mean, that's just pushing the needle forward so much. Sound continues with a great performance. Raga is hitting the shots. BTN has found some impact frags as well. Holding outside is no easy feat, but he has managed to at least get the info, get the damage in like that. So, yeah, Nexus flying high right now. But you could cut their wings up a little bit. You can get this round. Nataneki gets the first. BTN with the info. And BTN does get the spam, but Nataneki, it's a big double. Actually, outside control taken. Raga fights for his life. Can't find Phenomen. And then Sound gets a double. And now it's a 1v1. Somehow, some way. It's now Nexus finding advantages in these disadvantageous situations. And the bomb is dropped. So how does Sound want to play this? He wants to play aggressive. This is low HP. Not the best idea. Playing it slow, trying to find a bullet in the back of the dome of Lavicus is the main course of action. Lavicus not checking it. No way, Sound. Dude, that's a huge 1v3 clutch. And it seems like all the issues that Nexus had in the first half, CYBERSHOKE have them in worse than this one. That's a 3v5 loss. What was this one? A 1v3, 2v4. Yeah, Nexus somehow, some way find a 12th. And as you said, Danny, this is CYBERSHOKE. These are the Titan killers, you know? They took down big to get here. And now, yeah, it's crazy to think that Nexus are even better than that. Tech pause, of course. I told you, man. We always have these right before the overtimes.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, my mouse is not working. Oh, I need to, check out what's going on right below my computer. Anyway, I mean, I'm joking. It could be a serious tech issue, but admittedly, it does come in some.
The mafia is calling.
Yeah, it does happen in some, comedic timing. I will say this though. I mean, Nexus 12 rounds, like this is something I did not expect to see, but it goes to show the 9-3 scoreline is indeed deceiving. All he had to do was win the pistol. a few gun rounds, and suddenly they're in the driver's seat, Nexus. So really good stuff for them. I mean, they are so close to closing it out. And it's also lovely to note that, they have been struggling in that first half. We saw they kept on struggling in the post plants. It felt like they're in a winnable position, and they've lost maybe 2 or 3 rounds where they had absolute right to win. And now they're just 1 round away from securing a spot in the semifinals. And I'm sure at CyberShoke, they're not happy. And once again, I've been noticing that in some of these more important games, it's actually, Glowing delivering a lot. And Glowing, I believe, is also calling the shots for this team. And Fenomen, who was doing some tremendous work with the sniper on the CT side, I mean, they haven't really had a round to pick up an op on T side. Primarily, it has been the rifles, and it doesn't help that in this round, that's a MAC-10 being opted in for Glowing. The rest of the guys with rifles, but utility-wise, it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, not the best of rounds really to have here for CyberShoke, and especially with having one rifle round. Oh, the timing though, they catch one off guard. Logs, how does he get the first frag? And there's Raga again to get the frag on. Oh, Fenomen checking the wrong spot. They're now stuck in hot. BTN sprays one down, and that is gonna be the match. No way, I don't know how, but Nexus, they've done it.
There you go.
9-3 turns into a 13-10, a single round in the second half for CyberShoke, and they go out in a stinking manner.
Yeah, man, that is quite dissatisfying. That is a really dissatisfying way to finish their run, CyberShoke, because we talked about how they managed to win against, squads like Big. That was a massive win for them to take. Of all the opponents they could have gotten, they probably got one of the toughest ones. And to go down like that is really dissatisfying. Nexus pulling it back on the second map, being down 3-9. That really is a dissatisfying loss for CyberShoke. Eventually, we have to congrats Nexus here. I mean, they did the difficult job. They managed to win this one. Really great performance coming out from the sort of fresh pickups in the form of sound, in the form of lungs. Really well. Some great individual performances from these guys, and finding honestly way more impact than I really was ever hoping to see from them in this quarterfinals matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they're really activated in the second half as well, right? I remember Lonks is on 5 kills, Sound was the only one really performing, and then Zello just pulled out like 3 prime rounds with the op, right? We had Longs delivering impact. It was a great victory for Nexus, but certainly one where at least CyberShoke will have a good demo to analyze. That will be, I think, our fastest playoff game, at least one that I've casted. No overtimes, Danny. We're through this one, but we still have 2 more quarterfinal games today. Next up will be ENCE versus PARIVISION. I kind of almost feel like this is a preemptive final. Like these 2 teams, at least from the ones remaining in the pool, I'd certainly put up there as being a great team. And then I will be doing the last game of the day at 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. CET. 9 versus Sinners will be there as well. Obviously, check our Wikipedia or HLTV to find out all the matchups. But with that, we'll conclude this one and congratulate as Nexus move on to the semifinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Galaxy Battle Phase 2 2025. We are in the quarterfinals phase of this playoffs bracket, and we only have 2 more to be played. The first one of the day is going to be ENCE versus PARIVISION. And of course, I am joined by several sheep. I am Pronogo. Welcome, and how are you, sheep? How are we doing?
I'm doing very well. Just got out of the shower, we're all feeling fresh, feeling good. And
That's right.
I am very excited to watch this game for sure. These playoffs are, I was talking with Twist about it on the last stream. This playoff bracket is looking spicy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the names that we have here. This is going to be a battle of legacy IGLs, major winning IGLs, no less. Glaive on ENCE, Jame on PARIVISION. It's going to be interesting to see where these two teams go, because one of them will go home, proverbially speaking. They're already all at home. But another one will be moving on to face Iberian Soul. And they've actually looked like a little bit of a revelation moving past Spirit Academy, Sashi. I mean, these squads have all done the extra mile. There's been extra rounds, overtimes required in so many of these matchups.
Yeah.
ENCE versus PARIVISION shouldn't really be any different, but the real question is, which one of them is going to be able to make it to face Iberian Soul in those semifinals? And of course, on the other side, we saw Nexus already making it through. That's another team that's very surprising, all sorts of players. So very interesting to see how this bracket plays out. Really, at this point, nobody is a true tournament favorite, but ENCE have what it takes. I think maybe PARIVISION do as well, though I think maybe they have a little bit more to prove with their more recent down split in form. What are you thinking? Do you have a favorite for this series?
Oh, I'm still leaning over towards ENCE, as they did just come off a tournament victory. They're looking to go back-to-back, which, as you know, in Tier 2 tournaments is probably the best thing you can do, is go back-to-back in tournament wins. You see OG did that right before they went and qualified for the Major. But, yeah, I mean, there's the Tier 2 scene. It's spicing up. And apparently teams like Big can't even keep up, as they got eliminated from our quarters. Let's see if there's any interesting stuff here in the veto, shall we? PARIVISION pick Dust, ENCE pick Train, and Ancient as a decider. That isn't really all too curious. We could have seen an Anubis decider, but PARIVISION, well, apparently not really wanting to go that way. But, yeah, for the rest, everything seems quite normal. Both teams not a fan of Mirage. Dust 2 is an 82% win rate for PARIVISION. Can they increase that number a bit here in the opening map?
It'll be ENCE on the CT side to start, which is always interesting to me when teams pick the CT side. They want to study their opponents, let them set the pace so that they can respond in kind. ENCE also play a very tactical Dust 2 compared to some of the more aggressive options I've seen. And, well, talk about aggression. Apparently, they're throwing tactics to the wind.
Geez.
Aggression is their tactics. They've got 3 men at top of mid right now in this pistol round.
And PARIVISION will just let that happen to them as soon as they try to challenge. Its kicker dropped already, but the Nutcracker's able to open it up a bit to get some more space there. Finally, a bit of breathing room for the PARIVISION side as we settle back in to the expected pace of the game.
Yeah, even when you've got a man down, and it's a pistol round, I mean, it's one click and these guys are sailing on through. So we shouldn't expect any massive swings from this point forward. But the problem is Natu staring down the barrel of a whole lot of Glocks. And, well, Belchanok is not going to be able to get anything, but Travis will trade him nice and easy. So that will leave us in a 2 versus 3. Pretty much the same place we found, except Potty. Oh, he's certainly going to be caught out here. But Travis now brought down so low. He needs to be traded out for a different player. Suddenly, this is really looking ENCE favored, even though the body count is higher for PARIVISION. You're looking at the HP. You're looking at the fact that they know exactly where this hit is coming from. It's all down to these long-range engagements.
Still so much utility left as well on the T side. And as you well mentioned, well, with Glaive now going away, that advantage might become even slimmer. I think this still should be able to get a good hold. They need that first pick. There's Glaive with it. hoping to get something. It's very stagnant here for PARIVISION. They're gonna have to get this bomb down any time now.
Oh.
Glaive's gonna give himself up. And that will be the end.
Oh,
What
close
a-
until the end.
Yeah.
I was certainly not expecting that to be the way the pistol round went. It was right for Travis as the low HP player to be traded out, but I don't know that they calmed over who was low, and it felt like maybe they still thought, oh, somebody's a stone's throw away from death, it's fine. And they end up getting clotheslined on the approach, so no opportunity for ENCE there. But hey, what matters is, even with the bomb plant, you get that force buy on both sides. More of a proper buy now for PARIVISION. They only have one real concession, since the Galils are a lot more meta. Ooh, well, apparently not. A2 with a MP9 is doubling up versus full rifles here, ladies and gentlemen. If that's going to be how this game goes, ENCE have a lot going for them right now. They are 5 versus 2 in their force buy.
Nature just still considers fighting. Yeah, there's a couple of AKs down there for Travis to be to pick up, but I'd like to use the MAC-10 for the initial peek. I was probably gonna throw away my PC if Nature hit that shot through the smoke. Still we're all good. As ENCE actually in the Dynamo Eklot the boot camp room by the looks of things there in the background. That's interesting. As good awareness on the side of Travis, but is that going to matter? Map control very much there for Kaspersky, even though he's low HP. Should just be a formality at this point, unless... Actually, hold up. This is a 1v2. AK versus Scout and a Deagle. Travis might actually be able to crawl this back.
It'll definitely take that awareness that let him take Glaive out of the picture at those long doors. That same awareness is going to have to be leveraged here because the scout shot does end up missing. That opens him up for the bomb plant. Audi. Oh, here we go. Oh, tagged up now. He's only got 1 point of health separating him and his demise. And Potty will sail him on through for the defuse. That's going to be 2 AKs picked up here for ENCE. And the bomb will go their way. The round will go their way. They don't quite have the money required for what you would want out of a full buy. I think you're going to be seeing a sniper out in the next round, but having 2 AKs and stealing away the second round, breaking the streak, PARIVISION are going to be a little bit upset at Nachu's MP9 performance, that's for sure.
I just loved looking on the player cam how NKJ, the coach of ENCE, was just full focused on the screen of Pony. Just locked in. I mean, to be fair, LAN has been treating him very nicely, the boot camp. Currently on an 8-map win streak. Or 8-game win streak. I think all of them 2-1s as well, except for against Nemiga and Saw. So they're looking good. This is also quite interesting, seeing PARIVISION not force buy here.
Yeah, that looks like the James style. They definitely want their AWP out in the T side, so they're going to get it by way of a save. Talk about formalities in the last round. This one very much so. Best you can hope for is that this Deagle, this P250 on James, max, they can maybe look for 1 or 2 frags. But that bomb plant, that seems like a very tall order.
Yeah, a lot has to go wrong here for ENCE, but they've been playing a solid game. It is a bit of a rematch this, well, actually a pretty complete rematch of ENCE's CCT run to the championship there. All 3 maps are the same. It was a 2-1 score for ENCE back then. I say back then, like it wasn't a couple weeks ago, but... Dust 2 Train Ancient, same maps. PARIVISION wanted a rematch, thinking they could have possibly beat them.
Yeah, it's interesting because the way that PARIVISION usually work is they do like to slow things down, feel out their opponents, but if they've already done the feeling out, how does that change things? Only one casualty on ENCE's side as they get their second round win on the board. We're taking a look at the loadouts here. And again, shouldn't be a sniper. The money's not quite there for the CTs to do that. And it looks like the same can be said for PARIVISION. They equip themselves with a whole lot of rifles. They were hoping to maybe steal away one or two, do more damage. And their success was a bit short-lived. And actually, the AWP is out. Glaive does buy up that sniper, leaving him on $0. Potty going to post up towards short. So this round looks much more likely to be an ENCE round, but there's always the chance of that B pop, especially from a team like PARIVISION, where you don't always expect them to be going so fast. If they end up getting on there with 1 or 2 kills, that really should spell a potential save from the CTs, but we'll see how it goes, as mid needs to be taken first.
Yeah, that's a pretty dangerous potential indeed. Kicker just throwing that mid smoke. ENCE have positioned pretty damn well with 3 players here. One already spraying the smoke. There's no reroute to short as 2 stations able to stop the attack into the bomb site. Easily dealt with unless... Alright. For a second there I thought the Galil would be able to do some big damage, but not really. Jamin 1v3. Jamin 1v3? Question mark. Alright. Searching for his favorite weapon.
Yeah.
He can do this.
This is interesting. Yeah, he can absolutely do this. I mean, you think about the question marks as to the positioning. We know they're not coming in from tunnels. This is going to be that 2v1 retake. No flashbang available, so they're not even going to go in with any utility. The dry peek. IGL versus IGL, and it's a lot more expensive than ENCE wanted it to be, but they will secure their 3rd round and recover the op in the process.
And an AK to boot. A bit scary there for ENCE, I'd say, as they did have pretty spot-on perfect setup with 3 players over towards, well, in between middle and B. If they already get this close to a round win with such a setup, if there's a long take or a long fake, maybe some control over short, PARIVISION very much have the possibility to open up every single bomb site that they want. That is, of course, if ENCE continue to rotate, yada yada yada, all technicalities, but just have to wait and see. Oh, nice shot from Pody.
We like that. Get to see him for only a second, and then he's gone. Like Big in this bracket.
Are we just gonna beat on Big this entire broadcast? Because I'm up for it.
Listen, man, I still can't believe they rocked up like the big dogs. Playoffs invite. It's supposed to be this well-drilled tactical team. And, you know, they looked it on one map.
Bit of
One
a
map was
backhanded
not
compliment there, I'd say. They looked
Comparatively.
great for one half. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Comparatively, though, I have been happy to see, you were talking about ENCE's win streak. It's good to see teams like ENCE and PARIVISION find success, especially steady success. I mean, you spoke about this earlier about how tier 2 success, if you're trying to be consistent, if you're trying to win back-to-back tournaments, I think the only other team in recent history to do that was Navi Junior of all squads. And so it's not like you're going to see that too often. Where are they now is a fair question for Navi Junior guys, because they haven't been able to continue that success. Streaks at tier 2, not to say that they're harder than streaks at tier 1. Obviously, Vitality continuing there so far at the uppermost echelons of CS, but it just feels so damn difficult. Unlike how Kaspersky is holding this upper tons push versus just a couple of pistols, and it looks like SDY had Nota's number. So a nice and easy anti-eco. I think they had 1 AK, something like that. So PARIVISION had some investment into this round, but this was clearly more of an effort to destabilize the economy. It did not work. All 5 alive. That's the kind of consistency I think ENCE are going to need if they want to continue their journey forward, especially versus James AWP, which is now on the server.
James bought a hero AK just to drop kicker to Galil in this round and receive the AWP back in return. So that dynamic is still going on.
Yeah, echoes of Sanji. Rest in peace, my love. Deagle hero.
Is he still playing?
No, I think he's coaching. But... Oh, Kaspersky, though, he's still
again.
playing. He's gaming. That's 2 MP9 frags versus rifles. I mean, what is it with the MP9s on ENCE and CT side? They have been gunning for it between Natsu and that force by Kaspersky in round number 6. That's
ENCE
a very nice establishment.
ENCE were completely done with them this round, pushing into lower tunnels, and you have Glaive pushing into long doors. The peek into Jame does equalize things, and Cody won't have the time. Well, that Jame op already bringing in its influence, still continuing through. Nature's cover gets extended. Flash is good. Are they really gonna face into this? They are! Oh my word! And as the smoke fades, it's Jame getting dropped. Belchonok, the only one left standing!
Oh.
How is that a headshot? Oh, no way. Inaccuracy in his favor. 11 HP is the only thing left. Oh, what is this round? Looking for the 1v1, and there it is. Belchonok. What a 1v2 clutch. Ridiculous kill out to Nature there in the smoke. And, well, bringing it on back.
All right. Chaos ensues. Glaive getting dropped on long. Wasn't enough to give the information over. And Belchonok, that first kill might have been luck. That second one, all class, man. Knew exactly where to look for the player out in the open. Paudy getting dropped. But they've got another buy, and this time it's going to be a double op setup. James missing the flick. It would be unconfirmed damage anyway, but he can choose to believe he's got him. A little bit wounded. And now we find ourselves in round number 7. Can PARIVISION build on that? They've doubled their scoreline, but not saying much yet. Nota does not want to be victim to the MP9. How about the sniper, my friend? Pody is not going to be able to connect. But it's a good idea, and it really puts the conditioning now onto any sort of lower tunnels push. Now, SDY has not revealed his secondary sniper just yet. Every shot feels so tense, man. These guys are not playing around.
Yeah, ENCE going for the double op as well, giving Pody a bit more freedom. Kaspersky gets locked up on short. And all of a sudden now, if you go down one man, you know, double op setup pretty much relying a lot at least, on that opening pick. This does hurt that a bit. And it's gonna need to be a lot out of that secondary op of SDY on the car. He's gonna be the only one holding him off on short.
Yeah, this is still pretty difficult for ENCE. Obviously, they have lost a man, but even their rotations with the extra AWP, not going to be easy. Oh, flashed off the angle. That is no good. Now just run down from every angle. This is a wipe. No opportunity for anything but a save for Pody. So forget what I said about rotations. PARIVISION finding the exact right time to strike, and the answer is yes. They can build on this success from the last round, breaking ENCE's economy in the process. Ortiz will be grabbing their 3rd round win. And Pody returning to the scene of the crime where he missed that very important shot in lower tunnels onto Noda. I'll have another opportunity as the hunt commences. Ooh, there we go.
They waited with the bomb plant to get their players up into the map. Get ready to go for this op hunt. And that's the missed shot. That's the moment. PARIVISION thinking, well, if it's a double op buy, we can completely destroy their economy. Not as much as I'd expected, with Nitro still on 5k. But it is going to be at least a bit of breathing room for the PARIVISION side.
Yeah, they do need that. I feel like Dust 2 is one of those maps where if you go 6-6, it feels like everybody is happy. It's like a successful business negotiation. Everybody feels a little bit ripped off, and, well, Kaspersky certainly will. Aggrieved as he gets sniped out of mid. This is only a pistol round for ENCE. They've got 2 Deagles to spare. And they are not currently stacking the right spot on the map, so maybe they'll go over to short and try to find some shooting gallery, but more likely they actually push up over as they are now. shades of the opening round where they sent 3 members to the top of mid. And the bomb site is PARIVISION's.
Bit of a challenge, possibly, but yeah, we're not seeing much. The ENCE looking for stranglers, looking for lurks, anything that they can get an advantageous fight on. For now, I think it'll just remain a poor man's timeout, I assume. Also,
Yeah, sometimes these can be pretty useful.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
A lot of teams have been boot camping these past couple of weeks. We've had my team 9 been on boot camp. That was, I think, 3 weeks ago. Sash has been on boot camp. We're seeing ENCE and PARIVISION now, but also with every single tier 2 team that goes to boot camp, you instantly see results for every team that has gone. Like it's
Feels
starting
way
to become
better,
yeah. It's starting to become so effective. So we're probably going to see this even more, and especially with how the major qualifiers now work, right? If you have 3-4 tournaments that you're going to have playoffs in, well, head to bootcamp, boys. We need those VRS points, and yeah, I think that is quite possibly one thing that we'll see a lot more of in the future.
Very well could be. ENCE are competing in the Conquest of Prague LAN, so they've qualified to that LAN. I think the second one this organization has had recently. Obviously, the Eliza Masters Espu that they ended up winning.
Yep.
Being the first that I can recall. So props to Glaive for getting back onto LAN. Feels like hard to root against him for a situation like that, but this is still online. At the very least, you get some LAN vibes with that boot camp. But yeah, as you're mentioning, it definitely can lead to results. And results is what ENCE have been having. But now things are tied up, and PARIVISION are slowly claiming the map control, methodically acquiring the tunnels control, the little bottom of mid control. And they can even swing out short. They don't know it yet, but that position has been relinquished by ENCE as they have 2 members towards long. Only Kaspersky holding from Goose, playing anti-flash. 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think PARIVISION, over time, they have kind of learned their lesson with not waiting too long. In a lot of these rounds, Pody misses his first opportunity, and it's everyone there. They kind of get stuck. It's a bit muddy there on short. Some slow progression, and Kickert will just sneak under the scope. Gonna reposition. Oh, the timing just couldn't be worse.
We're being teased.
ENCE are going for this. They're flashing in. They're very close by, and that's a beauty of a shot from Glaive. Look at the leaders team back into this one. Trying to challenge James, trying to get some suppressive fire on there. But Pody there to support. First kill back. Still going on. Oh my word, this retake. It feels like a full side take. Only the colors are different. James should be the one to close that lid. And there you are. 2 out of him from short. Will make PARIVISION survive. That was a nice attempt, gotta say.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. The only problem is they've got no money behind this, but at least they're approaching max loss. Not quite there yet. However, I do think this could have worked out a little bit better for them. It feels like they were missing 1 or 2 really good God flashes over the site to give them a little bit more of an edge. Not able to maintain their hold over the utility, so now they're back onto Deegs. Not quite able to repeat his performance from the last anti-eco. James will not frag anybody early on, but Ops had a lot of impact in that last round. Pody making it very close indeed with 2 frags, saving his IGL in the process before eventually he was the last man standing. And James closing the lid, as you said, giving them their 5th round, and this will be the first time they've had the lead since the pistol. Persky staring down the barrel, the long barrel of James. Kickert somehow not being able to find that. Oh.
Barrel the
Eagle
long way.
The long barrel.
That's... I feel like that's a niche reference. I don't know.
Yeah. The longest long that ever longed.
Okay, well, over top. Merely a flesh wound on the side of PARIVISION.
Yeah, Jay wants to hold for these guns. They know that the remaining players are going to be looking to upgrade, but he's a rat. I knew he would do that. Grabbing those rifles, making sure they can't X-Scar with him. And Velchanok has been dispatched. Eventually dealt with, but no more weapons, no more bullets. That's a wrap. A lot of good damage dealt by the Deagle Buy of ENCE, so you can't fault them for that, but no rifles recovered, which is really what they were looking for in that situation. Puts them in okay spot money-wise for the next, but not as flush as they want to be. And I was just about to comment that we haven't seen a single tactical pause in the first 10 rounds, and now here we are, so they psychically heard me. They understand. I'm going to talk over their options here. I have noticed, by the way, at Tier 2, a lot of teams use their tactical timeout just to talk over their buy. And that is a use for the tactical timeout, but it does feel like sometimes that misses one of the options. It's like, you can also talk about the round you're about to play. And, when I see that, teams haven't finished buying until after the timeout, like in here, I do wonder how much of talking has happened in there. But with Glaive, with NKJ, I feel like, you're in good hands leadership-wise. They're probably figuring something out.
And that is also just sort of in-team depth, right? I think if you're looking at a team as Vitality, for example, now, you probably have like 3 or 4 systems in place for certain types of amount of money left, and everyone knows them by heart, and Apex can just, or XQT, I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, but their coach,
Xtaz, is that who you're talking about?
that was it, yeah. They probably just can go on a feeling, just can make the call, like, oh yeah, let's do this, and then everyone knows what's the plan, but yeah, that's just sort of like pure depth there.
Apparently the plan was to try to crunch onto lower tunnels, but that was not going to work. And that was the last opportunity for a full buy that ENCE had. So this is a catastrophic round. At the dying gasp of the first half, we have PARIVISION taking a lead and probably securing an 8-4. If we think about it. Look at that. They're doing the same thing as you called it out in the last big gun round where they went for the hunt onto Pody. SDY will finally find a frag back, but hot damn. As Glaive ends up getting dropped and SDY is so low, they delayed the bomb plant so they could confirm the hunt. They want every single rifle swept from this server. They will not rest until the last member of ENCE falls. So I'm sure SDY will go down swinging, but this is looking dangerous.
I like that evolution from PARIVISION, because what we did have in previous eras of JAME IGLing is, yes, we did have this very passive, save heavy game of Counter-Strike, but that was pretty much just it. Yeah, they went for the hunt sometimes, this and that, but there wasn't as much, like, it wasn't the outsiders hunt, right? That wasn't a thing.
Yeah,
but now, like, realizing, okay, this works so well for us, going for a lot of these saves, let's just try and do everything we can to take that away from the other teams. I love that.
Well, here's the problem. They've activated ENCE's trap card. There are 2 MP9s in the server.
Oh no. Oh no.
I think PARIVISION are walking terrified, quaking in their boots. How are you going to possibly handle an ATO on an MP9? Remember the last time he fragged you twice on short? Well, maybe it'll look a little bit different with all the utility that's been exchanged. This would be the 7th T round in a row for PARIVISION if they're able to secure it, and they are definitely favored. I can't explain that one. SDY's got the pre-fire, but he's going to take out a little bit too much into debt there based on the angle, based on the utility. Didn't want to give away the sound cue that he was on the molly. Ends up giving away his life instead. Glaive not going to be long for this world, and Travis knows exactly where the rest of ENCE is coming from. Pody in a 1-on-5 with a French gun. Well, at least he can get his sniper. But It's not looking good.
Highlight of the year incoming, or just any other round? Well,
He doesn't even go for it.
just any other round. I mean, well, yeah, like it'd probably look a lot dumber if he started saving. So, to be fair, I'd say just go for it, Pody.
Oh,
Who
I mean,
knows?
he didn't even go for that AWP. It was
Oh,
on
for the
ground.
op. Oh,
expected-
yeah,
If
no,
you're gonna go for the
apologize.
highlight of the year, come on now, give me that sniper clip. But
Give me some
maybe
no
somebody will
scopes.
get an op skin to compensate.
Yeah. Talk about ops. James went about, I think it was like 2-5 or something, or 2-4 before he got his op out. Now sitting 12-6.
Yeah, I like that. He's not
Banging
necessarily known
performance.
for his stellar scoreline these days, even though he used to be. One time he is still a major MVP technically, but no op skin
You wanna
after
have
all.
a-
It'll be an Memphis Taurus.
Yeah.
Can't believe
You
it.
want to have a try at that name?
Oh yeah, Mikomo Calvos. There you are. PL. I imagine Poland. I'm sure you can say that in an accent. I talked to a lot of Polish people, but honestly, I cannot replicate their accents. So I'm no help there. I'd probably just end up sounding Russian and offend somebody.
I can try a bit of Polish, but I can only say things that are not that nice. Well, there's this one video of this guy meeting a hamster on the side of the highway, and he just goes "Hamik,
Okay.
jaki kurwa bajźni," which apparently means so fucking cute.
Nice.
I
There
like
you
it.
go. Yeah, we'll take that.
That's-
That's wholesome. That's wholesome
Yeah.
Polish content right there.
It's the PG-13 stream. That's the one F-bomb used.
Yeah, and it doesn't count if it's in another language. So
That's
good.
true.
So only the
There was a
translation
quote
counted
as well,
towards it.
yeah.
Yeah. See, there's all sorts of reasons. Now, ENCE on the T side have a lot to claw back into this half, into this map, really. They've got a little bit of presence outside this long position. Still two members lurking towards B, but they are not going to be called into question just yet. Travis finds the first. Oh, quick dodge on that. Burying himself into pit. There's so many CTs on A as well. 3 of them. With Belchanok on a quick rotation path out mid, just watching in case they end up going that direction. So they've given up the possibility that it's B, at least for now. But as time moves on and as ENCE retreat, absolutely still an option here. They're going to need to smoke off that CT pass. Glaive has the sole piece of utility. There it is, dispensed. Dispatched, though. Kicker on the pistol, as easy as you like for Belchanok as well. And that's bomb drop Natew. Not long for this world, it feels. 1 versus 5. He's found the first. The hero on the other side taken out of the round. He's being flanked very quickly by those dual Berettas. And he knows his time is limited. 20 seconds on the clock. No friends in this round. And from the back, the spray will come out. It's not going to quite matter as Notza can't control it. But he's just a fireworks distraction in the background as Kicker drives the bullet home.
I think I saw a bit of a smile on his face there, which is good to have for such a whiff. I mean, it's not that
Yeah.
impactful. You know, shake the whiff out, get the aim back in. Just so funny how long he takes to line up that headshot. Just
I know.
just to
Just to do
spray
that.
away 15 bullets.
Yeah, Neo from the Matrix moment for Natew, but Agent Smith managed to find a USP instead. Well, this will be the not quite force buy. It's just SDY on the scout. He passes it over. They're passing it up the chain. I don't know if you guys ever played Dungeons and Dragons, but if you prepare actions to pass items to a bunch of peasants lined up in head of a fort, by rules as written, you can overpower the Iron Fortress with like a random object, like it's a railgun. So you can look into that if you want some entertainment, because some people have done that. Anyway, that's what it reminded me of when they just kept passing the scout up the chain. Pody surely is supercharged, as many hands have touched that weapon, but no results just yet, and he is even run down Natew, the Soul Fragger. He's even going to recover an A1S. Hold on. Not that he can go for this whole round, but he can at least go for the bomb plant. He's not going to go for it, however, and it looks like he is out of bullets, has to reload the gun. That won't be the trigger pull yet. The bomb plant surely will. That's a French gun. No kill. Kicker, though. Still on it.
The curtains behind Kicker does make it look like he has like a giant Argentinian flag behind him.
Oh, there you go.
Which is just going to be my headcanon for the rest of this game. It's going to be 10-4 already. ENCE did have a bit of a better standing on the previous game that they had on Dust 2. It was a 13-8 in that CCT playoff. Was it the semifinal or was it the final? No, it was the grand final, actually. This is a grand final rematch. I should have done my preparation a bit better. I apologize.
Now you look at that and you think to yourself, okay, grand finals of the last tournament are just the quarterfinals here. Surely the grand finals of this tournament are going to be bangers. That's what I think. ENCE are going to have to prove it. You said earlier it was 13-8 comparatively. Well, they're not improving their score line. So let's see what they've got cooking. They've used their second tactical timeout to talk over their game plan here. The bye had already been settled on. T-side pretty forgiving when it comes to the economy, so they will be investing into AKs and Pody on that scout. Oh, that's a whiffed piece of utility, and that's going to cost him, actually. Kaspersky has his number, clotheslines Travis on the way out of that smoke, and they see the little speckles of CT on the other side. That's Kicker trying to trade damage back. Nothing significant really imparted to either player, but a resmoke will give an opportunity for PARIVISION. And they are going to be spamming that smoke. A1S is better suited for the job than the AKs. A bit of an artillery strike, but finds nobody on the other side. As a no man's land begins to be established. Big rotations back over. They realize PARIVISION are, wow, okay, we completely abandoned B site. Maybe that's not a great idea, but nobody exposed them.
Kicker kind of whiffing a smoke there.
Yeah, utility whiffs have been the name of the game.
Yeah, not too great there. Round 15, looking for an 11th is PARIVISION. But they're already fighting one man down, and it looks like they're completely abandoning the A-bomb site.
I was going to say Glaive has mind-gamed them, but I think they mind-gamed themselves. PARIVISION misreading this, especially as that smoke comes out from long. And so this 5v4 is likely to end with a bomb plant on the A site, and I don't think PARIVISION are really going to be able to accomplish too much. I also don't think you should really see too much of a hunt, though. ENCE, they do not have a lot of money behind this. You can say the same for PARIVISION if, you know, basically both teams facing a reset kind of situation here. So if the CTs did end up going down, that would be catastrophic for their income going into the next round. But double digits will be where the streak ends for PARIVISION. 9 in a row to get them here. And ENCE finally back on the board and doing so on the offensive side. I'd say it bodes well, but I don't know how much of this round is going to be replicated. A couple of missed utilities and a very early save call.
And enough time to reflect as well for PARIVISION. Just to sort of get that vibe back in. Remind yourselves, what was the nade lineups again? And then you should be good heading into the next one.
We've had stories of players... I think it's like the first time a player goes up to a team where that team doesn't have the same permaban as his old team, and then he's like, pull it up on YouTube on his phone, like smoke lineups real quick. that's even at Tier 1 CS that does happen. So we have heard that. Wouldn't necessarily surprise me. SDY though doesn't need any refreshers. Does need a fresh pair of health though. That is going to be a complete bludgeoning by Belchanek. Lots of presence towards the middle position, and the incendiary grenade. Oh, well, it's not going to get too much. You know, Glaive has decided to re-aggress. This is applying a lot of pressure towards long, and short will be the next port of call. Jame and Belchanek waiting here. Glaive not moving through the smoke. This is an opportunity for PARIVISION, but instead, Kaspersky and Nachu entering onto the site through utility, throwing caution to the wind and saying, that smoke is not a wall, my friends. Bomb has been planted on the A site. And we are looking at this 2 versus 4 where Noda and Kickert, they're actually a little bit interested in going for a cheeky rifle recovery, but a couple of exit frags aside, there's not much that they can do here.
I saw it on the minimap there where Glaive, as soon as that sort of whole attack kind of died down, we saw Glaive just sneak out of that smoke whilst it was still there, knowing that no one was really close yet, or no one did really have the time to get in close yet. That was a wonderful move.
Yep.
Sometimes you see those glimpses, right? But when this sort of ENCE team first got completed, first got made, everyone's, it wasn't that smooth all just yet. They've been cooking. It's become a nice, full, complete dish now, this ENCE team. And that feels good. Feels good to see. Hopefully at the next major we're going to see that ENCE logo back in between the stickers.
Yeah. It's been a hot minute. Ooh. Leg towards Kicker. Whether Pody knows it or not. Damage has already been found with that T-side sniper. First time it's being deployed by ENCE because first time they've been able to afford it. And 4 members towards B already for PARIVISION. They are ahead of this potential take, but bomb's only now going to get collected. And it looks like it is. No. Switch back over. Okay. They're not quite sure. They have yet to select a target. Belchanok, the only defender at A.
Ditto on the AWP for Jame. As he's decided to bring it out just now. Hoping to possibly in this round just try and get some magic out of it, but then be fully prepared to save it heading into the next. So I don't think any of the PARIVISION players are going to move an inch. They're going to hunker down in that B bomb site again. And we'll just wait for round 18 then, I guess.
Indeed, indeed. At some point, there's going to be enough cash on the backs of ENCE where they are going to consider going for a hunt. But when they hear the Deagle shot,
that'd be this round already.
You would think so. The only thing I think that Glaive might be thinking, a lot of thinking here, is that the Deagle shot gives him the opportunity to say, okay, this is not a full investment. To the extent that they have any weapons saved over from the last, of course, they do have that A1S that they were able to pick up. Yeah. Stealing that one away. But other than that, you're thinking of, they got Deagles. We're not going to go for that. Why give them the opportunity to steal our rifles?
Jim didn't shoot the op. Actually, so. Yeah, you're completely right. There's nothing saying that they have those rifles. They didn't even clock Nodaf saving the M4A1S.
Right.
Or it was Kicker last round.
Yeah, it's tough situations to call because when you think about, you think about PARIVISION, you think about Jame. He does always have the op somehow, and so sometimes you might think, Deagle? There's an op somewhere, but that's not something that you think of against most teams. So, Jame posting up now. They are definitely aware that the AWP could be out, so they're going to wait for utility before the T's continue to cross, and Jame will try to break that. I've seen so many teams try to adapt to this just by waiting a little bit longer because they know the smoke break is coming. Here in America, that gives you 10 minutes to smoke your cigarette. But in Counter-Strike, sometimes it gives you a kill. Very different context.
I've also seen lineups starting to come through that are thrown from short, actually, with the nades. So a CT on short can bounce a nade off the wall. It can break the mid-smoke. Which can be nice, especially if someone is in lower tunnel. Sometimes you hear the nade bounce when you're in lower tunnel, and you're like, you know where it's coming from. But if you throw it from short, preparation's always a bit less, or expectation, I should say. But yeah, it's gonna be fun to see how that evolves. It's not as much of a strenuous position as, for example, Banana, where on Inferno Banana you just see it evolve so much. Well, actually, this is quite a slow take, and okay, PARIVISION set up complete perfectly for that prevention. Jeez.
I don't know. Kaspersky could go for the flank here. It's really the sole glimmer of hope, but James has already posted up for it, and he'll take him out. Antivirus has been breached. Pody with his own sniper, and Nachu cut down by a nade before he can even plant the bomb. Well, that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. 11 for PARIVISION, and, well, no bomb plant. The money's still there for another investment. This is going to be a little bit before ENCE are completely gone. Heads up play from Travis. If he doesn't end up scoring that opening, obviously a bit of a gimme based on the way that Glaive entered into the area, things could have been very different. Glaive has been surprisingly adept at entering out into long, specifically versus Travis. You look at their score lines and you think, oh, Travis must have been owning him. But no, a lot of the times Glaive got the better of him in those situations. So I want to say 3 or 4 of his deaths were so far on the CT side have been Glaive. Just finding him in weird timings through smokes, etc. Using his big brain to compensate for his small aim. And it's just the way things go. So Travis finally getting one back. Must feel good. James posted up on there as well. And they spotted Nate. I think Jay must have hit him through the other body or something. Not a collapse, but enough damage. And it was softening him up. And that led to that HE. Casting him away nice and early. Timeout. Called. This is an opportunity now as we get into round number 19 for PARIVISION to get their map point. Pody posted up. Oh, is he going to get an opportunity? Felt like it, but Kicker just plays with him. And now Belchanok. He's not the only member on this B site. SDY's got to be careful. Can't be provoked into bloodlust.
Pretty risky again for ENCE to start. Yeah. Pretty risky to start poking and prodding a bit there on B tunnels. There, SDY going quite deep. Of course, Pody hanging around, maybe slightly longer than most oppers would. Bit of noise made on short. That's going to prompt the nade throw. Not too perfect. Just 17 health points away from Pody. Bomb trailing behind a bit. If James peeks into this now, well, he's probably not. He's not that aggressive of an opper, but that is some confidence Glaive has in his opposing IGL to not peek there.
That's right. Kicker had held on to his utility for short here for a little bit. The smoke is going to start having ENCE question their plans, but sometimes... But
look at the util difference.
Yeah.
That's a big
it's coming.
Smoke blown open, and Kicker won't be able to do much here as Travis trying to stop them. Oh, jumping into CT. That's the strat. Reroute back to B. Belchanok tries to hold on, but this is all falling apart at the seams. Pody able to respond, able to calm it down. That was quick reaction from PARIVISION. One more kill on that bomb. Possibly couldn't have made its way to the B bomb site. James now in the 1v2. Doesn't clutch too often, but we've seen he has this. Waiting for that window to open up again. Over the top. Pody has a beautiful angle. Caps him. And that's the 8th for ENCE.
Yeah, James came to the barber shop for a haircut, and he left without his head. The IGL definitely doesn't clutch much, as you said, but I was very impressed, you know? It's not James time anymore. He goes for it. Even trades up for the AK-47. Ever since that iconic simple clip on Dust 2 where he just chucks his op away as a bit of a distraction and kills him with a pistol, I'm still waiting for somebody to conveniently die there with an AK and then be able to have the opper chuck his op as a distraction, but then pull out a bigger gun than Simple had. Surprise. Still going to be an investment here, unfortunately, for James, missing out on that opponent. No opportunity to frag Pody. The opposing opper is still going to be alive, and Pody has been very impactful in this game, leading the charge, kill-wise, for his squad. Actually, this has been, of course, Dust2 notorious for being the opper's playground. James has another opportunity now. He peeks in, but an unfortunate whiff. Gives ENCE another option. Well, this is as far as they got the last time these two teams duked it out, so maybe ENCE can do better. Maybe ENCE can even still be hunting for the map win to steal it away from PARIVISION. Doesn't happen too often to this team.
This map has been feeling like the most competitive pop quiz ever. Every single question that gets asked gets answered immediately by either team. Very little have we seen teams really get caught off guard by a strat being pulled, and even now, that smoke doesn't fully spread. That's actually the A bomb site still open. Bit of a util mistake this time on the side of the attackers. SDY just lurking in the tunnels. 3 versus 3. Again, a retake possible. Say that, Pody
Oh,
full
no.
blinded. Try and hold on,
that
boys.
was unfortunate. He just went for the anti-flash, and Velchanok swung. Well, Kaspersky dancing with him. Oh,
Also can't
well,
get
look
it.
at that, leading the dance. What's happening here, James?
Young Frenchman in the
Almost gave it
clutch.
up.
1 versus 3. As Nature won a 180 there
way.
on the ramp. Belchanok, low HP. He's 1 bullet from death, and Nature with another clutch. Mouse NXT graduate. This diploma's worth a ton. 9th on the board for ENCE.
Now that is phenomenal work, honestly. I was starting to question things when
Whoa.
SDY jumped down from that box in lower tunnels. I was like, oh no, he's given up an opportunity to get a second frag, but Nachu apparently is the only fragger you need. God damn. I don't know what happened with James. He got a little bit kerfluffled there, staring down long. Wasn't expecting him there for some reason. That goes the way of ENCE nice and easy. The turret on the A site. Love to see it. Reducing PARIVISION only to pistols. And this is double digits for ENCE almost every single time. Best you can hope for is some miraculous 5-7 snapping. Maybe some long-range deagle action, but it would be a miracle. And with Travis falling, the odds are getting ever closer to the lottery.
Often we see these round streaks sort of happen. It was PARIVISION fighting back for 1, yeah. But ENCE trying to replicate there a great many in a row. Currently they're sitting on 4, 5.
Yeah,
We
since
should have this info.
since that
4
streak started,
with 1
right?
interruption. Yeah. 4
Yeah.
with 1 interruption. Some nice aim shown. Gallery play for SDY as he's looking for the ace. Which Pody will gladly take away from him. And KJ enjoying himself in the background. Has decided to sit down, not stare over the shoulder of his teammates anymore.
He's watching from up on high. Feels like he should have an elevated position, you know, just like a lord spectating the battlements. This is double digits for ENCE indeed. Much better than their last showing, and much better than what we thought was going to happen. So, yeah, there's 2 different streaks of 3 in a row. But they don't want to be interrupted again. That would mean map point for PARIVISION. Money, though, is so nice. So ENCE are not going to be wanting for a... Oh, but they are going to be wanting for Kaspersky, who gets picked by James. Nice little boost. Oh, but he's taken up by Glaive, the big brain. Not letting him stop whatsoever. Heard that from Kickert. Oh, the trade had needed to be there, but it's not.
Whoa.
Just an immediate execution, but the bomb is still there for Pody. He can plant, and I mean, slim odds on a 1v4, but maybe he can do some damage at the very least. Not a lot of money here on this PARIVISION side. They can play for extra rounds. Overtimes might be optional here.
They have no clue that he's here.
Yeah, 0.
They're just clearing long. They're expecting him to be on long. I don't even think Pody believes it.
No,
There's going to be some time. There's no diffuse kit. There's still smoke and a molly left for Pody. And he's going to face... How is that not a hit? Huh? I really thought that connected. Pody probably hoped it connected.
Yeah, missing the first
This can
opportunity
get
feels
scary.
like that's it for the clutch. Knows where one's coming from. Forced out of the position. Oh, the HE from Kickert. Such a brainy way to diffuse any tension. And the bomb will be diffused in kind as well. Man, he actually only needed to hold off a little bit longer. You're right, with no kit. It's a question of 5 seconds.
If that
Fight
first
for
kill comes
PARIVISION to get
through...
their map point. Right.
Whew. But that mid-round completely collapsed there for ENCE on short. ENCE have been attacking short a ton this entire CT half, but it's just Kicker and Nota lighting up side by side, just spraying. Spraying for that headshot angle. ENCE walk into it. And ENCE will continue to walk into the tech pause. What do you talk about
available. Now? It's been burned. Good to see ENCE finding the way to use them all. You know, this is one of those games that you can get out of bed for, right? You're looking at Counter-Strike here when you're watching ENCE versus PARIVISION, Glaive versus Jame. And I have to agree with something that you said way back in the camera segment. We're talking ENCE as the favorites here, even if they're only slight. But clearly PARIVISION are no slouches, and they are showing us exactly what they're made of here. So I am hoping to see more of the same. I say give us an overtime. If it's going to be like that, 2 chances for PARIVISION to avoid extra rounds. Let's see what happens here.
Both Oppers in a bit of a stalemate. As they're both jumping up, and Jame gets caught. Thought he had spotted it, but Podia hiding for just long enough. Bottom mid tries to be taken. Op shot does ring out, but no connection. No Wi-Fi.
A little bit risky to mantle up short like Pody did, but Nota did not take the peek. Now, a lot onto Travis. He has been the sole anchor in cases where Jame is elsewhere right now. In heaven, of course. Ooh, that was not an intentional jump. That's like a scroll wheel jump. Pody. His keybind's getting the better of him there, it feels like. Offers Travis the opportunity to bring it back into a 4-on-4, but SDY pressuring from long. Short will once again be the destination. You can tell. PARIVISION set up to handle the B stack. I don't know what they're thinking here because it's not going to be that second ladder. SDY taking them out. It's an open A site yet again, and PARIVISION are just going to stay put. They've still got plenty of options here for recovering. Well, maybe not. Maybe they don't want to bother recovering the AWP. They might just assume that it's been taken.
Yeah. This is such a pure percentage play for PARIVISION.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where they're thinking about how much money that they have and, well, okay, let's just let's just make sure we can save 3 rifles.
Yes.
Looking at which 3 players have also been set up in this part of the map, it's the 3 players with the highest amount of cash still on them. This is a super nerdy play. This is very, very nerdy Counter-Strike. But we'll have to wait and see if it pays off, because now we're entering round number 24, last of the regulation. And let's see if PARIVISION made the correct choice.
Well, if you would believe it, ENCE recovered 2 snipers. I don't think they're going to use both of them, but it's a cute idea.
For the cross, the mid-cross.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or SDY for
again,
a possible long peek. He's not that great of a spawn, though. He's going to go for middle.
Damage dealt to Jame. Of course. Who else would it be?
That's it, worth it. There's 2 ops.
There was that brief period of time where people were experimenting with throwing the incendiary as a fake and then running CTs towards upper tunnels. And that is a very risky play. I'm glad PARIVISION haven't elected to do it here, because they would have run straight into 2 ENCE members and gotten most likely destroyed. Now, a more common split. No pressure in mid from the defenders, though. This is definitely going to be this slow A and short take. Yeah. You can just feel it.
I think PARIVISION have learned their lesson in holding on to short. I mean, ENCE, it's by far their most favorite avenue of attack here on Dust 2, but PARIVISION have also realized we could probably put 3, maybe 4 bodies here on short. ENCE will still take it. Like, they're that good at taking short control. So, well, let's just stop them a bit later. I think that's pretty much the decision that they made. I feel like there's going to be smoke push here. Yeah. Nota gonna get in. Nachu caught off guard completely.
Good.
On the reload. Great play.
Yeah, very good. Artillery aiming for all those bodies and short. The pressure starts to mount when you lose your flank. Rotations can come in and you know
They're
it.
gonna go
Instead,
back.
they're going to pivot around towards mid. Yeah, they're going back, but I
This
don't think
didn't
that's the
work.
right play. Oh, Belchadok is able to spray multiple down, and with no hope in that mid take, that is a wrap with PARIVISION scoring it at the very end of regulation.
Whew, some fireworks there at the end with rounds trading back and forth. ENCE will just not be able to complete the rest of the rounds, but no overtime for this first map. But looking at what the previous score was when we had it to Dust 2 between these two teams, it was 13-8. So ENCE Academy very much improving on that. Also, PARIVISION for that final round managed to force ENCE into the only other full gun round that they lost on that T-side half. Right? We saw that rotate come in earlier. Or not necessarily lost, but it ended in the Jame 1v2. That round where they tried to bill, tried to get back, go through mid doors, and hope you can still go to B. That already looked very risky. They managed to survive it once, but of course PARIVISION learned their lesson. So 13-11.
13-11. Hey, an improvement from the last time ENCE showed up on that map. So at the very least, you can say they're definitely thinking. Did they burn enough mental energy, and did they keep enough in reserve? Because this series could indeed be a long one. And if ENCE are going to repeat history and make it 2-1, well, it's going to have to be a longer one. But we still have plenty of maps, plenty of Counter-Strike to be played. So join us for map number 2 after a short break. Pretty explosive Dust 2 to open this series off between ENCE and PARIVISION. And while ENCE did look better than the last time they dueled James boys on that particular map, they still ended up falling in regulation. We are now going into map number 2, and it's going to be Train, where previously ENCE got the better of PARIVISION. So if the script holds, well, PARIVISION might do a little bit better than the last time, but I do think Glaive and the homies are going to be able to take us to a third map. We're going to go in several Sheep here to bring you the cast. Sheep, how are you thinking about this matchup on Train?
The interesting thing is, for both teams, it's never really a first pick. It's only 12 and 4% respectively. But ENCE do have a 7-map win streak. So PARIVISION continuing their 9-map winning streak on Dust 2 in the previous match that we've just seen. But a bit of a curveball to throw in Train already here and not letting it go to the decider, which is Ancient, which is usually their first pick. ENCE Academy really banking on making it to that third map, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. And, you know, they were pretty close to being able to at least force extra rounds on Dust 2, but Train is a different beast. And what I really like to find out is with PARIVISION, of course, starting on that CT side, just how many rounds are ENCE going to be able to post on the offense? Glaive's calling is always something to write home about. Of course, the team is at a boot camp since they're attempting another tournament's land shortly. But coming into map number 2, ENCE have a lot to prove on the T side, and if they can at least post 4 to 5, well, that will be a nice little start for their campaign on the second map. We're about ready to get into our pistol round here for map number 2. Of course, PARIVISION won the opening pistol of Dust 2 only to get reset and eventually had to go on a 9-round streak, including the switch over to the second pistol on Dust 2. Just to put it into perspective, man, that was 2 pistol rounds won on Dust 2, and they still only clinched it 13-11. So ENCE are clearly here to play.
For sure. ENCE hoping for a bit of a similar start at least. Winning the pistol, or at least getting the bomb plant down, is gonna probably be top priority. Because these force buys can be really good, especially with how weak a defense on B can be. As the players are shooting their final warm-up shots. Evolution cost on the 1s and 2s. On the observing. And we're getting ready to head into the pistol. Anything interesting being bought? Not really. Just a couple bits of util. No dualies! Oh, that's new, actually.
That is new. Yeah, it's going to be the more brawler type where nobody's kicking open the saloon doors. It's just going to be a whole lot of Kevlar. And kicker it with an HE. That's a little cute. He's already dispensed with it. And not for any damage. So, bit of a missed opportunity as they've torched the T main position. Belchanok going to be the first point of contact here and spots at least one T pushing on in. The fog of war, though, obscuring exactly how many there are. SDY holding for Noda's aggression here. They've mapped this out. They know it's a possibility, but whiffing on the Glock shots. Not able to make things happen. Really well played from Noda to extend his lifespan for that long, but SDY does end up getting him on the re-aggress, and now it's a 5v4.
Yeah, a bit of a jab thrown there by PARIVISION, not really going for a knockout punch. It's gonna get checked by ENCE. And again, these CT sites, they were doing the same thing on Dust, where you see PARIVISION just sort of has this group mentality when on the defense. But even now, you can still very easily route back as soon as ENCE get the knowledge that there's 4 players here. Everything thrown in.
Okay.
Ooh, some nice steps there.
Yeah. Opportunity. Remember, these USPs are very deadly at this range. Glocks take a little bit more precision. James has found a second frag, the head of the opposing captain, and now with all this damage dealt down range, that is a cleanup for PARIVISION. In the 4-on-5, it was almost like Nota didn't even matter in the end. Decides to give ENCE false confidence. That's it. Third pistol. 3 for 3 so far for PARIVISION, and they are going to start their CT campaign of Train off with a win.
Full house on the table with the opening bets. Belchanok and James getting all 5 kills combined. And keeping it clean. This now can become scary, because PARIVISION can build streaks on this CT side. I've seen them do it before. ENCE are gonna have to find a way to infiltrate, to break through.
Big opportunity for PARIVISION if they want to keep pushing through this long dog position, but instead, it's going to be only 2 men defending. Glaive trying to run him down. Jame, though, will finish the job. The bomb almost gets planted, but a very nice flank from Kickert. Only 1 player will end up collapsing at the end, and, well, I suppose it was the least likely to go down in such a situation. Jame not known for his eco-deaths, yet that is the only Pyrrhic victory that ENCE are going to be able to post in this round. They really wanted that bomb plant. That would have been brilliant, but Natu was not safe from the MP9.
One thing that I'm also looking for is, at what point will ENCE test the outside hold? At what point will they just go for a full rush into that outside side to figure out, is this defense going to hold? Because, oh man, I've seen teams just completely be unable to adjust those outside holds once they sort of start to crumble. Or what we may see is ENCE just completely avoiding it. Would it be the first time they avoid parts of the map?
Yeah, Dust 2, their favored spot was short. Train, they continue their tactical prowess, but T-sides, T-rounds, hard to come by on this map. See just how many they can post. That's the big question as we slow things down. A minute left on the clock. Plenty of rifles here. Kickert brought down low towards Ivy. Okay, that's a little bit of damage dealt, but SDY needs more than that if he wants to make things happen here.
Lots of change-ups happening on the PARIVISION side. Playing Kickert into the halls and gets away with his life and the kill. Great efficiency from Kickert there, and that's gonna already hurt the attack before it even gets going. Kickert somehow still standing, finally dropped his 2 kills for ENCE. Bomb plant now should be guaranteed. They don't want to go for it just yet.
Okay, they just punched in, but Travis fadeaway. Kaspersky's was already so very low, and the long-range spray is not going to work out for SDY. Pody is in the smoke. This is the last hope that ENCE have for this round. This is a 1-on-3, and the best he can hope for is a miraculous kill. He is so very low himself. There we go, immediately behind cover. Long range against Jame. Brings him down to 1 point of health almost. This is still a possibility, but that's the op striking him down. And there is the defuse as well. Belchenok was frozen in fear, but ends up with the captain taking the reins. That would be a 3rd round for PARIVISION, but that was damn close.
Pody, had he just been able to keep couple more bullets in, or just even hit that spray onto Jame, complete that spray onto Jame, that would have, I think, would have been the round. Because if you get those 2 kills already, that 15 HP on Belchenok, well, you're able to burn that away like a piece of paper thrown into a campfire.
Toasted marshmallows here as they call their attack timeout. They've got 1 hero AK. Pody wants to try again. Everybody else on armored pistols, except for Glaive, who has yet to finish his purchase. They're talking over their options here. These kinds of T rounds so rarely get over the finish line on Train, but it's not something I would immediately dismiss as a possibility out of hand. Jame has the sniper once again. He was very impactful in that last round, taking out the hero of ENCE in the final Embers, round number 3. One thing I really want to see as this goes forward is, you mentioned it earlier, the outside hit. Where is it? When is it going to happen? T's have basically started to avoid Ivy, except for in very specific circumstances. The Pody's already out Olaf, so the outside hit is going to be an option, but unfortunately blinded. Serves him up on a silver platter for Noda and immediately clotheslines any opportunity coming out of Dog. So this is back to unfortunate times for ENCE. They can't even recover their AK.
I have a feeling this was just a bit of a scouting report. What util do they throw? What response is there? So now they know, well, it's probably going to be some red train aggression on the other side if they go for a full gun round take of the map. You got me hungry talking about toasting marshmallows, man. For you and for the chat as well, of course. For the chat, thank you for being here. Is it s'mores? Yay or nay?
As in, do I like them, or is that what we call them?
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
Do you like s'mores?
You know, I
Have you
used to
ever
have
had
such a
s'mores?
sweet tooth. I think I'm still a pretty sweet tooth kind of guy, but I'm trying to cut the weight. So I will say I will respectfully decline, but they are pretty yummy.
No more s'mores.
No more s'mores.
Yeah,
no more fun. I turned 30 and now I can't do anything. It's all over.
It's not as popular on the European continent. But 2v3 actually, whilst we're talking about sweet snacks. And the AK is still in play. Kaspersky needs to get big here. Kill from the IGL. That's Glaive with one more. Glaive has to do it all by himself, but the Nota Travis duo. Well, Nota just finishing off Travis's work. 4th on the board.
Yeah, of
There
course
is a
they recovered
possibility that
sniper.
this. Yeah. There's a possibility that this entire T-side half will just be only these almost rounds, and it's just going to be like an 11-1 for PARIVISION.
Yeah, then ENCE will have to do one better. Hold my beer and go 12-0. Finish us off. I will point out, Glaive has had plenty of miraculous clutches on the B site, just in Counter-Strike 2 so far. So I wasn't going to not believe in him, even though he's a Deagle 1v2. And Pody, that's a very nice opening pick onto Travis and Ivy. We'll take that every day of the week for our ENCE enjoyers in the chat. Well, he's going to need to post up and do a little bit more. And if anybody is already starting to lose faith, just need I remind you, this is train. You're not expected to post too many T rounds. So the fact that they're getting almost there, heartbreaking in a way, but it's also already miraculous. So you can huff that copium while you wait for an ENCE post. They've got themselves into a 5v4. And Belchanok is using an AUG, so I suppose he's already morally disqualified.
Yeah, no blowout rounds yet, as you mentioned as well, for PARIVISION. So that money's not really gone anywhere too far out of control. Do you really think the AUG is that bad?
I have vivid memories of the SG and AUG metas.
Ah, fair.
But, you know, that's actually how ENCE got their Tier 1 splash, is with the AUG. So I suppose they can't be too miffed as an organization. Although with the long-range sprays I was seeing in B earlier, that ended up, unfortunately, making ENCE much harder for them to get it over the finish line on that site. It almost felt like they were using SGs or something. They thought they were using SGs. That did not work out. Now, Jame had a very uncharacteristic whiff. That was supposed to be a tripwire, but instead the trap was sprung and ENCE just pincer on multiple players there. 3 frags of flurry, leaving Belchanok alone and now gone. How about that for an ENCE round?
Wow, that was probably worst case scenario for our observer. 3 kills coming at exactly the same second. That was I'm gonna watch that round back in a bit because okay. Can I watch that round back?
Here we go.
I need to
Pulling
look
them
at
up.
the mini map because that was such an interesting setup. It was the passive angles being held, but at just all at the same time.
Yeah, 3 separate aim duels whiffed by PARIVISION players, right? It ends up coming down to heads-up play from ENCE to score that. And I think PARIVISION are equally bewildered. They call their own tac pause.
Pretty surprised how that round unfolded as much as it did. I'm just watching the replay back now to see what exactly went wrong there for PARIVISION. A bit of a scrappy buy for the CTs. I'm hoping for some J Magic Jame. Now on 8 kills already. Of course, there was a bit of that whiff in the previous round, but last time these two teams met on train, James did not really overperform, or perform as we expect him to. 16 and 14 was his KD. And once more, Travis gonna be the first loser of round, of the T-side hands.
There are some difficulties here for PARIVISION, and it's not just that they're down a man. Oh, Nate2 gives one back with that weird bounce. Yeah, as of right now, James has to find the most impactful position to post up, and they have no utility. They've got a couple walking wounded. But Kickert is pretty far forward. Now the pressure is starting to mount. Oh, he's flashed with that second one. That is good, but Kaspersky has no idea. SDY still holding for it. That's been calmed through. That's a big spray, but Glaive recovers immediately. Opportunity for a multi-frag was there, not taken. Kickert falls, and with it, it feels like at this point we're going to see Shades of Dust 2, where PARIVISION will just end up saving on the other site. I love that ENCE are taking their time. They're moving into the stack. This is I don't know about this one. No, they're going to go back around. Okay. Persky found that out. I was worried they'd walk right into the stack and offer up an opportunity for PARIVISION to score yet again, but instead it will be, with 10 seconds remaining, an ENCE bomb plant. And after 40 seconds, we will see second round for them. So, hey, if they can keep this ratio going, 8-4 is a pretty normal score line to find on CT side train. And if ENCE just do better on their side, they've got the win.
Yeah, money's now starting to become a bit of an issue as well. Also, I just checked back the replay, kept my eye on the minimap to see what exactly went wrong for PARIVISION in that first victory of ENCE. It was a very similar setup as what we're used to. So it was James on Ivy, and then 3 players on the B bomb side. Around 10 seconds before James got attacked there in Ivy, before that pop started, all 3 of the PARIVISION players decided to still go for the rotate, and they were just frantically sprinting into angles already being held by ENCE, both long Ivy and in connector. And they were just completely caught out of position, which, I mean, it's what we saw in Dust 2 as well, right? Where you got like the 1-3 setup, and the one player goes down, and they're like, oh yeah, screw it, we'll save. But for this one, apparently they got called back in by James, or by who made the call. And they got completely destroyed. So that is a bit of a risky one for PARIVISION to attempt again.
Feels that way for sure. One thing I like about their current setup in round number 7 is that they are keeping the pistol players pretty close to the players with weapons. They can be used as a human decoy, but they can also pick up the gun if it ends up getting dropped. And so, obviously, Soviet-era tactics are not something you see every day in Counter-Strike, but now with James lurking over with the sniper.
Bernogo dropping the war knowledge.
Oh, James almost dropped himself. That was good timing for the ENCE player. Yeah, it's a bit of a infamous tactic that they have more bodies than guns back then. So Kalashnikovs were a precious resource. Now it feels like PARIVISION players are a precious resource. They've lost 2 players, both of them with rifles, both of them feeling unrecoverable. Travis, he's not burned out. Hi. Oh, not quite able to. I believed, but James got rid of. Oh man, no guns saved, no opportunities, and you know, money is a problem. I'm not quite sure they'll have the op into the next round. It feels like they always do, but yeah, not able to do it this time around. Wow. Not able to save it into the next round. That is rough.
I'm gonna try and bless Travis with my caster curse / blessing.
Okay.
He's had the worst time thus far. He's been the opening death for I think 4 of the 7 rounds we've had, and then just to rub it in, he misses a complete full opportunity to USP Glaive down on that bomb plant.
Correct. He was pretty impactful on Dust 2. You know, he
Yeah,
had
for sure.
very momentous trades back
There
and
you go.
forth. And there you go. The bless is there. Travis receives thy blessing and receives
it works.
extra accuracy. Yeah, that's right. I thought maybe for a second Pody was going to cut him down seconds later,
Yeah, that
but
would've
no
been-
trade available. Round number 8 is a slower affair with the absence of SDY. Lots going to be on to Kickert here. And if he goes for the utility at the wrong time, he could just get pounced upon, but they need to resmoke team main. Oh, James playing with
just
fire
walks
here,
out.
but he will find Kaspersky afterwards.
Oh, but the kill's still coming through. ENCE feeling free to fight in the open. PARIVISION just again holding the perimeters. Just waiting for ENCE to make a move. They know in this mid round, if we're too aggressive, we're going to get caught. Nota with an upwards angle, and now they're going to advance. BELCHENOK goes unnoticed up until the death of their leader. And Pody has nothing to do here. Complete crossfire. Bomb spotted. Taken control of. And the escape is there. PARIVISION. That is a nice way to finally deal with that long dog presence. Just beautifully timed by BELCHENOK.
Yeah, and he was the map MVP on Dust 2. A bit of a quiet performance in terms of visual impact, visceral impact. But at the end of the day, his scoreline was inarguable. And he had some very nice multi-kills, spray downs versus ecos, etc. Ended up being impactful in PARIVISION's win there. So to see him rotate and get active, not quite leading the charge. James is awake here with 9 frags already. But second place is, silver medal here in PARIVISION's campaign so far. And Pody will, of course, have that AWP. Look at the money on them. I mean, that's even with Pody not getting anything for the last round since he had to save. Obviously, Glaive is buying down now, so it's a little bit more reasonable. But the T cash after 3 in a row, they are happy with that. If you get 5, maybe even 6 rounds, if a man can dream on the T side, sets you up so nicely going into the next.
Yeah, the blowouts have been fairly one-sided. Jesus! Oh, it still works, that long dog aggression. Finally, PARIVISION trying to put a cap on the aggression, trying to curb it a bit. James gonna play ahead of that smoke,
Easy.
knowing what they'd like to do. Such beautiful adjustments from PARIVISION early on in round 9. That's
Love to see
great
it.
stuff.
And they have to stay ahead of this. They have to stay ahead of ENCE's game plans because we are seeing their utility usage have plenty of impact. Their riflers finding little ratty angles to hold while the PARIVISION players try to rotate over. And now BELCHENOK caught off guard. That felt like a duel that was his. Glaive, he's not going to be so lucky. Kickert will take his life. Now this 2-on-3 turns to a 2 or 3-on-1. And once again, Pody in familiar territory. B-site, AWP this time, instead of an AK with no bullets, but it might as well be the same as Nota clotheslines him on the way out. No bomb plant, no friends in that round. That'll be the 6th for PARIVISION.
Yeah, some beautiful adjustments, going for a double push. I mean, what was it? Near 150 damage by the util on Kickert and Nota alone. Just to try and get into that long dog position. Just to try and challenge. But they brave it. And ENCE now probably will
Like
have to be a
Kaspersky didn't
bit
know they
more
were there,
careful.
right? You think about
No.
the way that the utility, the Molotov tick. Oh, it's happened again. Nota almost brought down to nothing. This is the kind of stuff that ENCE needs to convert on. They can't just rest on their laurels having done all this damage. Quick rotates available here for PARIVISION on the B site, but ENCE are cutting noise and keeping the question posed. This time around, no yields from that aggression in Pop Dog. Utility's starting to rain down.
Miss Molly. Miss Travis. He's going to be able to guard from himself. Boschnock, that AUG finally is going to get used what it was designed for, and that's holding off the attack on B. Effective for the first, but now he's all alone. Gets wrapped. Kaspersky and SDY into the breach. Ho ho! Polish Rifler doing great work here for ENCE. 11 kills already. He's been having a joy entry fragging on this map. And the rest cleaned up. ENCE Academy with adjustments of their own. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, I love to see those young guns fire back. PARIVISION, though, these are some ill-fated fights that they were taking in the late stages of that round. We go to round 11. 6-4 is our current score line, and that is impactful because the money once again shattered. Of course, James has an op, even when you doubt him. But we've got 5-7s for Nota and Belchanok. The other two players considering what they're going to buy. Tactical timeout here for PARIVISION to consider their options, and they're going to need to win a force buy. Otherwise, ENCE are actually going to be threatening a tied half on Train.
When PARIVISION's economy has exploded, James' op is the comically still left in place door. That is there.
No house, just the door. What's that?
Yep. Well, let's see if he can knock on some addresses here on the ENCE side. We call a couple of numbers, but yeah, you were completely correct. They're gonna need to win a force buy at some point to hold them off, and they are themselves very much aware all of this investment. 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, SDY knows pistols and op. Typical PARIVISION buy. Rotating back over, staying mobile. He needs to. He's the heavy gun, the long barrel. And so far he's been good for it. 12 kills, 6 deaths. So if he can keep that kind of performance up, surely he can find some success. The shoulder peek, oh, not quite. The crouch peek into the scope. Nate, brought down. Now starts to become a bit more awkward. Nota recovered an AK in the meanwhile. Glaive with the AWP. Covers that, but oh, the turnaround. It's only Glaive. 1-on-3. He's found the first of the 1-on-4 technically, but this needs to be miraculous and no bomb. A little bit of a minute on the clock here. Still possible, but we're talking 1% here.
Or even less. Or Nota's gonna give himself up. Okay, so it's gonna be IGL Op versus IGL Op battle. If Glaive manages to, in a clean duel, out-aim James, I'm gonna be baffled. But Travis now spotted.
Excited.
But I think in return as well. Oh, this is such a tense round. Bombs dropped at the top of the platform. I just now realized. Glaive has to go up the ladder now.
Oh, he gets it.
Doesn't have to jump down. Oh my word. This 1v2 is taking so damn long. They're just trying to choose and pick sides, and that's a nice bait. Yeah. Well planned, well played. Send Trevisan running.
The fact that Glaive still looks so dangerous in these clutches, man, it's tantalizing. And that's the force buy win. I want to remind you guys, if PARIVISION score 8-4, bog standard normal stuff for CT side Train, but the way it's happening with so many close rounds, ENCE are really in this, man. And if they keep this up, they could get a 5th. It's possible.
It's like the meme of kick flipping the shovel down a staircase. Just extra steps, same result.
That's right.
Looking for some more aggression. James easily picking up that kill. Not really any evolution seen on both of the extremities of ENCE, so that is both upper B, right, the Brown Hall's top exit, and Ivy. No real evolution seen throughout the half. It worked in the beginning, no real changes, and Nota. Well, just takes 2, easy as you like. Is this going to be the first and only complete blowout round for PARIVISION to end off the half? I have a feeling it's going to be.
Seems that way. Everybody's rotated over now that the bomb is dropped at E-Box, and Natu has had such a nightmare of a first half here. looking for his second kill, and he gets wallbanged. So really no option to shoot back. Some of these unlucky or bad moments are more so on the unlucky side. Best we can hope for is something miraculous. Yeah. Cursed together. And Pody will fall. And that's it. Clean sweep there for PARIVISION to score 8. And you were right, that is the only blowout round. As of just looking at the score line, if you weren't watching the cast, you would have no idea this was so contested. You just look 8-4, yeah, it's normal, but it was anything but as far as how we got here. And, well, that could have ramifications, switching halves. ENCE still feel like they're very much in this as we wait to see who's getting what.
Our lucky winner. Oh, damn. It's the Krakow. Of course, fully in theme for the new IEM Krakow that has been announced.
There you go.
And, indeed, Klunk is our winner. Congratulations. That's the biggest pool I've seen on my costs here.
Oh, yeah. I think I might be some kind of good luck charm. I've seen like 3 knives, 2 gloves, so... And I haven't casted that much more than anybody else here, so just saying, just saying. I mean, I have some kind of power. When you see my name, make sure to tune in. Get in that giveaway. Your odds go up. But ENCE definitely looking for some odds of their own. It doesn't look good from the layman's perspective. They see you're down a map, and it's 8-4 in favor of your opponents, but, well, as long as they score a pistol, at least one pistol in this best of 3, I think they're going to be just fine. It's going to be a very quick attack here with pace. PARIVISION storming the gates, but SDY has already cut the first down, and that's a big frag to find. James not able to ply his trade with the pistol. Bomb will go down, and it's going to be a 5v4 retake.
Opening kills have an increased influence on these pistol rounds, and, well, Nachu, very happy that he's switched sides, already kicking off with a good first kill, but they're going to be challenging him. They want any avenue to secure. They want to be stuck in the middle of this bomb site. But now the rest can come in right into Travis. The low fraggers are doing a lot of work here.
No.
2v3 left. It's Travis and Nachu, battle of the bottoms. Well, it's going to look like Travis is going to come out on top for this one. And PARIVISION, they are going to make it very, very difficult. Now a 9th on the board already.
That is wild. I can't believe Travis scores 2 on that hold. So impactful. It's like the 2 scrawniest guys you know doing an arm wrestle. And Travis apparently had a little bit of extra lettuce this morning. He's fine. That's a reference that's even older than me. Popeye. Who even knows about that guy?
I do. I've watched Popeye back in the days.
Oh, it wasn't even lettuce. It was spinach.
Yeah, it was spinach.
Washed.
I permanently have spinach in my freezer. Like, permanently. Spinach, some tuna, pasta. Oh, good dishes, man.
It's true. You can definitely use them well. But it was total propaganda for the spinach. Big spinach. You imagine my surprise when I ate a bunch of
big
it.
Spinach
suffered through it.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. Well, I'm just sitting there like, well, this kind of sucks, but I'm eating it. And then as a kid, and where's my muscles? What's happening? Life's not a cartoon.
It's that super fresh. Yeah. It's that super fresh spinach as well, where there's still like sand in between. Oh, lovely.
You get that grit in your teeth, you know?
Yeah. Taste of earth. Beautiful.
That's right. Earth give me strength. Now, PARIVISION, life is not a cartoon, but a game for them, as they have won every single pistol round in the series so far. But that is excellent utility damage, and Nachu is back on the MP9. You know he's going to be good for at least 1 frag. He'll take Kickered out, and the rest of them have been softened up with the exception of Belchanok. This is probably not going to be the 10th round for PARIVISION, if we're honest. The CT Force Buy going to start ENCE's campaign off properly.
Bit of an odd choice of round there for PARIVISION. I can understand expecting on a Force Buy round that an A stack is going to be the case, but I'd have a feeling the util advantage is going to be significant enough to at least try and force something out of that round, but, well, just going to beeline it.
Notice got no health. He cannot do this. Has to fall back. Nate will not find another victim yet. Information gained, though. And you're right. Going play with pace against a force buy. Now Belchanok has also softened up. Everybody taking so much damage. These guys are half dead before they even hit a site. PARIVISION have a lot left for them. And Glaive, they might get cut down here. No, of course not. The MP9s continue reigning supreme versus these low HP players. Jame unlikely to fall in this situation with Belchanok. Are they even going to expect him up there? Oh, he's hunting. He's hunting. That's just opened up an opportunity for STY to swing. Another player who needs a bit more impact on the server for my money. 10 seconds left here, and PARIVISION, if they end up dying after time in the second round, that would be so much worse than you think. But instead, ENCE are going to let them walk it off to the Lille save.
A successful defense for PARIVISION over the T-spawn.
That's right.
Yeah.
We will not be spawn camped today, comrade.
Oh, boy. Well, some fist bumps there for ENCE as they do what was absolutely necessary, and that is win that force buy round. Maybe helped a bit by the pretty fierce strat called by PARIVISION. Should still be good enough, and even now, looking at this, 2 Galils, Deke, yeah, a couple Glocks, but there is still very much a chance here that PARIVISION are able to take this one. Just get the right weapon in the right spot.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult here. How are they going to get through all of this utility is the question. Kaspersky with that recovered MAC-10. It's going to be served up a couple of players on a silver platter, but he pulls out the incendiary. Okay, he steadied his hand, but Nature's been traded meanwhile. Some machine gun master not going to be working it. Oh, look at this. They're toying with Glaive, but the spray down is good enough. And all right, crisis averted. That's a 6th round on the CT side here for ENCE. 2 in a row.
Ooh. Yeah, that was some good delay. If they probably just all ran in, Glaive would have gotten a double kill anyways. Maybe a bomb plant would have been in there, but finally PARIVISION get beat down to the pistols. It does look like Travis is going to be the op mule. 3.9k in the bank. We haven't seen many rounds where there was an op on one side, like on one team. Pretty much all of the rounds where we have seen an op, it's always been kind of on both sides. Pody and Jane both carrying it.
Why would Train be any different? It is an interesting observation, though. The money has been managed well by both sides. Noda playing anti-flash as STY gets himself a nice little easy layup. Good to see that even versus the Deagles, ENCE are standing tall, but Glaive had to check his shoelaces or something. I'm sure he'll get back up in a second, guys. Don't worry. Like that low violence mode from way back. Don't worry, he's just being arrested after being filled with lead.
Was that in CS?
Yeah,
CS
yeah, that was way back. That's it's even CS:GO I think technically had it in the console version as an option, but nobody remembers gaming the Counter-Strike Global Offensive on the Xbox 360.
Oh jeez, that's yeah, we're getting real niche there.
Yeah, it's like playing a strategy game on the console, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah. Command and Conquer 3. I played that on my
I actually
PS4.
wonder how many people got started on the Xbox 360 version of CS and then moved to PC. So there must be some, but I don't think it's going to be more than, what, 5?
Yeah, a small handful. The real problem for them was, of course, if you have a console, you probably don't also have a PC, right? Like usually you got one or the other. And so, and also the console version had so few updates comparatively. So it was like, it was frozen in time from a version in like 2013 maybe, whenever it came out. So
it's the version
like a time capsule.
it's the version everyone on Twitter wished we could go back to.
Yeah, of course, and nobody else.
By the looks of things, this does seem like a pretty intense technical timeout. As
Oh
we
yeah,
see
people are lounging.
Nota full chilling. We already saw some of the ENCE players stand up from their PCs. Nota is very sleepy. Hopefully they haven't been partying too hard on boot camp. I know that sometimes is the case. I've heard some stories.
Oh yeah, of course.
Players making some
all
pubs
the players
unsafe.
together. Yeah, they can walk on in, and it's brilliant. I still remember some of the best esports pub stories you can find and buried in some podcasts somewhere. And the one where it was an American like strip club, and a player was making it rain with, I think it was Ukrainian currency. But anyway, the conversion rate was ridiculous. Like they thought, oh, each one of those is at least $1, if not more.
It's like
Instead,
5
it was
cents.
like, yeah, good luck. This is like pelting you with coins, but in paper form. And so they were like, we need to leave right now before we are beaten to a pulp with a bouncer. So stuff like that, it's very, very compelling storylines there, very compelling narratives. But thankfully, I think there's a bit more awareness now of you talk about media training. People need to be pub trained at this point.
I mean, there's a bit less niche, but the story of Nico after Boston. I think Tarek was talking about it. That that the Boston major happened, and like there was like at the hotel there was like a club or a bar or something, and or somewhere near the hotel, and they had to carry Nico home. So it was the Cloud9 guys carrying Nico back to his bed.
Yeah. And he's just like, I could have won.
Next time I'll beat you guys. Just full drunk.
Meanwhile, the next time somebody had to carry Nico home was after his deagle whiff onto Simple. Unfortunate.
Yep.
Somebody had that funny post about Nico's whiffs. Was I think it was Falcons versus Vitality. He had a big whiff on the bomb planter and the lower sight. And if you just go straight up, you'll find the other spot he whiffed at, Heaven to Hut. So yeah, it's just it's weird how that's
first coordinates.
Yeah, it doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Yeah. So something like that. Hey, we're back into it though. Round 17 ahead of us, and while we were talking about all kinds of funny stuff, it's worth pointing out PARIVISION did bring that to only 2 survivors for the CT side. So money, not as flush as they wanted it to be. That was, of course, a PARIVISION kind of whack by. But Pody has the op, and for the first time, it feels like James does not when his opponent does. So that's interesting. Maybe the technical timeout was, hey guys, where's the op? We don't have the op. What's going on? And then admin said to explain to them, actually, you didn't have enough money this time. James couldn't believe it.
So, /admin, spawn op for me, please.
Yeah.
Well, PARIVISION looking for the same sort of approach, both top brown halls and pop dog. And Nachu is holding one of the nerdiest angles of this new train edition, which is you can sit on the ladder and just spot a bit of a corner.
Oh, whoa, right then. Kaspersky went hunting and got brought into the pool by the fish, but look at that. SDY and Nachu combining. Glaive will pick up the slack from Ukrainian player as he only gets one, but now Glaive is here to get the rest. I know, running right into his crosshair, and look at that, gifting him the AK. Kalashnikov delivery service by PARIVISION as ENCE post an 8th round. One away from tying us up, and remember what I said, guys. CT side train, everything is still in the cards here. Anybody's map.
It was also a pretty fun setup, at least for the long-range defense from ENCE, where you had both players at around that brown train you see here to your left. Which means both are on a pretty different angle, but you can still see like the exit of the top brown halls, which is very annoying to clear. If you have to clear both of those angles, it's pretty much impossible. So, fun hold there. Fun little utility free play. For those allergic to util, we have some dishes for you.
Allergic to util. Couldn't be my premier teammates. Well, this is an interesting setup over here. Couple players towards Ivy. Very rare to see so many CTs crawling over it. But it's actually the right move, as PARIVISION are grouped up in that direction. So far, even Steven, but there's more action to be had, and with only pistols, how much more damage can we see? Glaive will take out Nota. Belchanok has found a weapon. He has been able to take Natu out. Still continuing some of the struggles there. Pody posted up with the sniper.
Nope.
Oh, has he heard this drop? He has. Adjusts in time. Remember, no bomb available here, and he will find him. That is all the pressure releasing all at once. Every ENCE player, sigh of relief. Travis, my man, looking for his 5th frag of the map. Will the Deagle end his curse?
Nope.
Not at all.
Still, Nature and Travis not really having the best of times here.
Yeah. SDY has picked up a lot of frags so far. Of course, the money management has given him a lot of favorable duels in terms of equipment. Very impactful frag from Pody. Won't show up on the scoreboard as it's only his 8th frag, but if he doesn't land that shot, things get so much more squirrely. And Glaive is kind of hot in the heels of Jame here. Only 4 frags separating the players. Same deaths, so interesting that he's having a lot of the CT side impact as well. Oh, and Jame has an opportunity, but Kaspersky adjusts very well. Brought down so very low, but it doesn't matter. You still got the frag. AK is available for the remaining players of PARIVISION, as they are posturing towards that B site, but no pressure has been really successfully applied to the A. It means that we are looking at Natu and Pody doubling up here with not a care in the world.
Everyone would trade a leg shot for a kill onto Jame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's that angle that I was talking about. Spots a pixel, Pody comes jumping in.
Yeah.
But nothing
A
just
cute
yet.
move. Oh, so close. But Belchanok, will you give him the opportunity? Throws out the util instead. Drops available onto the site. Travis storming the gates, but he's held by Pody. And there's Belchanok falling down. Kickert takes advantage of the chaos. Natu now needs to go big. He's gotten 2. And we've got Kickert planting the bomb. Pody pressing the issue with the AWP. This is a 1v3 for the Kazakh. And look at that. He's found the first. The long-range spray brings Natu down to half. SDY, be the big man here. Rotate over and help your buddy, because the French rifler is down for the count. And there we go with 1 left alive. Balancing on a knife's edge. Looking for that sniper. Realizes, oh, you went all the way towards the bomb? That's kind of crazy, buddy. I'll defuse
You
it.
died
Grab
here?
that well, let's see if we can even find it. They're looking. He can't. He sees nothing.
Feels like one of those Dima wallhack videos, you know, the hide and seek.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
hide and seek videos that are actually really well made, by the way. Shout out Dima.
We'll have a little custom action. Of course, we referenced Zool's Long Man video, Long Barrel, but
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
rest in peace, Zool. I mean, the guy makes classic offensive, and Valve's like, actually, no. But modding is a pretty cool thing. More people should check it out. As of right now, though, it's just a carpet bomb towards the Brown Halls from both teams, really. And nice meaty nade onto Belchanok, but with the whiff from Pody, opens up an opportunity here. PARIVISION have taken map control, and for the first time in a while on the T side, they haven't suffered an opening loss.
Why not
Ladder.
just walk around? Why?
No, I must do it. 1 second faster.
Oh.
Impressive.
Just to wait at the top of the staircase as well.
I know.
Well, the take is still coming in. Nature. This left lane is vulnerable, but Pody. Oh, it's looking like he got enough time to cock back that gun, but no. PARIVISION have spotted the vulnerability. ENCE Academy weak on that B bomb site. Second time in a row now. How is this response going to be? I'm expecting a timeout, at least this one or next round from ENCE.
Yeah. Yeah, they just crossed double digits, and now it's going to be tied up yet again. They're going to look for some exits because this was a bit of a compromised buy, losing so many players in the last round. And PARIVISION still had that momentum on them. They'll finally cross that Rubicon. Everybody on double digits. And again, I'm kind of starting to smell extra rounds. Last time I was led astray, it was 13-11, but this time could be different. PARIVISION, happy to post a T round. They need to do it 3 more times, and Kaspersky just looking for any sort of gun he can scrape together, but it's still the MP9 at the end of the day. Pody will have that sniper again, of course. But this is basically everything that they can get, and you're right. I was expecting a tactical one, but I guess they'll wait a while longer.
I'm pretty sure we also don't do the extra timeout in overtime in our tournament.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we don't. So that might also be looking into the future from NKJ, saying, well, the possibility of having that timeout is worth not taking it here.
Yeah, could be. And look at this, a much slower round from PARIVISION this time around. Not interested in
And triple stack
being
on B.
so aggressive. Oh, wow. No way. How does James not pull the trigger effectively twice there? The whiff technically from both oppers, but a much harder angled for Pody to hit, so no surprises on that side. A is going to be the target. We got loads of T's ready to pop out a long dog. And there's been a much heavier presence towards B for ENCE. They have no idea this hit is coming. 2 available to quickly rotate, but Z is smoked off, and Pody, very, very impactful frag there. Needed a clothesline kicker on the way out.
SDY gets into a great position here. Noda caught on the walk in. That's an important frag for the T side. Having this 4v4, it feels like it's going to stagnate a bit. But the lineup from Kaspersky. Oh, I wish he would have picked up an AK there in the previous.
Yeah.
SMG betraying him. Slowly chipping away is ENCE. Chipping away continues. 2 versus 2 or 2 versus 4. Pody with the triple kill to end it all off. 11th on the board, and well, ENCE even with the original triple stack on B, it's gonna be Pody up delivering.
That was a really tight frag from Natu as well. I mean, it feels like this kind of round doesn't happen so cleanly if anything is different from the ENCE side. And now with a double op setup available for them, if they want it, it looks like they instead traded up for AKs, knowing they had plenty of cash to splash anyway and preferring that mobility. With the way PARIVISION are playing, it makes perfect sense. You want to be able to rotate around and get that value. One more full buy here for PARIVISION before they have to think about anything on the budget. Noda has no utility. That is one concession. Had a very impactful kill earlier on SDY, but not quite enough. James tagged. Kaspersky finishes kicker it off nice and early, and no! Noda looks around the wrong way. I don't know if they thought a smoke was coming or what, but that was miscommunication written all over. Now in a 3 versus 5, PARIVISION staring down the barrel of map point here for ENCE. Almost no way to keep them off of 12.
I don't see a solution. Well, I do see a solution, and I think James is thinking about it as well, which is saving. Yeah. What else can you do? Bomb is still stuck here in A main. He wants to get out. They're still going for this fight. 2v5. It's becoming increasingly more difficult to do anything here. And
Well,
is this just like 3D chess saving that James is now gonna do? Like, oh, they'll never check CT spawn if they go for
might
the
be.
hunt.
That should be the fallback plan as they're waiting for any look in. He is behind enemy lines and can go for some kind of backstab, but look at the way that
30
ENCE are
seconds is
positioned.
never enough.
No, I mean, you see the way the bomb is going. What is he going for here? He spotted the little backpack in Natu. He should be good for the frag here. Is he going to think about the... Oh, he's thinking about multi-fragging. Okay. I was going to say, don't you dare pull out your knife.
Oh, he can?
No, can't.
Travis can get out of A main. It's 10 seconds.
Okay.
This bomb can go down, and James is holding Ivy. He's hearing all these footsteps. Glaive!
No way.
Jumping into the jaws! And it's Pody in the 1 versus 2. It's falling apart for ENCE 2v5. Tries to get the USP onto Travis. It connects. Only a single flashbang. But an op versus op. Jame, he has to move quicker. He has to move quicker. Is this going to be it? ENCE
Nah.
does get that point. Whoa.
Unbelievable scenes on the A-bomb site. ENCE scoring map point just with the pros don't fake. Pody's found that out from his time in ENCE Academy. And Jame, oh, what a heroic infiltration mission, spec ops, etc. They should be calling James' name, not Snake. But it wasn't solid enough.
Once again,
I mean,
it's
who's going to
clutch going
expect
the way
you to
of
have
ENCE.
ice in your veins,
Yeah.
man? Like, no way Pody sticks that. And it's such high pressure, but it does happen. The buy is out. Money for everyone. And look at that. Opening frag. Doesn't favor a single person, but Nota. His position known. Pody. Oh, that's
Pody.
impact.
What a banging shot. And I mean, it's been the trend throughout the CCT final, throughout this match. Clutches going the way of ENCE. Kaspersky filled with confidence. Kicker's the only one left for no-go.
That's it. This would be a 1-on-4. And I know my man is a veteran, but no shot. Kicker pulls this one off. He had a similar attempt somewhat recently where he was able to claw a victory back, but I don't think it's going to matter here. Finds the first. Lots of damage dealt to Pody. Not enough. 13-10. ENCE do one better than Dust 2 and take us to a decider. PARIVISION looked pretty damn good when they were on that CT side, but even then, ENCE were dangerous. And then you back them into a corner, they are going to take you to Ancient, where we will decide who moves on to the semifinals of Galaxy Battle Phase 2, and who goes home empty-handed. Will it be ENCE again, repeating their procedures as in the CCT final, or is this going to be PARIVISION performing a bit of an upset on that decider?
23 rounds. Kaspersky able to get 100 ADR for all of those rounds in total. And I mean, it's the clutch factor again going away. PARIVISION trying their mightiest to claw back at 2v5 no less on that A bomb side is looking lost. But at the point ENCE Academy you said ENCE Academy earlier, stuck in my head. At the point ENCE started to go for the hunt of Travis, Jame had already gone in for the flank. I mean, that round is just pure magic, and you see Pody filled with the confidence there in the end. I mean, we did expect ENCE to bring us to a map 3. I think I can speak for both that we didn't really expect it to happen like this.
No, not with a down
what an
to the
entertaining
wire
map.
0.1 second defuse before Jame peeks you, and then for Jame to whiff afterwards anyway. There were some absolute scenes in this map of Train, delivering an exciting match of Counter-Strike. But I'm sure Ancient will be no different. Neck and neck have these teams been. ENCE might be favored going into it, but PARIVISION can still deliver the knockout punch and surprise everybody on their conquest towards the semifinals. Of course, Iberian Soul awaits. The winner of these two teams will decide who's going to progress after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for day number 3, or it's map number 3, actually, of the quarterfinal here. PARIVISION just got slightly edged out on Train. It was miraculous in its making, but ENCE, they remain unmoved. They are going to Ancient. And you know what, Sheep? I think we need predictions. What's your prediction for here in this series?
I'm gonna get in some help, actually. What do you think your prediction is? Oh, it's gonna be ENCE. All right, perfect. So it's gonna be ENCE. You heard it from the bear. Wee. So yeah, the bear thinks it's going to be ENCE, and I think I agree with him.
Yeah, you got to trust in the bear, right? There's only so many times you'll get a prediction from a bear, so why not? Yeah, get the bear in the action. That means that Glaive has been officially blessed, and your blessing did work for Travis in the last map, so maybe it'll work for one map for ENCE as a whole.
It didn't work that well for Travis, though, as he did get one kill immediately after, but then slowed down again. It was Nexus that actually did manage to regain some form there in that second half. But yeah, ENCE have been looking good. It's the Dynamo Eklot bootcamp area treating him nicely.
Yeah. And currently sitting pretty in Prague while we wait for PARIVISION to see some fruits for their labors. They are also all together in a boot camp. Love to see it. Looks like some place that's still sunny.
With the kickered flag. The flag behind
yes.
Kicker.
Yeah, the latest Bestia supporter makes himself known, Classic move.
Ancient.
Well, we are going to be going to Ancient.
Yeah.
This is a really interesting map because I am expecting some absolutely explosive stuff out of the T side. But whoever ends up going for it first. But will it be PARIVISION or ENCE? We need a knife round to decide.
It was a pretty one-sided affair in the previous meeting between these two teams. It was Ancient 13-7 to ENCE as the third map in that best of 3 as well. And it's going to be a very dominant knife round. All of the kills going their way, so ENCE Academy will get to pick the sides. One thing that I've seen teams do more and more often, especially 9, who are playing right after this one, they are starting to pick the T side way more often than actually starting on the CT side. ENCE are not going to go into that same boat.
Yeah, interesting. It's been CT side starts from everyone who could in all 3 maps. And on Train, that makes sense. You can even make an argument for it on Dust 2. But I think Ancient is more known as this map where setting the pace is very valuable no matter which side you're on. So don't mistake ENCE's CT side start for a more passive leaning. They are absolutely going to need to push for map control. And this pistol, well, it might be a little bit different as PARIVISION are grouping up for A. SDY with the dualies. Nature will be boosted up. No, he'll boost himself up. Thank you very much. And, well, this is a power position for those dual Berettas.
I've seen him whiff, though, at this angle. They're gonna get heavily tested. SDY ready with the melons and destroyed. Now Nature with the USP, so many different angles, gets swarmed by this pack of Paravision bees. And only 2 left for the defense. Okay.
Ooh,
Bomb
bomb
denied.
plant stopped. Okay, that's something for ENCE to work with here. They have not won a single pistol in the series just yet, despite how close those other maps were. Feels like Paravision needs every advantage they can get to finally put ENCE to bed, but they're in a bit of a standstill. 50 seconds, plenty of time, but Pody on the lurk. This is opportunity. Persky moving forward. Pody, he strikes, and there it is, the spray down from the dual Berettas. 3 frags for the antivirus, and that bomb will be defused. I don't know what they're looking for, maybe a drop kit or any bit of utility he can scrape together, but it's not to be. And that is a wrap there. ENCE finally winning a pistol.
Well, great timing for it. Final map. One slight issue is that they have let that bomb go down. Of course, well, at the end, in the middle of the round, it didn't really have much of an option. But
Oh, yeah.
it's still going to be quite dicey, because there's going to be a hefty force buy coming in from Paravision. It's going to be 3 Galils, 2 Techies. Expecting a bit of a B play here.
Absolutely could be. I mean, we always expect any sort of attack with pace when you see this kind of loadout deployed to the server. Pretty limited utility from the CTs. They only have 4 smokes left. One of them recovered at the end of the pistol. Well, minute 30. ENCE are not yet convinced of where the attack is going to come in, but 3 members are still here to be steady hands in the B site. And Paravision, a molly and a smoke. That's all they got to their name for the utility. Be past a kicker.
This is going to be an unbelievably dry round. Glaive's going to have 1 more smoke. That's going to go way too deep. They're far past that.
Oh, yeah.
Bomb site fails. As Glaive does too.
Let's find
4
out.
versus 4.
This
Another
is
retake
tight.
needed. Yeah.
Well, Nature's on the flank. Can absolutely come in through CT spawn. They're going to go for this option, but they have no kit, so they need to hustle ever so slightly. James, very powerful crossfire set up here, but SDY will find first blood. Belchanok getting traded immediately, and Nature pounces at the perfect moment, even spraying James down with the MP9. At the end of the day, it's academic. 3 members stay alive. That's going to be plenty of cash for the next round to invest in. We'll probably see 2 MP9s knowing this team, but ENCE will grab a second. And hopefully somebody has the wherewithal to grab a kit into the next round, because these bomb plants are getting tight.
That is a beautifully timed retake. Nature waiting for that cave attention. And we end up with the 2-0. So ENCE Academy able to hold on quite cleanly. I was expecting, probably, if more kills had come through for Paravision, that there was going to be a force buy in this one. But just back down to around 2k. Ready for the full gun round afterwards. There's still a lot of Tech 9s here.
Well, they're able to make something happen here. Finally, Nota will be put down in mid, but not before trading. And look at this. An infiltration mission on the A site. Doesn't necessarily guarantee the bomb plants. It's all the way down in spawn, and Belchanok and James are falling well before Kicker can get anywhere close to the site. Instead, Travis will egress back towards B. And the slow rotation begins. All the way through Swamp. We'll see Kicker to eventually try to get the bomb plant down, but the rotations are fast enough with ENCE.
Travis needs a multi and won't get one. Won't even get one. I think this will just be pretty damn clean from Kicker. Pony the off angle. Nearly takes him down. 7 HP left on the sniperless Opper. 3-0. And this is quite good. I mean, in this round and the previous, it's ENCE not really folding under the pressure of these smaller weapons. Very confident in the retake, very confident in the rotates in round number 3, so looking good. ENCE feeling comfortable by the looks of things.
It's good to see them really take hold of the driver's seat. Now they're up against 5 rifles.
Ooh, missed smoke. Now that tree won't be able to see anything.
That's
Finally.
right. If they boost with 3 players outside of Donut, they're smoked. Good to see the color coding here. And Travis, oh, he had an opportunity there. A little bit too nervous, though, and Kickert steady hand. He should be able to get Glaive here as well. The HE will chase him, but all the way back to safety is the story at IGL. They'll swap weapons so that it's Glaive with the lesser T rifle. This is a 4-on-4. Utility favoring PARIVISION, but they need to actually get some map control with it, so hold your horses on any strong predictions just yet. Another mid-aggress here from the CTs is going to give them a lot of map control to work with, and Noto will be the next point of contact potentially, but SDY already in a good spot. Glaive shoulder peeking, keeping him interested, and there it is. Baited in, hook, line, and sinker. The A-hit has to come now.
Belchinok through the smoke is going to punish Nachu. 3 versus 3 as the spray is inaccurate. Jam will be able to survive to get those digits in. Belchinok low HP. I mean, this flank. Players on the bomb side need to hold off. Kickert might play a massive piece in the denial of this retake. It's Glaive on 16 HP, the only one with the kit. And there's still smoke left, but Kickert's going to come in. And SDY has quit checking for it. Whoa! 180 from
wow.
SDY! Oh, this could happen. James, not again. He tries to not be fooled again by a defuse stick, but he does get fooled once more. Was expecting the repeat, but Glaive holds.
Yeah, pros don't fake, and nobody's more pro than Glaive at this point. Been around the block. Hot minute. Storied IGL manages to once again lead by example. SDY, that turret, if he didn't swing immediately and clear Donut, that would have been a lost round. Every way that you could imagine ends up going the way of ENCE. And, of course, James saves his AK-47 at the very least, but he wanted the round win. He was not aggressive enough for it. Carpet bombing towards the B short. It will be plenty of opportunities for one-bullet headshots. Those A1Ss can now easily clear Travis and Nota. A bit harder for the rest of the squad. And James sits Kaspersky down. It's not going to be easy one for ENCE. And their money is a little bit dry. Glaive the only one with any amount of money. Hedge fund. Pody looking for Nota here in Red Room. But, oh, the timing. This could be a disaster. Oh, he knows, though. Checks him. Smart play.
Yeah, you saw him get scared on the camera that Noda was actually there.
Yeah.
And again, full on for a 4v4 retake. Travis this time. They get the first chip. That should be enough to bill ENCE out of this round. They're gonna escape. Trying to get out of here. Also, by the way, I was just reading chat. We talked about this in between the games. I just gone and went called ENCE Academy, or called ENCE Academy again. For the viewers at home, I'll explain briefly. I have been casting ENCE Academy for probably 2 full years. Probably above 100 to 150 maps of casting ENCE Academy. So, casting the ENCE main team now does get me confused. I apologize to the lovely people in the chat, but hopefully y'all can bear with me.
Just think about it. Pody used to be there. We got another Academy graduate in Nachu. I think it makes perfect sense. You just, when you're talking ENCE Academy, you're specifically referencing the sniper.
Yeah.
Tactical timeout here for that squad, and we're looking at them considering their options. I don't hate a tactical timeout even when you're up by 3 rounds. Remember, ENCE have been given the pace, but with PARIVISION on the board, one of the other things you think about is what does your opposing team think of you calling attack here? What do they think you're thinking about and talking over?
Double bluff.
It could be. Glaive's brain is deep enough to think of those kinds of mind games.
Yeah. On the other end, I mean, it's been 4 bomb plants already. It's been far from a shutout on the CT side, this 3-round lead. And I think with PARIVISION now actually getting through, ENCE start to feel like they may need to change possibly some more aggression here in H1 SDY, looking to at least take donut control.
Yeah, it's a pretty textbook opening here, but there's only one T available towards B. It's Kicker throwing utility, keeping them interested, where 4 others are threatening more towards the other half of the map. Jame was maybe posturing to go out of mid, but instead they get all this A control for free. This will be a 5v5 bomb plant most likely.
Ooh,
oh, maybe not. Nachu. Well, it's only good for one at the end of the day for SDY. And that 3v4, I think we're already looking at another save call here. PARIVISION have done the job. Pody not able to connect with that flick. Would have been impossible level difficulty. So they're on out of here. Round over. Second for Pari.
That is a lovely read. What very often happens after timeouts, from the CT side at least, is the discussion will... Ooh. That was the same reaction Pody had by the looks of things. No, what you often see if the CTs call a timeout, you see them attempting a lot more mid control. As by the book, that is the most important part of map control to have on Ancient. You want to have that control over middle. That is a brilliant read for PARIVISION to realize that. Try and pressure it a bit, you know, maybe thinking, oh, let them think we're going to go through this mid smoke, and they just bolt 2 players in towards the open A bomb site. You see it quite often. The Kixan heroic lineup was one very fond of that strategy and made that team very, very fun to watch. Yeah, it works out for PARIVISION as well.
Yeah, Ancient's been around long enough that you got all sorts of set pieces and game plans. You just saw loads of utility being belted out towards that B short position. Doesn't find too much damage. Just kicker it down to 2/3. It will be a B hit, and Travis spotted by that jump, but Glaive, he is in a lot of trouble right now. Blind as a bat and cut down, plucked out of the air. Noda take him out of here. Kaspersky deep in cave, but he might be considering some way to extricate himself. SDY is felled behind enemy lines, and all of a sudden, feels like ENCE are just back to saving. Another very nice round from PARIVISION. And this one a little bit more aim heavy with the way that they did it, but the tactics can't be denied. They had great utility, placed everything they needed to place, worked out wonderfully for the Eastern European squad, and led by Jame, it's no surprise we got some T-side wins. But ENCE have to go back to the drawing board here.
What I'm also seeing is PARIVISION have been... Oh, Jesus, what a shot to interrupt me there, Jame.
No analysis,
we've
only
also-
frags.
Yeah. Quit talking. Bang! What I'm also seeing is PARIVISION have been very confident in just walking out certain areas, right? Round number 6, it was the walk out A or even the sprint out A, and now they just walk out onto the bomb site. There was no flashbang to help the 3 sort of entry players from PARIVISION out onto that bomb site. They just walked out. As soon as they got to the close angle, yeah, then the flashes came out. But in this next gun round, we're gonna need to see some more upfront fighting from ENCE. Otherwise, they might be in trouble here for the rest of the half.
Yeah, it feels
I'd like
that
to see
way.
some
I
A
mean,
aggression.
Risky. Yeah. They need to get ahead of some of these plays that PARIVISION are doing, where now they've been conditioned to all these A hits that have translated into bomb plants, round wins or otherwise. So, of course, in this one, it's kind of a write-off. You know, very unlikely for them to get too much done, but maybe they can score a couple of weapons. Only now rotating over, Jame will swing. Oh, not actually good for the heady. Kaspersky at a weird elevation level, but should have been clotheslined by Belchanok. That's a chance for him to recover a weapon for his team, but instead he is cut down, and Predictably, Nachu is going to be gotten good here. STY has an opportunity, maybe. Still favoring the AK here. Pody moving around through swamp and spot him out. They can tag team this rifle holder. There it is. So one gun recovered, but remember they lost another one earlier. So yeah, ENCE just looking for a little bit of padding to their eco into the next round. This will be a tie game, of course, but you're right. A aggression would be great. Something to figure out exactly where PARIVISION are fomenting their game plan. They need to get them caught unawares. Look at this. All right. That's 3 rifles.
Yeah. Okay, 2.
That's 2
But-
rifles.
Still good yield from this harvest. This 5-7 harvest.
Yeah.
But we have all tied up at 4 again. The rope work seems quite good here for PARIVISION to bring this one back. Continuing with the bomb plants, by the way. Only in round number 3 did we not see the C4 go down.
Yeah, been a lot of those for sure. Well, ENCE want to avoid that if they can, but their first step is just defusing it if it does go down. It's been unable to do that, and I don't know what's going on in B Short, but I think maybe PARIVISION thought there was an infiltrator, an imposter. Doesn't end up happening, so a lot of their utility ends up going the way of the dodo. Glaive.
Gonna go again.
Once again on the swing. Great blinding. Using their smoke against them. They knew they extinguished the volley. They isolated the duel as a result. Great flash and great re-aggress from Kaspersky.
Glaive with the second
There
as
you
well.
go. Yeah.
That one dry. Pody. Bit of pressure on as he must get a kill, but Belchinok electing to ignore him. Makes it a bit easier for ENCE as well. Nota all by himself. And wait, that's exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it? Just we need some aggression. We need some moves from this CT side, and it does happen.
Yeah, it has to.
And surprisingly successful.
This is the kind of aggression we need, right? And tactically timed, well timed, with the dominoes falling based on the utility.
Yeah, that was a fun little detail. You noticed that quick. That was enjoyable to see.
Yeah. And the flash covers the other player behind the smoke anyway, so even if they weren't actively thinking about it, it ends up working miraculously in their favor. As clean as you like. Full buy for both squads. James, Pody, Ops. Utility already dispensed with quite a bit. Ancient, very notorious for that. But this was a full investment from all teams. Jay might be thinking about pushing away here. Glaive in an uncharacteristic spot on the A site. They're ahead of this play. Good read from the IGL, but can he get the frags? Yes, indeed. Great positioning, and look at that. Baits the trap and springs it himself. That's a 5 versus 3 already. And they get out of James' scope as well. Very nicely played.
Great read once more from Glaive, realizing that these walkouts are a threat. Realizing that the A-bomb set's probably going to be the next target.
Oh.
Well, rerouted. This GPS going straight to a bomb plant. Travis will be left alone, though.
No way.
And both of the snipers in this round get completely destroyed by AK headshots. And the clutches have not been favorable to PARIVISION. And before I get even done with that sentence, I get proven correct.
Yeah. Now, the money is good enough that they're looking for AKs to bring into the next instead of the AWP, just to put a statement on it. Well, we've got 2 more rounds to be played in the first half of our decider. PARIVISION had some poise with 4 in a row after losing the first pistol that they've lost the whole series. ENCE, though, back in the driver's seat in a big way, and they will break out the AWP for Pody. Or will they? No, they're actually electing to go for rifles instead. Maybe the tactical timeout will change their mind. They have that refund option in CS2. As the money is not so good for PARIVISION, they'll have a buy into this one, but some consolations. Yeah, Galil being the chief among them, and of course James. Well, he has his sniper. The supporting cast has not quite been up to par, and James himself only on 4 frags this deep into the third map. Don't want to be ending up like that rusted out truck there. You don't want to be washed. And James was doing pretty well in those first 2 maps, so it would be a shame to see him get quiet when his team needs him most.
Gonna be a tough one. And I've been pretty damn solid at being able to curb the influence of that AWP of James. Now ready for the mid-aggression, for sure. But that Molotov stops PARIVISION from aggressing into the hail of bullets. Also, another missed smoke.
At what point do you start to think it's deliberate? PARIVISION, though.
Again, that tree.
Yeah. James, timing could be his chief enemy here, but Pody does not swing on the right time. So all good there. Pretty light on the A defenders. Nobody in Donut. Quick rotates available, but leaning more towards B as the smokes start to come in. And they're slow enough that the rotations will have time to burrow into the temple, but it does still feel very dangerous here for ENCE. This is going to be a full-strength retake. Great HE, giving Nachu the opportunity as low as he is. Oh, he almost took Travis out, but James very watchful, dutiful even, and SDY, as the bomb gets planted, the last digit punched in by Travis slouching over with no head. Somebody make that a frag movie. This is going to be 4 versus 3. Well, not anymore. Kickert dismantles that late utility. Retake gets that much harder.
Glaive raining down into the crosshair of James. Right as I mentioned, have been able to deal with the sniper. Getting him into those post-plant situations. The op becomes so much more powerful, it seems. Didn't Pody have the time there? Okay, Kickert would have probably had the angle on him. But
yeah, it was
like
it was questionable. But you know, at the end of the day, he still takes away the sniper, takes away the AK, so forcing a reinvest into the last round of the half. Honestly, ENCE are going to be okay with 6 for 6. It started off very well with a 4-round streak, and then, of course, PARIVISION equalized. But you got to be thinking to yourself, especially as James is hitting these kinds of shots, as chaotic as that retake attempt was, it all came down to Kickert's lurk. Without that, I think PARIVISION will absolutely end up being brought much closer. And the Pody does have some really nice highlights. Oh, Belchadok apparently wants some of his own. A 2-man spray down with notes entering onto B. This is going to be 6 for 6 at the end of the day. This is what happens when you deny PARIVISION their sniper. The riflers go nuclear. Minute 30, and B is likely the target, even though the last 2 remaining ENCE players are waiting with open arms. This is going to be so difficult.
banging from Belchadok there. Glaive now needs to one-up him with a triple. No, James able to deal with Glaive, but now Pody. At some point, one of these two ENCE players needs a triple kill. It's on to Pody now. Late game, well, late half. Clutch again. Pody's just gonna go straight through. Whoa, James heard it. James ready. Oh, James
so
is
close.
10 HP. Ready enough. 6-6 is the scoreline. We're all equal on Ancient.
Yeah, we got to take a breather after that one. Maybe give a skin away or something, because goddamn, that was so tight. Pody could have had absolute scenes there. Knew exactly where Noda was. Belchadok damage calmed over. He knew he was one bullet away, and then James just narrowly surviving thanks to his head armor. The helmet, well, that's very important at the end of the day. So let's see if anyone's going to go into their next premiere match with style, or maybe face it. I don't judge wherever you go.
Well,
wow!
Talking
of all
about
the skin.
style, we have one Dunro heading into the Vogue magazine.
There we go. I guess it's a little flashy. It beats the anime skins anyway.
It's what's fun is I talked to Twist about this. There's quite a couple of skins that are blue in our giveaway, but are actually like pinks or purples in the game itself.
There you go. So what you're saying is, there's a great chance for some real rewards to be dished out. Well,
For sure.
spot in the semifinals on the line here as far as rewards go. ENCE are hungry for it, but PARIVISION have kept them honest in the first half. Now, how good is the T side from ENCE? So far, they've given themselves this opportunity to control the first half. It didn't go quite as well as they wanted. There was opportunity for them to get many more. They were the beneficiaries of some very close rounds to begin with, and then on the receiving end of the opposite side of the coin, Belchanok, highlight player from the last. Let's see what he can do with those dual Berettas in A.
Well, it's not going to be a double fight. Well, it's going to be a double kill for PARIVISION. Belchanok able to just completely outmaneuver ENCE here. They have no answer for this. Nature's just trying to hear where he's going, but another 5v2 starting this half the way the last ended. But I don't see any solutions here for the T side. My god, Belchanok. Another multi-kill. Back to back. 7th on the board for PARIVISION. They continue. They let ENCE win one pistol round. But after that,
That's it.
no.
Yeah, and this would still be a very impressive showing from ENCE if they drop this series, but they only won a single pistol and it was this close. That's really impressive stuff, but we don't want to be talking about what little Pyrrhic victories you can post along the way. Oh, you played really well, shame you didn't make it through. No, Glaive is going for glory, and it starts here, continuing their streak. I think they're on an 8-series win streak, last I checked, and so they don't want that to be cut short. An opportunity for double digits into the next, and that will require dispensing with PARIVISION. James getting pretty active here, but the pistol buy unlikely to do too much damage. It might catch a couple players off guard. But of course the MP9s can farm out. James got his straw hat on, ready to go.
Trav is there as the helper. Looking to coerce all these Glocks into the SMGs. James doesn't know how fast he can get to him.
There we go.
Nice and clean.
Nice and easy.
Couple bits and bobs
On
here
your cash
of
square.
damage, but not that bad. Yeah, as you said, some good money for Travis and James. Wouldn't you know? AWP.
That's right. Was impressive as well to see Belchanok grab those 3 kills with the dualies and immediately go into the A1S in the second round. Definitely confidence. They knew no bomb point. ENCE are not a team to force up without that. Now they're going to storm with 5 AKs, and so mid-control has already gone their way. ENCE on the T side looking to answer to this deficit. These short duels are so impactful.
Yeah. But with Travis and Kaspersky trading places, that's gonna be the entire B side put offside. Belchanok once more with a multi-kill. But is it gonna be worth enough? The smoke coming in. Whoa, just in time, I was gonna say. Nachu probably surprised he survived even himself. Kicker gonna be stuck in the corner at what point are you gonna spam this corner if you're Nachu? Kaspersky on the flirt. Oh no, that's a big whiff. He knows it. SDY still able to hold on. Nachu has Kicker sprinting past him, and his teammates save Kaspersky from certain doom there. That's gonna be a beer bought at the bar later tonight. From Kaspersky to Nachu and SDY.
And they salvaged that situation quite nicely, but the money is not stellar after losing 3 players, so another tactical pause in order as ENCE are looking to tie things up. They did not recover the sniper from the Brokey position. The artist formerly known as Brokey, replaced by Simple. Gone too soon. See you, legend.
Do you think Brokey's gonna get back to FaZe after the major, or does another team pick him up?
I think at this point, when Brokey's the kind of cat that I think once you say goodbye to, he doesn't come back. He's more
No, he has that
interested
vibe to him.
in seeing something else. Yeah. Now I don't know really. Like, it wouldn't even surprise me with what I know of Brokey's personality if he just retires, which sounds wild. 'Cause
Yeah.
he's pretty young, but he's like, at some point, are you just like, well, on to the next thing I'm doing with my life? It seems to fit his vibe, but
Complexity
he
Brokey.
still has a little fight left of him. Yeah. Well, hey, that could work,
And
but
Brokey.
you're gonna be able to afford him.
Brokey grows a mullet.
For a guy named
joins
Brokey,
Complexity.
dude. Yeah, for a guy named Brokey, he commands a commanding salary. I'm just going to put that out there, but
That's very fair.
and double hold in Jaguar. Opportunity here for... Oh, look at that nerdy boost.
Well, the effect isn't that favorable to ENCE as it's Podia down to 6. Kaspersky still looking to hold Travis accountable for being able to escape that spray. Ooh. The fingers chipped of Glaive.
Yeah, we talked about FaZe too much now. They're all turning into the caveman of rain. Just finding all these angles and all these boosts. It has been decreed. Molly will clear out the other side. Oh, they turn anti-flash, but Glaive will take that every day of the week, and Natu finishes Travis off with the help of Podi's damage from earlier. It's now a 3 versus 5. Some HP not favorable, but ENCE should be able to cleanly make their escape and move over to the A site with 30 seconds left. They've definitely baited over the rifle havers on the side of PARIVISION. I believe that is the technical term. Use that in your next cast, rifle haver. Great one.
I'll try and use it. We see NKJ in the background trying to import himself into the game again. Get as close to the screens as possible. Give this man his own screen to spectate from. Oh wait, actually don't,
No,
because that's how Hunden cheated.
Yeah. I don't think Valve allows that anymore. We'll say what he's really after is put me in, coach, but he says that into the mirror,
That's his wake-up
Ready to go.
routine. Well,
Yeah.
ENCE after that cave fight rotates, fully went over towards B. They managed to get an open A, and well, smiling NKJ as ENCE are crawling back 8-8. This map, we've had a lot of tight scores.
Yeah.
Tied at 4-4, tied at 6-6, and now at 8-8. So don't be surprised,
These teams
fellas,
are
if we see a 10-10
inseparable.
and a 12-12.
Right, yeah. It could be extra rounds if anything is to go by. We've actually eluded extra rounds in this series so far, which is uncharacteristic of the Galaxy Battle playoffs. So I was joking with our producer that if I ask for them nicely, they'll never show up. And so that's my superpower. But maybe I should be confidently predicting no overtime if I want extra rounds between these two teams. Right now, Belchanok was brought very, very low by the early damage. Jame even more so. This is a AK A1S 5.7 buy. That's it. They've saved a couple rifles in, and they had a sidearm to spare for Kickert, who does seem to have taken up Sanji's job of throwing utility and lurking. So, let's see. Things continuing here. It looks like developing towards a B hit. Spot out one player. Nothing too significant to write home about. Oh, this could be the...
Lol.
He saw the 1 pixel with his NVIDIA control scheme. He's ramped his monitor settings up. He's starting to see the code. Just what instant contact.
I'm pretty sure it's been fixed, right? But I can't remember how the minimap actually still reacts to these smokes. But because that was a bit of a bug at one time. Well, at one time, for a very long time, that was a bit of a bug. 2 rifles dealt with quickly. in cave and in middle. And an ENCE lead.
That's right. And no rifle saved over. James with 18 points of health has to see what he can scrape together here. Opportunity on the low HP Kaspersky, but not likely to be used. I think SDY's got him. There it is. All headies. We like those headshot rounds. Always a fan. For the smoke bug, are you thinking about the same one from Counter-Strike Global Offensive, where it was Glaive
Yes.
a lot of the time, watching his radar sitting in a smoke?
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe the way in CS2 it works is that as the smoke starts to dissipate, you'll see the...
Yeah.
Or maybe as you exit the magic volume that blocks radar, you know, I'm guessing. Game developer perspective, there could be any sort of thing going weird with
or
that. Not
Nature
even
is just
necessarily wrong.
Counter-Strike Spider-Man. I think
That's
I
right.
think we'll leave it with that.
Yeah, we like that.
French
we like that.
Spider-Man.
Belchinock, he was headshot earlier, but now he's on for one. He'll take SDY out, but look at that damage back.
No, this is
way.
all going wrong for ENCE. Team damage. Kaspersky here executing Glaive. Belchinock, who has been on fire throughout this entire Ancient game. Many multi-frags. Does it again on the A main defensive line. Looking for a bit of a scouting report in middle. And, well, this UAV has some guns attached to it. That's James.
Pody is dialed in, though. He's got the bomb on his back. Kaspersky trying to do what he can to draw some attention, but the utility coming out of cave will be a dead giveaway. And they only have smoke for one spot. Kickard spotted, but not good enough. Not even close to good enough. As the FAMAS finds a little bit more value and James finishes the cleanup duty. Well, you were talking about, 8 to 8, maybe 10 to 10. How about 9 to 9? ENCE are not going to be chaining together rounds anytime soon. But they do have another bye coming into this. Still no ops for either squad.
Yeah, I kind of looked over that potential, and it's exactly what you're saying. This is probably the longest we have gone without 8 WPs in the server. There's another run boost. Unsuccessful, but the mid-aggression's still there. They're not even looking at him initially. Nota and Belchinock are continuing these double openers for PARIVISION. ENCE Academy, I know you have one, or ENCE Academy, my pod, ENCE, main team. I know you only have one timeout left, but maybe that needs to be used quite soon. The money's starting to get dry.
Oh, well, maybe Kaspersky can think of something here. He's already wounded Kicker. Glaive had to be crispy on the entry earlier to finish him off beforehand, but the rotations are coming in hot. HP, a problem for both teams, to be honest. Only Natu and Belchinock, as well as James, standing at near full health. Nota and Kicker very close to death, and a stiff wind would blow Kaspersky out of the water. So what's the mid-round call? 3v4. You cut noise, 50 seconds on the timer. Their destination in mind, still very much the B-bomb site, but they've already started to rotate 2 players, and the longer this goes, the more impact Kickard Slurk is going to have. He will have the fast rotation to pincer the site. Utility still here for the T side, however.
Yeah, firstly, an opening pick is necessary for ENCE here. 2 flashbangs are there. The Molotovs will keep him at bay. Belchinock can cross in front of that, though, if I'm sure, but doesn't elect to do so. They're going to go for this full retake. Kaspersky could be mega here, but it's Nota that will one-up him. 2v4 once more, and that's the flank you were talking about. The Kickard flank, only necessary, is the first. And oh boy, PARIVISION taking a late lead.
Well, they've chained together 2 rounds. Let's see how long that streak lasts, because ENCE are, with the bomb plant, definitely going to be looking to answer back. And maybe with pace, as their more storied takes are not working out. If Kaspersky hits that shot, though, in towards the Jaguar position, it's over for this take entirely, it feels like. There's just too many angles otherwise to check. Then Kickard has to watch out for somebody aggressing from short. Maybe he starts to become paranoid, accelerates his pace, makes a sound. The pieces can start to fall together. You can play for the sort of defense on the bomb site from that cave position, but it doesn't end up happening. This preemptive set piece here, not good for a James pick. Nobody faces him. Kaspersky in the smoke there. Oh, Glaive as well, egressing. Feels like the CTs are lucky to escape with their lives in the B site, but this is going to be a play with pace. They've got a MAC-10 and a Galil. Not much utility left.
I'm glad there's a change up from ENCE not going for these sort of pseudo-aggressive defaults again, where you just face an angle with 2 players and die to Belchinok.
Yeah.
It is a bit more passive. They want to keep 5 alive for the rest of this one. Travis, full swing. Dry peek into 3!
Oh.
The triple Travis. 3 headshots as well out of that M4A4, and ENCE can't stop just dying to multi-frags. Horrendous result in this round. Already.
The trading is not there, man. That's the big problem right now, is that they're not finding the right spacing. They're not swinging from multiple angles, getting that deeper mid-map control. It sounds like a small point, but right now, James will hold the line. SDY dropped. The tripwire activating, and Nature's position is known. Too many swings. He'll take one down, but much more than that, not possible. Big kills from Travis, no doubt about it. But when you're walking into his crosshair mid-spray, the A4 is patterned much tighter. And this is what I mean. You imagine if either Glaive or Kaspersky is coming in from the other angle because they were able to take that control, because they were able to use mid. That becomes impossible to hold virtually. And here's the last time outburned.
Or
3 in a row for Paravision
flashbang.
CT side. Yeah, that could work too.
I mean, it's a brilliant triple spray, but the ramifications of that is that it's far from a close round, meaning the money is now greatly built up on the Paravision side, and they need to win either, this skewered half by, and then still you're facing off against full rifles. This is not an easy route for ENCE. Not at all. I may have predicted wrong then about who's going to get into that semifinal.
Iberian Soul is watching with great interest. See who's going to meet them in the semis. Right now, it's definitely squeaky bum time for ENCE, and they are on a pretty bad buy for it. But they will storm the B site.
Good strat,
They've been
though.
given a little bit of respect. James will pluck Nate you out of the air. That is impact.
You're just jumping across his angle, and James continues to frag before the smokes even fade. It's already 4. Belchinok is on a mad one. 3 kills. Again, multi-kill after multi-kill for Paravision, and ENCE just have no answers.
You give Belchinok an inch, he takes a multi. It's easy for him, it feels like. Every time he gets 1 frag, he's good for at least 1 more. And some of these have been 3Ks, including the CT pistol. Paravision, now 4 in a row. They might make it 5. They might, tidy this up and ship it out. ENCE, though, have another fight left in him. 4 AKs and a MAC-10. SDY on the lesser weapon. Utility not stellar, and Nota's already found first blood. At what point is it too much?
I was on the boost over the smoke and donut. Nate does chase him down. So for the first time in 5 rounds, an equal start for ENCE. But this equilibrium can very easily be completely destroyed by Op Jesus.
He sure does save. But right now he's looking to end ENCE's streak. Kaspersky lurking through. Maybe thinking of an option into B just to get a little bit more value. He's going to post up on the angle. Travis on the spot. Here comes James once again.
That's right. Sigh of tension. I'm holding mine in. The smokes start raining out. I feel exactly the same. Oh, it's just so tense this round. They're just simply walking in. Information gained for nature, but there's such little time. This bomb plant will get disrupted. Kaspersky, now go for it. Nature, no multi. Still 3v3. As PARIVISION are really setting up for these rotates, but finally the mid control. We talked about it. SDY with a possibility.
No way.
Kaspersky out in the open facing Jame. And there's the flank. Just in time. ENCE managed to plug their gaps. And it's a 10th. I said Academy again. I can't get away from that.
Hey, that's all right. We need to see them live up to the
wow.
pedigree of the main squad. And this is double digits for them. There's plenty of money on the CT side. PARIVISION will make it to another full buy. And even if they drop the next, they should have enough for something to challenge for overtime. And as ENCE take a tack, I'm guessing a bathroom break. Or not attack, rather a tech. And that will be an opportunity for them to consider what they're going to do in silence, of course. No comms allowed during such events. Pody. He's going to break out that sniper rifle. Needs to find more impact than he's had. But it has been a team effort so far. Nobody really that far up and ahead of everybody else. Natu with 17. And he had a very impactful trade to get onto the B-bomb site to even let them plant the bomb in the first place. That's how they break the streak of PARIVISION. It would be very heartbreaking for the Jame-led squad if they get all the way to map and series point, only for ENCE to take him to extra rounds and finish the job.
Yeah, you've been teasing us for overtimes this entire series. Maybe that reward is finally there. Scenario that ENCE managed to win this upcoming round. Travis is going to have more than enough cash on him for that AWP. So we'll see that whichever way this round goes. Op is secured. Can ENCE replicate round 23 underway?
Time to go. ENCE need to continue to set the pace. Any mistake could be fatal now. And SDY, well, Belchanok just made that fatal error. And Noda dropping as well. Suddenly, the ENCE riflers really activating in the midst of the chaos. Tactics thrown to the wind for the time being. This will be an A hit. And we have two members here to try to stave off defeat.
Kickert has to throw a protective smoke. Jame is also here, just turning away from SDY, who's going to get a freebie onto the sniper. That's going to be round done. What else can you do? Very nicely done by ENCE. And I like that strategy, right? Because what we saw previously, what ENCE were doing a lot on this T side, we've seen them sort of be aggressive with two players and kind of go in dry, both into middle, into donut, into cave. All three areas we've seen 2 or 3 players facing dry. What they did now, Kaspersky out solo on the B lane, SDY out solo on middle, supported by the util, and it's lower risk, and by this round at least, very, very damn effective.
Has to be said, yeah, this is some intense sort of, I would say, pressure training. And very much back against the wall. And somehow they're finding the answers. It's been enough time, been enough pauses. Glaive figures it out. Only one more required to bring us to that vaunted overtime in the third map of the series. Will it be a record continuing? Or will ENCE's streak at Tier 2 be cut short by Jame? He's got his op. The supporting cast, only concession being Travis's MP9. 22 frags on Belchenok for him to be the first victim of the last round. Spelled doom for the rest of the squad. And that fed into the chaos that ENCE channeled for victory. Jame holding the line in mid. But is he even going to be the first point of contact? Bodhi posted up. Kicker better stay put.
Oh, Flash misses.
He doesn't.
Flash completely misses.
You
Don't
almost
call them
thought.
down though. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, he does get one, but that angle. Very common that you're going to be facing multiple opponents. ENCE keeping up this man advantage.
It feels like the chances for PARIVISION are dwindling here in regulation. This will be a 3v4 with only 2 incendiaries to their name as far as utility is concerned. And Belchenok, he's the sole turret on B. That's where ENCE are going. Everybody else rotating over to the A site. Nota and Travis will be far away, far afield. But at least a flash was recovered. Might help for a retake. They have to go for this. That's assuming Belchenok doesn't mow them all down in miraculous fashion. As the utility starts to rein in, he knows he is the man for the job.
The man for the biggest job for PARIVISION. But it may all be nullified by SDY spotting him from behind. They curb Belchenok, only one. And that was the magic of PARIVISION. Belchenok multi-kills. But it feels like the mana has ran out on this CT side. 3 members of ENCE on the defense. There's no defuse kit. Even if you get all of these kills, will it be within the time given? Kaspersky is gonna put the nails in the, well, metaphorical coffin, because we still go OT for ENCE.
That's right. A brilliant comeback into extra rounds, man. ENCE had feeling like they were out of steam. Like there was no business for them to take us past regulation. And yet here we are. Everybody stretching, everybody thinking. The battle is not yet won. Grim faces, tired faces on PARIVISION. They were hoping to be done with it here and now. Look to their trusted in-game leader. Seemed to have the read on the CT side. But you can't ever count Glaive out, and he's all smiles. You can tell there's an energy about this ENCE squad, the slim favorites in this match, with an 8-match win streak. It's impressive. And it could be 9 who are conveniently also playing next game. Got him.
Who also, conveniently, nearly had a 9-win streak a couple weeks back.
I feel like every time I look at those guys, they're either in the middle of a really long win streak or a really long loss streak. It's never really in between.
Yeah. No, that is
you know.
very much true.
That's how tier 2 is. That's how tier 2 is.
For the record, I am working with 9 for all the viewers at home, the lovely viewers sitting here thinking, why are we talking so much about the upcoming quarterfinal? That's probably the reason. So, yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'll
just
be
because,
biased. Heads up.
Biased caster in the pocket. Yeah. Well, meanwhile, if ENCE want to sponsor me,
Sell out. Yeah, it's just all that. All that. I wonder what is this actually like a toilet break technical timeout? I have a feeling it is.
It must be, right? Like that's how it was last time, where somebody needed to use the bathroom. Might have been on the ENCE side. Didn't get a good look at the racer chair that they've all got. By the way, guys, I'm pretty sure that's not the most comfortable seating arrangement you can have. Surely a good office chair will work. Just brand the Herman Millers or something, you know? Like
Or like the old grandma chairs that I think it's Senzu is rocking now. A couple of
just bringing out the wooden chair from his kitchen table. Love that.
A couple of the Mongols. I mean, they like if you like. I saw some images from a couple of casters at the Mongolian event, and they went into like computer rooms or like the computer cafes, and it's just those chairs and hundreds of people playing CS. Like it's pretty much the only esport being played there now, so that's going to be fun. So the Mongolian region's going to get up. One region that I think is also going to see a big growth very soon is Kazakhstan. Bunch of new Kazakhstan teams popping up in the lower tier 3s, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that will evolve.
Maybe Astana supercharged him. Right now, we are back into it. Overtime #1. And with the carpet bombing of Kickert, he's dropped down to a nice 69 health. But ENCE, as much as they've had the lead, as much as they've had the advantage, as all the momentum behind their sails, they need to do a little bit more. And I'm not talking 2 points of damage. I'm talking about multi-frags. I'm talking about kills, clearing. And look at the timing favoring Pody. The spray down is good. He didn't go for the op this time. Despite having it available, he decided to concede with the AK. James, desperate, tries to pop the smoke. He misses the HE, though. And that's just a disaster. Nota, though, avoiding that disaster, somehow gets away after a 2-man spray. But Belchanok brought down on the lurk. That means there's almost no hope for this. It starts to swing back into ENCE's favor. They haven't planted the bomb yet, but doubt has been planted, man. They don't know.
They have no clue. I mean, there's some idea, and especially now as that bomb goes down, James tries to lock up Nechu on this default position as Nota, 19 HP, tossed the head in with a bit of a flank. But SDY is finding a lot more impact on his lurks in these past couple of rounds. If he can continue that, this overtime, very much in the favor of ENCE. And that will continue. So, Pody with the triple.
Very impactful triple from Pody, the 2-man entry. Nota tried to bring it back, but it wasn't enough. Belchanok not even able to get activated. One thing that ENCE did make a big adaptation for was just saying, okay, Belchanok's going to be on the A site. He's going to be towards Dona. He's multi-fragging us. Let's go B instead, but not make it too obvious. And PARIVISION weren't ever really stationing him over on the B site as a change-up. More of a mercenary you bring in after the fact, and it wasn't nearly as effective when he couldn't get into a nice burrowed position firsthand. So the first to 13 is ENCE. Belchanok now lurking out. This is an opportunity for him. He can pick his battles. He can pick his fights. SDY going to go down, and immediately he starts to fall back, but that's the worst mistake! Nechu gets the free lineup there, and with all laughs, all smiles, avenges his fallen comrade. No lurks needed when you just burst onto the site like that, but still, they've decided to be a little bit slow about it. Turning the screws. Next point of contact, but it's beleaguered. It's ugly. And Kaspersky, anything but striking him down, and it's all on to Nota.
He talked about the rifles getting online. 19 for SDY, Kaspersky, and Nechu. All 3 on 19 frags. They are the ones making a difference for ENCE right now.
I can hear the voice comms already. Guys, you are insane. That's it. That's the voice comms. That's
the voice comms. Yeah. Well, if the viewers want to be on time, there is, of course, one more giveaway at the halftime. I hope I'm saying this on time. I think I am. So, for the viewers that still want to join in, make sure you get that. Am I on time?
Hey, even if you enter late, you'll just get that giveaway in the next series. There's still plenty of skins to be passed off. So, I say do it no matter what. Redeem 500 channel points for that key. ENCE with 2 in a row on the T side. There's a hot minute before or since. We'll see. As now they're up against 4 French rifles and, of course, the A1S on Nota. Ooh. The compromised buy with 10K start money and OT. Glaive and Jame, a little bit of a duel. Definitely going to favor Glaive with the weapon, but not quite good enough on the spray. Jame will get the better of him and take his gun. Passing it up to Kickert. Doesn't mean anything. Moving now towards A.
The one fear that I do have with ENCE moving over towards A is Belchanok is here. We've seen him frag, multi-frag with every rifle. Nechu gets dropped by him. And it is just Pony. There, Belchanok is massive. Again, he does it. It's just, you saw the reaction from Pody. Belchenok is just, they're unable to deal with him. Now he has an AK. No flawless run for ENCE in this first half.
Well, they've recovered the bomb. This 2v5 is unthinkable, and Belchenok is unplayable, but they're not going to him first. Travis, the sole thing, obstacle in between them and the B site, now no more. But will they know that? Will they even think of that?
Oh.
Turns out the answer is yes. They're going to clear some angles, use some of the utility that they've still got. The bomb will be planted on the B site, and PARIVISION will do a 4 versus 2 retake with James walking wounded from his duel earlier.
There's no defuse kit.
Still should be enough. But there is no diffuse kit, and there's no utility left. They're going to need to throw bodies at the problem, and Kaspersky already knows HE sailing on through. That's forcing the issue. James somehow stays alive, but the spray is beautiful! Kaspersky and SDY, they are a tag team from heaven, and they go straight to 15, flawless in OT.
Oh, as soon as that nade got thrown in, I saw the spray building up, and man, oh man. What a way to end that 2 versus 5. Oh, we've seen so many of these sort of rounds. I mean, even both sides, right? PARIVISION nearly winning a couple of 2v5s.
Yeah.
But ENCE, this is the second time this series that they managed to get a 2v5 across the line. This is the final round of the first half of overtime that they do it. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Well, as always, we
Calming our
get a
hearts.
bit of a break, we
Yeah.
get a bit of a breather. And
Oh!
there we go.
Hey.
Nice little red. Got a Zeus skin in the building for Truett Simoni. That's my best guess. Congrats. You remember this ENCE victory forever.
By the beautiful Zeus. Oh, well, speaking about Zeus, Kaspersky with some lightning there.
Striking hot. STY had the great flank. They knew exactly where they'd be coming in from, apparently. Didn't expect all 4, almost certainly, but happy for it. Switching sides. OT second half. It'll have to be flawless, and so far it's not, with Belchenok getting dropped by Pody nice and early. Travis trying to take some pace, trying to go aggressive, but Kaspersky, oh, okay, he's going to be gotten the better of it. Now they've taken care of the upper. STY keeps it even, but this is much more doable for PARIVISION now. Bomb still in swamp.
This is going to be a very, very long 3 versus 3. There is zero information on either team. I think Nota is somewhat holding middle, but not even fully peeking into the angle. No, I think he's passively holding it. No, there's just no one's here with any info.
This is the tragedy of Ancient, really. Is if you don't have that forward control, you have to play for a retake. You have to play back where there's cover. Coincidentally far behind the bomb site. Now SDY in pole position here to cut the hopes of PARIVISION short in this 3v3, but he'll have to multi-frag, and James not yet immediately aware of his position. Now that will be different, and Nota finishes him off. Very low HP. So this still is technically doable for the ENCE side, but I think they'd probably get a bit better mileage out of recovering that sniper in mid, especially with James taking Natsu out of the picture. That was the only utility that they had. Glaive might just look for a little bit of damage if he looks for anything at all. The 13th for PARIVISION comes on their T side.
And Nota cleanly taking Glaive's head off. One thing I'm possibly looking to is there going to be a compromise in the buy for the CTs for this round? With a possible eye on, okay, we don't want to be 4 FAMASas into the final one. By the looks
Apparently
of things,
the answer is no.
No, yeah, no head armor. That's the only thing. No head armor's the only compromise.
Nice way to
but
squeak a little bit
Yeah.
of extra money. Oh, Belchanok once again going with pace, but nobody to pluck him out this time. And yeah, the head armor, it does hurt sometimes when you get that sidearm pulled on you, but with the op and the AK is very unlikely to make too much of a difference. Somebody gets a miraculous wallbang, maybe. Not happening right now. Ready for the smoke. This could be cut short as the control is taken by PARIVISION. They are certainly sizing up the B bomb site. And there are two burrowed anchors on the A site. Rotation's going to be very far. Glaive going to be calling in the information. Goes for that counter util, and through the smoke, Kaspersky is cut short.
full side taken now, unable to stop anything of the bomb plan. SDY does get a bit of a spot there, but it's at the end of his spray. So, no more bullets in the bank. And is this even going to be a possibility? You see the ENCE players quickly turn around at the sound of SDY getting dropped. And ENCE falling into the same sort of pitfalls that they were falling to in the first half, where their sight holds are just a bit too passive. They let PARIVISION get way too much space.
Well, it looked really good with Pody getting that opening frag, but they did not respect the pace that Travis was going for, and Kaspersky got dropped onto short. Now, this is a nice little highlight package with Nachu taking out multiple players and Pody clotheslining with the tripwire as well. So at the very least, they'll hold on to their weapons. Belchanok not going to be able to get up to his usual antics, and it shouldn't result in any compromises on the T side, but it does give them a little bit of extra money for utility. And here it comes, every single bit. And Bob, unlike how PARIVISION had to play with FAMASas, they do have a really solid shot at ending the 16-14, like the good old days for Glaive.
Sending out one again. Very similar setup. A bit more up front from ENCE. Is Glaive going to move forward? Oh, Nature's going to get caught. Shades of the first half, for real.
Yep. And then he did that to himself, man. He did not expect the op there, or if he did, he was kind of torn between two different targets. Pody here. Oh, baited by the shoulder peek. And Jame will pounce on that opportunity. There's still so much damage dealt to some of these PARIVISION players. Travis and Nota do not want to be the ones on the entry pack. Kaspersky has it all to do. He spots Kickered out. He'll take him down. That's a multi-frag. Compulsory. But now we're in a 2v3. Can ENCE really do this? They've pushed PARIVISION back. They're reconsidering.
ENCE managed a 2v5. 2v3 seems entirely within the realm of possibilities, depending if PARIVISION learned their lesson or not.
They're ahead of the lurk. SDY is not close enough. It's all on the Glaive with only one flashbang, and playing contact right now are PARIVISION. Keeping their utility for later on if it's even necessary, and Glaive's going to get timing here by Noda, it feels like, especially baited forward with the bomb plant. Noda will take that 6 ways from Sunday, and SDY in the 1-on-3.
Okay, that's a spray. You see him kind of leaning his head back on the camera, trying to get himself ready, knows it's a Herculean task. But the flick, 2 HP. Belchanok apparently has some extra armor bot in there. That could have been crazy. If that kill actually comes through on Belchanok.
Yeah, Noda's only 2 bullets away with the A4. Absolutely doable. And unfortunately for SDY, he comes up short. We are going to OT number 2. Extra rounds required, as both teams' T sides were flawless. Will it be the same next time around? I feel like we're going to see a break from the script. But ENCE are not out of the woods yet. It seemed so imperious from them when they forced the issue. They had chained 5 together in a row, if you count their way to come back. Actually, more than that. And they had 3 map and series points on PARIVISION's side. So a lot required for ENCE to get us to this point. But they have fallen short at the final hurdle. PARIVISION are going to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing they're still in the tournament so far.
with this extended game. Would be a good reminder to everyone viewing. Follow us on all channels. We got Twitter. We got a lot of other channels actually. Let me look for it. We got Twitter. We got YouTube, Telegram,
social media.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure. And of course, we're gonna get another giveaway. So make sure you use those channel points to your advantage. Nacho gets flung into that fight.
So far forward.
Air Force
They
France.
don't expect him.
Oh,
He's been delivered.
through.
Travis was set up for utility. He's gone. Instant 5v4.
Oh,
and look at
made
that.
that
H
too.
is still going out here. He's going to take out James, but he will eventually be cut down and kicker. That's a mistake from SDY.
Ugh. Yeah. That puts a bit of a damper onto what I am very glad what ENCE are doing now again is going more up front, taking more control on the CT side.
Yeah.
Spersky.
Kicker was
gets
ready,
way
so
too-
ready.
Yeah.
No, still an opportunity for Glaive to find some action here. They looked so good at the opening. Same as OT number 1. We think about that second half when ENCE took to the defense. Now Glaive is just going to get cut down immediately. Most damage dealt to Kicker was from his teammate. And Belchanok almost multi-fragged with only one enemy on his screen. But not going to happen this time around. And Pody will save the op as the bomb goes down. We have a very long first round here in OT number 2. Crossing T's, dotting I's, paid by the rounds. Yeah, exactly. This is tricky. I mean, those opening chaos, it was favoring ENCE on their T side. It's not doing so when they are the space takers, when they are the ones who are setting that pace. PARIVISION somehow find repose. It's like it gets away from them. The way
It's
that
also
SDY swung out trying to trade in T-spawn. I mean, at that point, just fall back and take the advantage, but you think you can go for more. Don't want to get too greedy now.
Also, it's just very thin margins on this CT aggression for ENCE, where even for them, it's hard to measure how hard they actually want to go. Because I think SDY was expecting that at least there was, or well, Nacho and SDY were both expecting that there was at least some control over the B area of the map. There was not. Kicker was still sitting in spawn. That was the closest guy to the B bomb side for PARIVISION. Right, so I get the move. I understand it, but you know Nacho has been dropped. You can still fall away, but he just wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
And very fast once more.
Talk about unexpected. Wow.
They always
Recycle
save
trophy
this for the
PARIVISION.
overtimes. Yeah.
They do, yeah. Their fast-paced plays. Fast-paced plays. There's a tongue twister. We are getting into this 3-on-3. ENCE are going to go for the retake. They're looking for an option, but with Pody so far away, so far afield, how is he going to get impact with the AWP? You saw James shouldering it for the Tech 9 for a moment, just in case somebody was to run forward, and Nature's giving up the game. James will take the SDY out of the picture. But do they expect another player from that angle? James not looking. Pody's found Travis. Trade up for the AK. James is being distracted. The pistol is out for Pody. It's not nearly enough. And the whiff onto James. Catastrophic for ENCE. That's another T round taken by PARIVISION.
I cannot describe it in any other way that is the pressure getting to Pody. James had his back turned to him. There was, well, not all the time in the world. There needs to be a bit of haste, but he just completely overflicks it. Misses it and misses the opportunity for ENCE to get themselves a CT round. What feels like oh so coveted CT round in these overtimes. Will the final attempt be the necessary one then for the defense? Equal trades once more. Still doesn't change the momentum quite that much.
Now, PARIVISION are used to playing even or down and still being able to find victory with the way that ENCE have been so eclectic. But Kaspersky back to a passive angle. This is supposed to be one and done, but he's spotted out. He'll get none. Now the only one holding is Glaive with the MP9 and James with the Tech9 not quite able to make things happen. Pody brought down so very low. And look at that. The last hope rests on the ENCE Academy graduate. He's going to be swinging back forward, missing that jump. Not that it matters too much, as nothing available for timing. He's going to come on in. 1 versus 3, 8 HP. Tell me I'm dreaming.
Well, I'll eat a shoe if he'll probably win this. Well, there you go. No shoe dinner for me.
Your shoes can rest easy. They're not going to be consumed. Not yet.
Thank God. Well, 3 in a row once more. And now it's starting
So
to look
sad
real
for
dire
ENCE. It's
ENCE.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are they possibly going to chain 3 together again on their T side to take us to a third overtime? That's what they have to start thinking about now. They gave themselves nothing to work with going into the second half of OT number 2. And as promised, each overtime half is another giveaway. So somebody out there is praying for a third overtime. Certainly ENCE are. We get a little Nightwish brought on over to Bolo TV with a lot of 9s. I guess that's your guy there.
Yeah, maybe. He's the homie. Representing.
He's the homie. 9 gang. I was thinking about 9 when I was saying the Tech 9 versus the MP9, you know. Who's the better 9? It's 9. Team 9.
Yeah. It sometimes does get confusing during casts. I do admit.
Listen, when I had to cast 9 versus 500, I was done with numbers. That was it. How was I supposed to say these numbers? Or Gun 5, another one. Classic.
Yeah.
But either way,
B8
we're getting pretty deep into overtimes here. Yeah, there you go.
Sure. Well, even we are starting to feel effects of how long this series has been going. Imagine the players.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Only 2 men here to hold the B site. Travis is pretty deep in cave. He can rotate over if needed, but currently just trying to hold back any hordes that he imagines are on the other side. We know this is a very interesting setup from the T's. Pody with the T side AWP, something they didn't take out in the first overtime on the T side. SDY burning alive and then Crisp. He's going to get himself out, but the HE might sail him on through. There it is. Target bombed, but not the way you think. Now Belchanok has to face the A hit by himself. The op on the other side of the map is never a real thing. Nobody ever expects that. There's another frag from the frag grenade. James now has to try to pop himself in, but that is that's not going to do it, my friend. The bomb will surely go down here on the A side.
Still was spot on with the crosshair, though. Delave. Pretty ballsy there. Heading in for that fight. Looking to delay Nota with a white screen. Now the flank's coming in. Kickert calling it out. Either need to go super fast or deal with this flank first. It's going to be the former. As Travis and Kickert, 2 more kills. Dave is just sitting in this smoke, trying to delay. This could be it already for ENCE, as now the spray does go awry. Oh my good, pure chaos.
They're off it.
From the IGL. Oh, smoke defuse! It's Nachu again. With the clutch. 1v2. Well, in that chaos, no one was shooting back.
No need for it. The HEs did a lot of work in this game. Between SDY going down to Belchanok as well. No opportunity for a multi-frag. He'll stay at 31 frags in the map. Thank you very much. And ENCE have extended play. As a reminder, they're going to need to win this round and the next just to have a chance at scoring the dub in this series. 2 more opportunities for PARIVISION to close us out. Feels eerily similar to regulation. But James has got the better of him this time. Glaive hits the deck nice and early.
And SDY also hurt. These starts have not been what you're looking for if you're ENCE. To be fair, their final T-site round victory in the previous overtime came from a 2v5.
That's right. And as of right now, we've got 2 members still defending both sites, plus James falling back into CT spawn. Belchanok, not good for a multi, not even good for one. Pody takes his head, and that forces the rotation towards A. James will be smoked off. He's going to get ahead of it. This is an opportunity for him to equalize, and Nota is even going to be checked. The answer is kind of half, but James falls with nothing, empty-handed, and all of a sudden, this looks a lot more doable in the 3-on-3. Nota and SDY both so very low, so the HP, not advantage to anybody.
Another flank position from SDY.
way.
Another lurk position.
No
they go
way.
through that smoke. Oh, that is brilliant. Still going back to B, though. Nota doesn't believe it. Hands down towards A. That is such an unorthodox call. That is prime Glaive there.
Yeah.
Making
That's
that
wild.
move. Oh,
And for them to trust
Boy.
in the call and still go through it and find success when they are on the line, if that backfires, if Travis is looking at the right angle and he kills one, maybe two, this is a completely different situation. SDY getting traded in mid. Nota will save the AWP, and that is a 17th for ENCE. Of course it has to be extra rounds. That's what ENCE are saying right now, but they've got to prove it one more time.
and this time, not just FAMAS's. The AWP gets saved by Nota. And James will have what he wants.
What he wants is a round and map win, series win. Second time's the charm. These two teams met previously, and ENCE got the better of them for the CCT win. PARIVISION want redemption. And a nice sweet share, that prize pool increase. For the first time in a while, nobody's gone down in the opening 10 seconds, but still plenty of action here. James on the line, flashed off. Pody posts up, and does James dare peek again?
Well, apparently he does. Going for that extra boost spot. Glaive by pixels is in a safe position. A lot more passive here for PARIVISION. But still actively changing places. Nota, first jump spot, gets some info on the middle presence.
Excellent. Yeah,
Yeah, but
flash
there's
off the
an
donut as well. Oh, Belchanok's only on the FAMAS. We saw a multi-frag earlier, and he's good for the first. Elsewhere, Pody found a pick. Still an opportunity towards the B side. Rotation's coming in. The bomb's still in spawn. This is going to be a while. I have another trick up their sleeve. 45 seconds.
But now double cave setup. It's going to need to be the rotate from Belchanok to come in and stop this ENCE attack. Smoke's thrown in. They're going to have to go through, but once more, it's only Belchanok that's here. Waiting at the edge of the smoke. Anti-flash. Then he
He's got
pops
it.
out. Oh. Peekaboo. Kaspersky needs a multi. Only gets one. 2 versus 3.
Not expecting the second
Because
cave.
why would it be easy?
Oh.
Nature.
Oh.
That's it. That's what he needs. The young Frenchman. Look at him making it in an international team. As he has the top dog challenging him. It's James with another Pody. Can fix his earlier whiffs. Can fix his earlier mistakes. He's been spotted already. He needs to clutch this. He's going to get hounded. The no-scope's not there. Is this it for PARIVISION?
They've got it.
I think it will
They've
be.
done enough. They've just barely squeaked by with the defuse, and Pody was not able to do it. James has returned to burn the earth, and PARIVISION finally break the loss streak on CT side, punishing ENCE for their failures earlier. And a heartbreaking way to lose. I mean, honestly, we're ancient after that. So many overtimes. But with age comes wisdom, young ones, and that is a way for PARIVISION to make it into the semifinals. Not expected, but a pleasant surprise nonetheless.
I mean, this entire game has been pretty damn crazy with the sort of round streaks that went back and forth previously. Now I think the longest round streak was, yeah, that one from ENCE near the end of the game and into the first overtime was 6 in a row. That's the longest that we've seen on this map. All the rest were 4 maximum, just back and forth, bouncing off each other. And yeah, I mean, this could have gone either way, but it's the experience, I'd say, the experience prevailing over all of the riflers and James AWP over that one from Bodhi. Not saying Bodhi's had a bad game, far from it, but it's just those 2-3 moments in overtime that do it.
Yeah, and Natu not being able to hold James egress into cave there. There's loads of small little things that I think at this point ENCE can freely look over and data harvest for anything that they need to improve.
Yeah.
Glaive and NKJ are veterans of the space. They'll definitely be able to tighten things up. But commiserations to them nonetheless. A very excellently played series from the Finnish organization, boasting a European combine of a lineup. And now the Eastern Europeans of PARIVISION will move on through, looking very solid overall. I would say they had poise after being so thoroughly dismissed in the T-side comeback that ENCE had started. They were eventually able to find that one CT round they needed. Interesting storylines going into it. So that basically brings us to a break. We've got one more series to decide the last member of the semifinals. Whoever faces Nexus will be decided going forward. Thanks for joining us. That's it for our sign off here. We will see you guys later, but stay tuned. That one series coming up after the break.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back on in out here to Galaxy Battle. I know it hasn't been a while since the last best of 3, but we did have a bit of a 10-minute breather. We swapped the roles out here on the casting desk, and now we're ready for the final best of 3 of the day between Sinners and 9. My name is Acho, and joined with me is the beautiful Twist2Op to be helping us out through this game, right, Davis? How are we looking at this one?
Well, we had a nice little early chat before the stream started. I think both of us are wanting more towards a quick match, but I think we're both, at least I am, leaning more towards a very close affair. That seems to be the case so far in the playoffs. In fact, all of the matches have been super, super close. You know, barely ever is there more than a 4-round difference between the winners and losers. So heading into this matchup, a very unexpected one at that, right? Sinners, they were around 0-2 in the Swiss stage, so they're one best of 3 away from the semis, which seems crazy to say, knowing they're tournament 3. And then on the other side, we have 9, who I don't honestly know what to expect from them. I'll give you the chance to tell us what you might think. Oh, and they're in boot camp as well.
Exactly. They're in boot camp. They're in Prague. They are ready to take down Fnatic tomorrow. They've been having a really good run over in Tipsport. And out here, since they're in the arena, they're going to have that LAN buff, right? They're going to have the buff of everyone being together, the coach right behind them. 9 are ready. They took down Astrum just yesterday, and now they're ready to go again up against Sinners. Yes, it would be an amazing story if Sinners managed to make it from the 0-2 bracket out there into the groups all the way into the semis, having a really, really good run out here into Galaxy Battle, like their future actual nemesis out there, as Nexus did the same thing. They just locked in for this one tournament and decided to go all out to meet them in the semis. So now we'll see who gets to get who out here into this best of 3 to go up against Nexus. But first up, the map veto, it's going to be Inferno, Train, and Nuke. Any thoughts? Because I absolutely love the Train pick coming into this one.
Train picks are always nice to see. It's one of my favorite maps to play and cast, and I think it's just way more entertaining. I'm honestly down for any kind of a map layout that doesn't resemble the usual 3-liner. I'm more of a unconventional man in that sense. Vertigo is a top 3 map. Fight me. Not in competitive play, but I think in casual, it's a pretty fun one in like Premiere. Either way, we are starting off with a tech pause.
Yes, gives us a little bit more time to actually talk about this game a little bit, what it means for these two teams, right? Sinners jumping on into this tournament have had a tougher run as of lately compared to what they were expecting back before. And 9, they've rebranded and just went all ahead out here. They've been in some really good teams, some big competition, but they've also been taken down by Spirit Academy, by Monty. So now they're here to try to get all the way in through these playoffs. But first map up, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be this Inferno. It's the map pick coming out of Sinners, and we are ready to get a move on. Is it going to be Peppo that dominates, or will it be 9 coming in together at that LAN and being able to take down the Czech side? Let's see what's going to go down here as the first pistol round is already underway.
Alright, Sinners map pick. Inferno, certainly they're no strangers to it. And so, 9 go for the CT pick. Sinners will slowly but surely try to approach the A site. 3 defenders waiting there. Perhaps Zedko wants to make some noise towards Banana, but it is going to be a pistol round on the slower side of things. Man2 holding down the line. And Util does start to come in. It's a shot missed by Man2. Information given, but no rotations yet, so Sinners just looking for that apps explode. They head from short as well. That's a good piece of Util. Shots missed, and oh my god, that Sinners overwhelming the bomb site. Huge misses there. You had to be hitting your shots. Not sure if that was Favin or Kroin, but a slow start aim-wise, and those millimeters that he missed also mean that a 2v4 seems almost impossible.
They still have to try though. Bob XD and Rals going in. Long and short right now, trying to aim his way out there. Rals has got to get a move on, yet he's gonna just look for these exit frags, get an extra 300 in the bank, and just be happy with that. So is Bob XD. Rals is gonna go down, and here's the quick headshots coming through in succession for Sinners. It was a great opening there. Sure, Favin did miss a lot of good shots out there from actual balcony, but it was a situation where he was already overwhelmed. There were already so many people into the bomb site. The other person that was helping him out there, Kragan, doesn't manage to find anything either. Just one good one for the taking. And yeah, they saw the bomb. It was really quick. Shock taken down 2 really early on. Just entries up onto the bomb site and wins that out for Sinners. So that's a good start. But now we're gonna get to see a bit of a save. And then probably a 2-0 startup out here for Sinners onto their T side. And another disconnect, sadly, so we do have a little bit more time to chat. And I did want to mention, you know, maybe some people are wondering, why did we get this experimental Inferno Train Nuke matchup going on into the map veto? And it's a bit of a scarcity, it's a bit of a rarity that Sinners usually ban out Dust 2, it's their permaban, and for 9, their permaban is Mirage. They're one of the only teams out here in Tier 2 that do this. They don't want to play Mirage, so they permaban it away instead, and they've got a lot more options when it comes down to the map veto, because you always force the enemy to pick into something that isn't always as played. If Dust 2 is also off the table, then things come into play, then it starts getting exciting, and that is how you find yourself into an Inferno, then to a Train, then to a Nuke. But 9 would love to keep it at a 2-0 because they do have a better win rate on both Inferno and Train. So if it gets all the way over to Nuke, Sinners might have a bit of an advantage, but until then, we'll have to play and see out here on the first map.
Yeah, a lot of ifs, but I think it's still going to be very close series. The map picks so far, and I feel like the more you go into playoffs, like the less the map picks matter. Sinners do have an interesting map pick as well. Their permaban is Dust, so neither team really favors these gunfight pug-esque maps. So it is interesting that we get a pretty tactical map pool of Inferno, super utility-wise tactical, then Train, which is the beauty to watch, but also a very tactical map, and finishing Nuke. Honestly, these are my 2 favorite maps in the map pool right now. I think we could be switching Inferno out for like Ancient, but it should be a pleasure to watch, and it should be around difficult to convert for Sinners, even though they won the first. The force buy is there, and I feel like Inferno is the best map, really, that you can go for the force buy. Everything is close range, claustrophobic, so many cubbies you can tuck in. And that smoke will keep Sinners at bay, as well. It's Inferno, so expect a lot of slow rounds. I hope you have your filler talk prepared, Astro.
Oh, I do, don't worry. But it's like, sure, I see where you're coming from, I see why you think that the force buys are good, but you just mentioned it, right? It's such a utility heavy map where especially the CT side has got to hold on to a lot of util to play with those smokes, so the moment they run out, that force buy becomes a little bit obsolete. Because look, it's a 2-3 setup, they're playing it really well. 9 have taken up space in towards Taxi, they've actually managed to find the space enough to send even a person back if they want, but they have no clear information. Sinners have got an open playfield, and they're gonna go down into this A-bomb site. Let's see how they're gonna be able to pull this off. Mantu out from Library looking for a shot, and the 5-7 is gonna connect. Kragan finds the first opening, and now Mantu keeps it up. The second found, and Kragan keeps it going even on 13 HP. The 5-7 connects on a headshot. Bomb to be planted, sure, but the Galil, can it really hold down to these many players? Shock, 8 HP is gonna fall, and Kragan is just having a field day right now, but Peppo double peaked into submission. 9 win out the force buy indeed, and are gonna be some very happy chaps.
Yeah, we get a close game immediately. Yeah, it certainly is just Kragan's heroics there. I mean, the double with the 5-7 is amazing. The triple is just criminal. So, one way or another, they find themselves winning the round. I do think, like, in my opinion, Inferno and Ancient are the 2 best maps to go on forces on, and usually I'm usually against these CT forces after losing the pistol, actually, because I just don't see it. I'd say it's like a 1 out of 4 chance. I just don't see it working out that way. But on Inferno, Kragan gets his dialed in as well, and that will be 1 right back.
I'd say a 1 out of 4 chance isn't that bad, considering it's just the beginning of the game. You know, if it's the CT
Sure.
side you're starting in, that's a risk that many IGLs are willing to take. Just on that second half, it gets a little bit tougher to really say, yeah, that's a good idea. to try to defend it. It seems like 9 are the ones having a couple of issues, though, out here in the play zone area. Looks like the coach behind them is just waiting for the issues to get fixed. So we get a little bit of an insight of what's going on in Prague as well.
It's a pretty cool city. I've been twice. My friend lived there for a while.
Oh.
Cheap beer, but very, very up and down landscape. Like, I felt like I was just improving my cardio so much by living a week there. All the streets are either up or down.
Oh yeah, tell
but
me
it is a
about
cool city to visit, for sure.
I mean, that's the fallacy of every European traveler, right? You get to like Germany and it's completely flat ground, and then you get to Prague, it's up and down. You get to Lisbon, you start doing cardio like every single day, just trying to go up one city, and then you come to Bucharest, where there's not even a single hill out here. So, at least in the city. But yeah, it's a diverse place, and now diverse tactics out here. Sinners are going to go for their own force buy, so we might get a little bit of a war going on out here.
Yeah, the force by war has started.
Oh, big grenade.
I'm always for a good force, especially when you're starting off the game. Like, it's maybe you don't want to go for it if you're Sinners, but at the same time, it's one of those where losing the second is worse than the pistol, and they got in a pretty bad spot, meaning that even if they don't force here, I don't think they have plenty of cash in the next to even have a good buy. So force is maybe not what you want to do, but kind of what you have to in terms of how just logic works out in this case. Well, Tech 9s, they're hoping, they're praying that the 9 over aggress, but I think we are gearing up for a very slow Inferno game as we're 3 rounds in, and all 3 it has been like a minute run down the clock with no engagements yet. BobXD will catch the first point of contact. That is a nice first frag, and at this point you should be retreating back. The double setup now goes for a sandwich play as Peppo gets closer. A smoke is needed here, but there's none. Only a molly. Cryan spotted, chooses to relocate. That molly still not coming into play. Feel like 9 should have all the advantages here, but that's a great shot by Beasting, and Morisco just burns Cryan down. So, damn, the bomb will be going down even without the smoke, and it does feel like these 9 rotations were just too slow. M4 now retrieved, so is the AK still in play.
Sending out the flash to Rouse. He's down to 5 HP. I was going to mention, you know, Peppo kind of threw that out there. He didn't re-peek back when the flash was made, back when the first kill was made into Banana, but now, oh, great incendiary, but there's no time out here, even if you want to defuse. Peppo's gonna get another man, 2v4 remaining out here, alongside Favin, and they're all gonna fall, not enough time, and Morishko on another good shot is gonna be winning this out for Sinners. They're gonna be saving away their guns as well. They're gonna be, again, happy, as the force by war should continue out here. It's a good start for 9, but as you say, the slow rotations really do them in. And is gonna force them into yet another buy.
Yeah, man, force until you win, always a good strategy. Seems to be working out for now. So, the scout now, in play. I'm kind of expecting like nothing to happen for the first 40 again, right? There's some preemptive smokes towards Banana. This should be a rather slow round. And it is. Yeah, it definitely is slow. Smoke does come in, and now again we have a minute left and a 5v5 scenario. Sinner is still with the Bob towards Mexico, so nothing going down for the time being. Shock might be the first point of contact. Actually, 9 here want to aggress. I think they'll get the kill cleanly. They do, but that is information about 2. So Sinner's gearing up to hit B. 9 aware of it, putting the rotations in place, but Sinner's really just dwindling down the time, making 9 second guess themselves. Cryan doesn't get the spot. So he'll have to be one of the big defenders of the A site. 25 left. Actually, there's a world where he hears the footsteps. They maybe don't clear boiler fully. Oh, this could still be bad.
Oh, yeah.
No footsteps,
Favin could
though.
be a
But
hero.
Brian...
That's the bomb!
Oh.
It fell, 15 seconds, you have to go retrieve it, and Favin's still on the bomb site! This is turning out to be absolutely demonic for Sinners! 9 on almost flawless round here, manage to take them all down, upgrade all their guns, and get to 2-2. It is Forced by Season out here on Galaxy Battle, and boy oh boy did they overlook Kragan. The fact that the bomb is the first one to fall there completely makes this round count. Favin as well on the timing saved it. And now we go again.
Alright, so they're both throwing, huh? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It's,
Sure. You can say
it's
that.
how the chat always goes, you know. There's like one bad round, 3 force losses in a row. Oh my god. Who's gonna win this one? Well, now the lower buy is on the side of Sinners, so all eyes on them. Can they continue going with this? Cash is as low as it could be for the side of Sinners, and Rawls just throws his body away in the dumpster, really. That was a big jump. Beastic capitalizes on it, and now they've been able to retrieve the rifle as well. So overall, a great start. But again, the bomb is dropped in its usual spot, so Peppo's still looking for a confirmation frag here. Lucky to be alive. Bobixd spotted, but now 3 of them peeking. They want to go aggressive. Beastie gets one. Morisco gets one back, and that is now a player advantage again for the lower buys, but the timing does not work out for Shock as Zedko hears the information. I'm waiting for them to pick up the bomb and go. Oh, but they both go for a rotate, and Zedko is just in the perfect spot. He hears both of the players, the pitter-patter towards CT, so this is going to be an open bomb site where, you know, it's Inferno. Like, a very difficult retake upcoming.
Yeah, it was good trading coming out there from Sinners back on Banana. They find a 2-4-3 essentially, and now it's Zetko and a Deagle to try to do
Zetko.
anything. Yeah, you wish the AK was here, you know? You wish Marishko was here to be the first contact, the first engage, because now the Deagle will connect, but it was a big risk to take. Favin left in a 1v2. There's not really that much time remaining. He has to go to the bomb, and if he can take down Marishko here, then at least there's a chance for the defusal as well. Good incendiary, but as Favin gets to the bomb side, we'll try to take Marishko down. 19 HP, it's still not enough. Grenade will shut him out, and he's got to stick it. Finds Zetko, and there's not enough time. He didn't stick it when he should have. So now it's another Forced by round win for Sinners. Oh my lord, it's just written in the script, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to check it. That's why I'm actually so surprised. Yeah, Forced by wars continue. It's always the team with the lower buy converting. And honestly, Zedko just does everything there. Like, the information is huge, then the relocation is really smart. He takes a calculated risk to isolate himself, but get in a position they won't expect. And then he even just manages to kind of run down the time, in a sense. Was getting a little slippery there. Could have been a full stick. I think actually after Zetko goes down, like, I'm not sure, but I almost want to say there was a chance of defuse. Like, it really was a game of milliseconds, but yeah, I don't know why the instant commitment doesn't come through. Well, either way, it will be Sinners now with the round advantage, but we've been, it's like a chessboard, right? Look at the recent round history, so I'm fully expecting 9 to convert with the P250s.
I mean, I would not be too surprised anymore. We've had everything in this game. It's been bomb plants, it's been retakes, it's been defuses. 9 have attempted everything, Sinners have given everything to them. Now a 4-man setup on B. Coming through from 9, and I sense aggression in their bones right now. They want to set up for something, and they're waiting for Sinners to make the first move. Favin, the only man on the A-bomb site. And 9, we talked about these force buys, you know, the utility definitely lacking. Good grenade coming out of Basic, wants to send one out again, but the flash is beautiful. Denies the entire peak coming through out there from 9. They don't get anything, and now smoke being laid on out. It's a beautiful flash back again though from Rouse. Team damage as well, and it doesn't even matter. Kragan good for 2, and the MP9 once more, but it's not gonna find it. It's the trades again. Connecting here for Sinners, and Favin is left in a 1v4. Doesn't matter what the HP value of those players are. He has no information, no chance, and no round. Sinners, finally, the first team to put 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's an interesting round. I was ready for the P250s to convert, honestly. They were also at a player advantage twice, but yeah, just the heavier buy, for sure, should be winning it out, and finally does. Sinners break the streak, break the bad juju they've had in terms of converting against lower buys, and now, I mean, yeah, the low HPs, I think they still all survive. It's not nuked. The bomb blast radius, yeah, they're in the clear. So 3 rifles will be saved. A game of close margins indeed, if you take a glance at the HPs, but 4th one for Sinners, and I mean, if we talk in the bigger sense of things, like, Sinners kind of need Inferno way more than they need Train, alright? Because Inferno is their pick. 9 still have the better win rate on it, but I feel like Train is, you know, that's like a Hail Mary pick. I've rarely seen a team pick Train and then lose it, no matter the win rates. I just feel like it's still, like, the meta develops, maybe not day by day anymore, but certainly week by week, and like, if you pick Train, you are going to have more tricks up your sleeve, and until your aim is somewhat decent, I think I've honestly seen like an 80% win rate, or even more for the teams that pick Train to convert it. So I'm honestly putting my marbles in the basket of 2-0 for 9 if they can take Inferno, and then 3 Mapper if Sinners can win it. And now they're in a good position to do so, as there's 4 USPs in a FAMAS, but that mighty FAMAS will get a kill and get away, confirm some information. But Sinners, they know the rotations are to be expected, so they just head towards B. It's just Rawls with the USP, should be a very default standard way to deal with the business. Yeah, just jump shot him. This time it works. Sinners have found the bomb site.
Yeah, see, the thing about Train here is the fact that 9 are one of the only teams that actively practice on this map, or actively play it as well. It's what, their 2nd, 3rd? No, it's like their 4th most played map in the Veto right now. But they still have played it 19 times in the past 3 months, so it's not like they're really slouches on it. And we've always been kind of mentioning Train as, oh, it's the newest pick, oh, it's the map that most teams don't really have the best coordination in. They haven't figured out all the knickknacks yet. But I'd be willing out to bet an arm and a leg that 9 have practiced on it enough to not really have to worry about that. So they pick into it strategically, knowing that the permaban is coming, knowing that it's going to be a very safe haven. Because again, they could have gone for Ancient, right, if they really wanted to have an even better win rate percentage. But they just feel comfortable on Train. So I definitely do agree, if 9 manage to take away this Inferno somehow, then Train should end up in a 2-0. But Sinners, I mean, so far they've started out quite well. 3-0 out here in the past 3 rounds. They managed to take them all down, but it's finally a full buy coming through from 9. The first one we get to see from the CT side, even though Rouse is only on an MP9 and he's the only man on a defuse kit. It's a 2-3 setup. And Sinners, well, they won't really be able to advance without an entry frag. Ooh, nice little catch out. But Kraken stays alive, 22 HP. Big grenade back though. Deals just as much as he was dealt. A minute left on the clock, and Sinners gonna start ramping up the pressure. Here comes the util, and here comes the kill. Kraken finds one, traded out, and Marishka wants to find a second, but Kraken is still there. Connects, and leaves us in the 3v3. Oh, make it a 3-on-2, make it! I was about to say a 3-on-1, but BobXD manages to wins out his duel. Peppo and Beestick versus low HP on BobXD and Kraken. Who's gonna come out on top? Most likely Sinners. 30 seconds to get to the bomb site. And BobXD is on the other side of the map. There's the kill. There's the round conversion.
Yeah, should be. I mean, BobXD should never be going for this, especially given the cash. I thought maybe he'd have a look around, but honestly, just too far away. So yeah, that's going to be Sinners with 6. They've certainly broken this streak of rounds being traded. And honestly, it's just the same. Like, I feel like the 1 minute mark is magical. Like, I know these 8 rounds played, at least 6 or 7 of them, they've just exploded when it reaches the 1 minute mark. And honestly, it shouldn't do too much. Just draw out Nine's utility a little bit, but it seems to be working. And yeah, it could also be the case of just the AKs now, because I think, honestly, like, you know, CSGO was CT-sided, like, in general. Most maps were CT-sided. As CS2 is way more equal, sometimes even T-sided, I feel like the AK just makes an even bigger difference, because holding angles is more difficult, and then pair that with an M4, where you hold an angle, you get the dink, and then you still die. It is an increasingly more difficult job to be a counter-terrorist in today's economy. So maybe things change as we will head to the side switch in 4 rounds, excuse me. There's a 57% win rate, something to look at for Sinners on T side. So certainly they're playing on their better side, and for 9 they also prefer the T side with 55. So I do still feel like this game is very much alive, but well, 9 would love to get 1 or 2 more rounds until the end of the half.
1 or 2, more like at least 3. If you get out anything from the CT side under 7-5, it's going to be a little bit tough. Remember, this is Sinner's map pick. Even though they do play better on the T side, they've got their protocol set up out here for the CT side as well. Great double nade. 1 HP remaining on Bob XD, forced to run back. No AWP to play Bogdan's Law with, so he's got to drop the AK surely. There we go. Rouse picks it up. Marishko could get taken down here. Favin doesn't peek on the smoke. It's a double setup, even a triple setup out here. It's a good utility. Kragan forced back, and Morishko 1 for 1. That is Shock to trade it out. Finds the third as well, and the opening into the A-bomb side. That is Sinners on 7. And here comes the money train here for Sinners. This is how they start picking up rounds, securing that win streak, securing that hot streak. And if 9 aren't going to be able to break this away, then we're going to be going pretty quickly into train.
Maybe you are right. Maybe 3 is needed here. I feel like it's still a game on. I've just seen so many comebacks there, right? The previous match, I don't know if you were watching it, I was kind of keeping an eye on it in the background, and all 3 maps, in fact, ENCE struck together a comeback, so maybe that's why I'm a little bit biased. Also, as I mentioned, if you're just tuning in, if you've been hearing me cast the last couple of days, that's probably something you've heard for like the 5th time, but out of my last 8 games that I've casted, 8 maps rather, I've had 5 double overtimes, then another overtime, and then 2 more maps that went to double digits. So again, at least from experience in these other Galaxy Battle matchups, like I think we have the most stacked season yet. And so with that, and these 2 teams also being kind of close-knit, I would actually believe in, if not a comeback now, then just a closer game. I don't think 9 are going to get a blowout here. But that's just my prediction.
That's your quote-unquote unluckiness. Maybe luckiness, you get to cast more, you know. But like, I'm the lucky charm here as well. The more I've casted out here on Galaxy Battle, the quicker games I've had. Completely opposite.
Wow.
When we casted together last time with Sinners, right, it was a 2-0 with a map forfeit. That's how they managed to find themselves out here into the quarterfinals against Forza Reload. Yeah, sure, next map was Nuke. It was 13-11 for Sinners, but you know, overall,
we're
was
like
pretty quick, so.
We're like an immovable object against unstoppable
against
force.
An unstoppable spear, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Peppo, I love the aggression, but Manta's gonna catch it off. It's a nice idea, sure, but one that gets denied really quickly and forces Sinners to lose the man advantage, lose the initiative out here. We'll have to play on the back foot until they manage to recuperate a kill. That's not easy with the 3-man setup on B. Oh, op dropped out here. They stole away the op from Peppo in the smoke and got it back to their CT side. That is very smart. Beastic can pick it up, even though he's 50 HP, he would love to. And the Sinner is still trying out this B-bomb site.
I don't know how that shot doesn't go through.
What?
Shog, they just walked through. Shog gets a double cry and punches one back, and now it is a 3v3. They're moving quickly towards A. The bomb He's making its way back as well, but look at Shock. Last time it was Zedko. This time it's Shock just with such an advanced position. BobXD makes a single sound there. And he's at a huge disadvantage, but he doesn't know it. He's somewhat looking for this, but it's just the fact that Shock could be there is keeping him nervous. So it does kind of fall on Kraen. Soon he'll be met from these two short players, and look at that. Shock catches timing. Now they just need to wait. Just hold on. The perfect timing for Shock. He could be turning this round around as he moves into the side. Should be aware of Kraen. That's a frag. Goes down, and now a 2v3 sandwich setup, and they're just getting overwhelmed. Zedko's there for one, but with 8 seconds.
7 seconds.
Ryan's job is just to stay alive. They're trying to do it to 5, 7, and 4 seconds. There's no more time to plan. 9 have somehow found the third. That is just a game of margins. I thought it was done with Shock's backstab.
You know, Shock, he had such a big opportunity if he didn't bring out his knife here to find the double kill, and they would have managed to trade back on short as well. Would have been a quick round here for Sinners, but it's up and down. It's a round that no one really would have expected to turn out that way. Surprised that Sinners even had a chance to actually go through with that round after what happened on Banana. But
yeah,
there you go. 3-7. They managed to pick up that third. And we talked about the 5-7 here for 9. It's a good start for it as Favin flashes away Shock's life. And Peppo left on 64. Might just go down even more. This is going to be a peek out here on Banana. And Zetko trades it back to a 4-on-4. Sinners are not out of the round just yet, even though the man advantage was gained by 9. Ooh,
and just dry peeking
right
out
back.
in the up. Mantu makes light work of that frag, so that is now still a player advantage. Smoke dropped on top for good measure, and I feel like Sinners now need to find a way how to reroute back in the round. Morisco could be the guy doing it. Timing, get some damage in, but that's good map control. Look at Kraen, he has found himself a cheeky position to come in from, and now Sinners have the push, but I feel like 9 know it. Yeah, Mantu will hit another. It's good positioning. Peppo goes down, and 9 are punching back the digits. Said they needed 2 more to, you know, make it somewhat, I don't want to say use the word comfortable with the pistol round victory. It's almost there. They've gotten 4. There's a chance of the 5th one as well, and I think if they can just win the pistol, like, we're talking about another very close game here. Especially given how Sinners are playing on their better side. They actually have like a 60% win rate on the T side of things.
Chicken cam, hell yeah. There you go. You know, we got to give a big shout out here for Galaxy Battle too. We got some really good observers with us.
Sure, man.
Live in the game. So
The
cheers for
replays
that.
are always a treat.
But with that being
Actually-
said, Yeah.
Do we have the do we have Evolution or do we have Wander? Because Evolution loves showing this creepy lady on Inferno. I have told this to my other caster duos, and then they've just have been unable to sleep. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do not.
Okay, then whoever is the observer, if you can, show him. But you won't be able to sleep until like 3 AM. I do believe it's a daunting picture.
Surely can't be that bad. Yeah, we're gonna see it after this round,
Let's
but
wait.
okay. Sinners, last chance out here onto the T side to pick up a round. They've done a good job so far. We've talked about 9 needing 5. They managed to put up 4. Let's see if they can make it close, or if this is gonna be Sinners walking away with a 4-round lead. However, I do doubt it. Look at the buy, look at the util. Not that much to work with out here for the T side. Shock's head has not been spotted. The smoke still covers him. It's gonna fade. And him and Marishko should peek at the same time here. They've cleared out long, and Shock never looks back. That's him gone. Now with this setup, I love what 9 are doing. If they can hold on to their util on the A-bomb side, this should be an easy round to take.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
And
look at
somehow
them.
9 always find these weird timings as a free sim. Faven is going to peek out, expected, but still gets the damage, gets the info. And that's so much info that Mantu is just going to be keeping a steady aim as of the previous rounds. Again, time low, Raw's in a good position, and that is a cleanup on the short aisle. 3 rounds in a row. 9 make this as competitive as it could be. Only a pistol round victory would really take them closer, but before that is always the case, and which I think we've had some pretty good luck. If I remember, then there was a red in the previous matchup as well, where ENCE played against PARIVISION.
Yeah. Zeus being given away. So let's see what's going to be it this time. Oh, that's a Hellfire just dropped on by, and the winner of the giveaway will have a Sakaku. El Cheery 19. Gonna get that in your DMs from one of our admins. There you go. Congratulations. And now we're gonna be jumping the gun out here into the second half. Seeing as you've had a lot of overtimes, you've probably seen a lot of actual giveaways as well. What was the best one that you remember that you casted?
Actually, my luck has not been good. I bring the extra cases, I bring the overtimes, I don't bring the luck. Don't have that YouTuber luck per se. Yeah, I think I've seen like a couple. I think I saw Chrome Cannon, I saw an Empress, but you know, nothing like, I haven't seen a knife yet. That is like my next goal.
Oh, an Empress. That's like still a great one though.
Oh, there you go.
Ah, that's not that bad.
No, just wait until you see it like 10 times.
Yeah, that's
I think
fair.
once
That is fair.
once we start seeing it, the observers always love to just keep showing it. I remember I casted, it was like the 3rd best of 3 of the day. It was a solo cast as well, back when this tournament didn't have duo casters, and I was just losing my mind, dude. So as well, there's actually Bob XD losing his head, so that's a great opening pick for Sinners. Crime.
Good flash. Comes through. Zetko is gonna fall. Marishko is still there. Oh, the second shot! Didn't even mean for it to happen. Just flicked at the last second. Connects on Rails. 3v2. And it's still Beastic on the bomb side with the defuse kit. Could play this one slow. Just wait for the bomb to get planted. But there's no rotates. They think it's an A hit. Beastic's running away. No information gain here. Beastic has to hold. Might just make this one a 2v2. Beastic, you need to connect something. And he does not.
Oh.
2v2 on the retake. The defuse kit is on CT side, but they've got to be really quick about this one.
The good old Glock drive-by. Bomb plant will go down. There's a single flash on Mantu. As he uses it, that will give Sinners some kind of an idea where these players are. Such a thin game of margins there, but Shock spots one. And now it's Mantu in the 1v2. But he's in a good position because Church, like, it didn't actively get cleared, but like they're not expecting him so close up. They're still probably waiting for him to be closer to coffins here. So with a defuse kit in play, he's gonna be a little bit thin. Papo though turns, and this guy is such a beast with the USPs. I don't know if you've how many like Papo USP rounds you've seen, but it feels like from the plenty ones that I've seen, I don't know. He just has that raw mechanical aim. It reminds me of, I think it was Dennis, right, back in early days of CS:GO. Just a pistol demon. Sure, still a great opera as well, but I feel like he's, you know, getting way more pistol kills than your average player.
Thinking about maybe like Prime Crims as well, you know, with the tech.
Yeah, that as well.
Just Fnatic in general, but yeah, definitely a good player on the USP, but even better on the AWP when he gets it. I don't think we've gone to see him too many times out here onto the AWP so far, so can't wait to see him activate on that. And look, speaking of familiarity here with the plays, another force fight to come through, and Beastic does connect on 2, finds the 3rd as well. Beastic, there's the 4th, and where's your ace? It's on the other side of the map, but it's a great hold here from the IGL. Beastic loses half of his life force in that fight and gains notoriety for Sinners out here, as it's 9-5. It's gonna turn to 10 as well. Sinners, that is how they take the advantage away.
You know, maybe it is the gaming chair. I don't know if you saw the picture in our channel, but I was in Vilnius. I was watching a CS finals casted by Sardani and MNJ, and there was also this ad. You know, there was like a whole gaming section, and there was this ad for a gaming chair. And guess who was on the cover? Guess who was advertising? It was B-Stick, so it might just really be the gaming chair that's making them so good.
I mean, it always is, so there it is.
Yeah.
Keeps him alive. He's 12-8 as well. For an IGL, we know Beastic can definitely frag, but he's having way more good days out here into CS2 as of lately, which is why Sinners are having this upbringing on their HLTV page. Bunch more green than was previously a couple of months ago. 9, however. Pistols only this round. Couple of Deegs, P250s, and that's about it. Let's see if Peppo can find himself an ace, if Beastie couldn't. Great flash though. Oh my lord, Marishko saves him. Marishko saves the day for Peppo. I don't get how Peppo doesn't die there. It's a beautiful flash, it's a good engage. Just no one watching towards long for Marishko. 10-5, it's double digits on the board here for the CTs. And 9, well, they've got a mountain to climb if they want to take this Inferno.
It's Marishko, right? I've been saying it Marishko. Definitely has a better sting to it. Alright, Sinners, I mean, they are surprising us for sure. Even though 9 made that 3-round comeback in the first half, this has so far been flawless on the CT side, and now a huge rifle round to come and test that once again. Honestly, I'm feeling Sinners. Maybe you are my good luck charm in that sense, or your curse is stronger. Fast games, close to being the reality again. 3v3, but Marishko is gonna find another. And now it's a little bit difficult to push with the smoke down. It does make it a little bit easy, but yeah, at the same time, I think 9 are expecting way more defenders there than there actually are. So they go slow, and that actually gives Sinners time to rotate.
They'll have the time, but let's see if they'll have the retake as well. 2v3. And a single flash out here for Man2. Comprises the utility arsenal here for 9. Marishko, Shock, they've got the fuse kits. A belt of util there for Shock as well. Peppo's waiting to throw those flashes out too. They spotted one crossing over towards Banana. They don't know the last one, but Man2's not checking towards CT because there's no one peeking in from there. Finally drops, was heard. 20 seconds left to defuse. They've got to get in there. They got to move in quickly. Favin peeking on out. Marishko takes him down, and the incendiary is beautiful as Marishko ends off the round as well. 17-10 Marishko opens up the CT side like an absolute banger, and himself and his general, the IGL B-Stick, they managed to go flawless so far on their CT side to get 11-5, needing only 2 more rounds to take us to train.
Yeah, and that's that Sinners special. They're slow, they're calculated. You go, wait, there's 20 seconds. You're starting to get a little bit anxious, but B-Stick and Co. hold steady. It's a nice retake, good use of the util as well. Whatever was left of it. And yeah, 11-5. Attack pause for 9. They understand this is them with their backs against the wall. The best buy that they'll be able to have in this game is strung together. So an absolute tilter round. If they lose, it should be over. If they win, then still very low mistakes given to them, but at least it's gonna feel like it's maybe a bit closer.
Damn, still though, remember, before we actually opened up the live stream, we had a little bit of a chat, and I said that I want to see a 13-5. So, now
yeah,
it's
you're
doable.
right.
Now it is possible. Peppo on the op is gonna connect that first shot. Rouse doesn't know what hit him. And we're left out here with 9 scrambling on this T side for Inferno. Seemingly unable to find and connect their first round here. Peppo needs a flick to connect onto Bob XD. But that's Kragan on the other side of the map, opening up the Z-Coat. Last man standing there is going to be Beastic, but we know what he's done before. Bomb left out rotation. Peppo still left in the technical 1v1 here. Great incendiary, noise made. Now Sinners, they've got some sort of information. Let's just hope that Marishko doesn't actually rotate into the A-bomb site. And a missed shot from Peppo.
It doesn't miss too often. Has been somewhat of a quiet game for him, but I feel like the kills that he has gotten have actually been impactful. So that could have been another one of those. Instead, it will go for the boost up here, which it's just a position. It's so hard to clear. You expect it, but well, they certainly show themselves. But now there's 3 on the other side. And if you want to commit to this B site, you still have to fight through all of these players. But Bob XD, he has found a huge backstab, expecting the boost up as well. Marishko still gets it, but there's the refrag. A 2v2 now. And 25 seconds left. They're trying to run down the time as much as possible. There's Shock's backstab coming in as well. I think Beastic is going to try to engage, try to deny the plant as he denies Mantu's life. It's 15 seconds left, and Favin is really starting to run out of time. He has to pick up the bomb. The banana push is imminent, and well, there's nowhere to go. Where's the bomb? Favin finally finds it, but he almost has to commit on the plant, and they're just going to be pushing in together. He fakes it out, meaning there is no more time, there is no more hope, and that is a horrible round to lose if you're 9. Sure, a 2v3
Oh my
is
god.
difficult, but just the way how it plays off, yeah.
Insult to injury. Favin dies after time. $750 is all he has. And you know who wins them this? It's Morishko managing to find this kill from Bob XD. If Bob XD connects that frag, it's so easy for 9 to convert. But a 2v2 then, and a really well played and tactical approach here from Sinners puts them on map point again. We talked about how they like to take their time. They're experienced, they know how to play together, they communicate great. That's exactly what they've done throughout this entirety of Inferno. Now, Kraken can't find that opening frag anymore. He's 20 and 14. He's the only man keeping 9 alive here. The carry force of 9. Still not being enough.
Trying to block out the smoke and actually get in front of it. I think that's actually a weird piece of timing they could catch. Yeah, Cryan catches the first, and now Beastic has to go big again. The in-game leader has been fragging as well. It's a good spray down, a lot of damage. But only one given, so a 3v4 retake would be necessary here. Bomb will go down. That nade might actually tickle Favin and Cryan a little bit, does not touch anyone. And again, it's low HPs. I feel like Sinners are just going to go for the save. They want to play it safe, and honestly, I respect it, right? Like, you have a 7-round lead. There's no point to go throw these weapons at it. You're almost giving away a huge, an exact gun round, actually, so... Yeah, I think it's a good call. 9 will we'll find our first D-side round, actually.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, in theory, again, it's the right call to make, but it's definitely not the fun call to make. It's a 3v4. You've got a lot of cash. You know, Peppo can still buy up on an AWP. Shock has got 10k. Like, they could have gone for it, but they want to be perfectionists. They want to play correctly and by the book. So they're going to be allowing 9 to actually pick up their first round onto their T side here. But again, it was due to that timing that they found into the B-bomb side. If Kraken hadn't found that insane opening frag onto Zetko to just find a swipe and a headshot, then Sinners would have been able to get out with this one too. But here we are, another round, another time to be looking alive. It is Peppo now holding onto the B-bomb site alongside Zetko. Beastic has traded his position, and Kraken has made noise. Oh, and Peppo has missed his timing. That is Kraken looking for something. Bob XD trades it back. And into the B-bomb site we go again. Might be just another round here for 9, as this time, Sinners won't have the full buy incoming into the next, so... They'll be staying there. They'll be holding their horses out here on the A-bomb side.
Yeah, I mean, this unfortunately is gonna be what we're gonna see a lot here. Just Sinners trying to get that early 1-player advantage, 2-player advantage, just shut it down. But if they can't, if they're the ones who lose 1 or 2, you know, that's gonna be the round more often than not. I think it's fine. Like, honestly, normally I'd hate this type of a gameplay, but I'm not complaining too much about the start, about the whole entirety of this match up until this point, and here is just like a necessary evil you have to deploy. You know, just park the bus if you've ever played FIFA, just go as defensive, as play it safe, as boring as possible. Do you believe, my friend? Do you think there's a way we even get to double digits here?
No. I am the pessimist out here. I will say that Sinners should definitely wake themselves back up, and the moment Peppo just finds an opening round, it is game over on Inferno. Or at least should be the case. Now, 9, they're pinned up against the wall. These are players that do have the experience as well. They have the coach behind them. Could be, you know, diamonds being formed under pressure. But in this scenario, from 12 to 5, I highly doubt it. They would need 8 rounds in a row here. And surely at some point they do mess up.
Oh.
Peppo, made for breakfast. There you go. High calorie meal, but Sinners still holding on to 5 players, so they're not going to worry about anything for now. They're just searching for that opening frag, and Marishko might just find himself to be that frag.
Yeah, this is a very default angle he's playing. One molly or a good nade. And you find yourself in a bad position. 9 are slowly but surely advancing towards A. There's the smoke blown up, but no info confirmed. In the meanwhile, they're trying to fake out B, and that does keep the 2 defenders busy. And this flower pot angle, always a difficulty to clear, especially with the up man. It depends. The flash comes in, Shaw gets one, and Marishko's angle grants him one, and the dink. That's a 3v4 with 35 left. Marishko again has to run down time. Excuse me, it's actually B stick on the site, and oh, they're calling it back. They're going towards B now. That has to be Peppo then hitting shots.
Only Morisco dead, but Sinners still on that man advantage. They've still got that 2 defender set up on going into the B-bomb side because they faked it out. So now it might come to bite them. It might come to hurt them. It's an early peek coming out of Zetko. He actually taps it away. Just warning shots coming out, but it doesn't even matter. It is 13 on the board here for Sinners as they do manage to straighten their course and end off this map. This is how they're going to be taking away their own map pick of Inferno. CT side went berserk out here for Sinners after a 7-5 split, and now they're ready to move on into their enemy's map pick of Train to see if there is the possibility of a 2-0.
Oh yeah, Sinners, big victory on their map pick, but they're gonna feel like they still have a lot to accomplish, right? From being 0 to 2 down in the Swiss stage to now being 1 map win away from semi-finals. Surely you want to play it safely. You want to just secure one of these next 2 maps. It'll be Train and Nuke, but on Inferno, we do have to crown Kroan as the MVP, which is a very interesting thing to do, right? But I feel like when your team is losing 7 to 13, you're still the best performer on the server. Like, if he keeps it up, right, if the rest of the team wakes up on Train, I believe there is a chance. But for the time being, we will have to figure it out. So going on a break and returning with Train.
And we are back, everybody, here with the second map of the best of three, turning our heads on over to Train to check in our tickets to this best of three, see who's going to be able to take it away. With this one, Sinners already managed to find their first, and now 9 are looking for a comeback, for a setback to be denied out here into this playoff bracket out here. Sinners feeling dazzy, feeling excited. Now, how are we feeling about this best of three out here, Danny, and how are we feeling like it's going to go?
Yeah, I don't know about this one. You said that your prediction is a 2-0. Honestly, I somewhat want to agree with that. I know that it's 9. I know that they were actually expected a little bit more to be winning this whole best of 3, but I just don't think they're feeling it today. Right? We get this extra 10-minute, what was it, delay because of some technical issues for them concerning the internet. So yeah, we'll be seeing how it goes, but I do think the odds are shifted way more in Sinner's favor now. Train will be coming up. That is map picked by 9, but actually a map favorited by both. And then if we need it, a nuke finisher, which I'd love to see in a sense. I think nuke for the last map is absolute cinema. But yeah, I'm kind of with you on that 2-0 boat.
Yeah, well, we'll see where it takes us as now we jump on into the map. It is Evolution on the observing, by the way, so we've figured that one out. And we are going to be jumping straight out here into Train indeed. Now, going to be interesting because Morisco and Zetko did not have that good of a game jumping on into that previous best of 3. And usually, these are the guys that you can count on. These are the guys that actually make big plays alongside Beastic and Peppo. There's a lot of strong players out here for Sinners, but let's just leave it at that because 9 are starting out their T side and they're going straight into Morisco, who's not going to connect on any yet, but the flash wasn't good enough for him. The dualies connect on 2, and now looking for the third, spams away, runs out of bullets, and it is still him being left alive somehow. Peeled for 3v5 into A we have went, but still nothing concrete to be found. T side does connect on 1, but Morisco trades it right back. Good for 3 on 5 HP. Amazing for Morisco, but Peppo's down to 13. And, oh, a lineup. There you go, Shock. Manages to leave us in a clutch scenario. Rels has got to put his big boy pants on, and he's looking for these headshots. Why are they picking him one by one, though? They know he's on a USP, and 3 kills already. Once you start going, it's tough to stop. And that's all he wants right now, to keep it up. Rels stuck inside of Electrical, looking to try to push up through Pop Dog, use up that bomb to go to B, but instead it's just a fake out. Might catch off Peppo. Here's them on the rotate. Sees Zetko still. Peppo hasn't fully moved away. He's on a decoy actually. Could be a big brain peek play coming through, but instead it is going to be the B hit. Let's see if he plants the bomb first. Going to be extra cash in the bank out here for 9, and indeed he will. Now 2v1 on the retake. Another kill for Rals. And we're left in a 1v1. It's a good headshot. Spots out the player. Ralsy boy, this is going to be one hell of a way to start if he wins it. Zetko stuck to look around. Needs to figure something out here. No diffuse kit. He's sticking it on 10 seconds, really.
Oh my god.
No way. No way is he sticking this.
Before.
One more
the
second, and he's
perfect.
not going to get it. Oh man, that was close. That was nice, but Zetko, if only he had a defuse kit to work with. Still though, it's an ace out of Rals.
Yeah, it's a very interesting round there, but Rals, not the usual suspect, right, for this type of a play, but man, it seems like 9, they want to get back into this collectively. So the lowest rated player, the one actually below the only one below 1.0 rating in HLTV. Just get the casual ace, puts 9 on the first, and gets a force buy out of the Sinners, which, if you remember how Inferno started, it was just force buy wars. So, you know what, I'll give it a chance. Ooh, the drop is heard, Bob XT only good for 1, so a good trade. Beastie confirms some information and gets away, but there's 2 more where that came from, and the bomb confirmed as well.
So with that, we're used to the force buy wars, right? We saw in the last map. Now we're getting to see it again. What do you score? In that previous round could have done so much, you know. Already found 3, stood around in electrical for so long. Almost single-handedly won Sinners that round. Yet with a start like this, with Train being the map pick of 9, the morale is definitely going to be going sky high. Morisco looking for another shot, scopes out at just the inopportune moment. That is CS2 for you. The timings are going to kill you. And the bomb's going to get planted. There it is, 9. Looking for this 4v4, wondering where everybody's going to come out of. And electrical and pop dog it is. There you go, Beastie good for 2. And the MP9 spraying at mid-range, connects on another Kraken left in a clutch scenario. But this time, his name is not going to be Rals. And Sinners, of course, will win out the force buy.
Yep. Right about as expected. Now, expect the unexpected. I'm waiting kind of for 9 to just bust out the Tech 9s, rush in A main, and the rest is history. But Sinners do bounce back. Now, Train is one of those weird maps where, again, like, the meta is still evolving. So, you know, it used to be very, very CT-sided on CSGO. Then when it dropped first on CS2, it was similar. But since then, I think it has been, like, this is certainly the most T-sided iteration of Train that there ever has been. Interestingly enough, there is a 57% win rate on the T-side of Train. 58 almost for Sinners. So, you know, their CT side not looking too good. And actually, 9 prefers the CT side, so both teams playing on their weaker sides respectively, but I still feel like it's 9 who have to have a good first half, because Sinners, we've seen on Inferno how well they play on that T side.
We have seen indeed. Right now though, there it is, Tech 9's trying to get out into B and is going to be shot. Good for 1, good for 2. Denies onto the bomb site at the planned spot, but instead, the Tech 9's are still going to be moving. Good grenade onto Kraken, forces him a little bit back, but he's stuck in that cubby. He's fine to play with it. Left in this 3v3, there is a defuse kit indeed, but Kraken's still playing this spot. The flash is going to come right on him. Forces him out, and yet he's the one to fall. He didn't get the full flash, so I thought for a second there might have been a chance there for him to come out and win. But instead, there was not. And there you go. Defuse gonna come through. Sinners do the exact thing they did back on Inferno, which is lose out the pistol round, win out the force buy, but this time, they managed to pick up the second round on the board as well to get the streak early this time around.
Yeah, they are able to do it. That's a good start for the Sinners boys, and it also means that there's Deagles only for 9. Again, we were both kind of in the 2-0 boat, and I think it's just off of how the first map really went and not so much off of stats, because, you know, there isn't plenty of data to back up our prediction. The Sinners, I think they're just more hungry, right? Like, sometimes... Oh my goodness, alright, well, Rawls is still strong, right? 7 kills. Again, this guy is usually the bottom performer, but really pulling out all the strings, all the cards. The back is against the wall. But still, the M4 is good for the spray down. Zetko should just be playing passively. They will ultimately try to run him down, but easy does it. One more picked up. Mantu with the refrag, so still a 3v3.
He's on the op as well, right onto the back of this bomb site. Could find Bob XD on the flank, yet he's playing CT right now. He knows there's information down towards Ivy. Just moving into B to make sure Bob XD could have a godly timing here, but instead Peppo fully clears. Not a lot of people will, so there is the persistence coming out of the young gun. There is still up the man advantage, and Shock just spotted both of them out, so Utility is going to be raining on in, looking for the kills to get made. Kraken down to 7 HP only, but there's no more damaging Utility. He's stuck in a corner, left to fend off for himself. This was a round in which they didn't invest that much. They still are able to take down 2. Can they find a third with Kraken in the corner? Information's gained. Oh, but Peppo still doesn't fully know. Might just get taken out here. Pistol in hand, and Kraken does indeed find the third. That is beautiful from Kraken. No bomb plant, but this round still works out in favor of 9, I'd say.
It does indeed. Time runs out. Kron will save the op. But Sinners, even with these shots, even with it being somewhat competitive, they're quite strong when it comes to just converting rounds they should be winning, right? We haven't had much of those heart attack moments on Inferno where it's like, oh my god, how did you lose that? Or how did you win that? They're consistent, they're steady, and I think that's another point to look at, right? Like, 9 kind of feel like strangers in this tournament. They are just the playoff invitees, the VRS rankings give them that, but then it's Sinners who have fought back from being 0-2 in the Swiss stage, and they call this their home turf. It's going to be another shot coming through. Favin lids them up, and they even give Peppo a chance to escape. Granted, there was a teammate to support him. It's B-Stick, the in-game leader who we've seen playing so selfless, also had a great map 1. So, you know, looking at the Sinners roster, everyone is performing, and that's what you love to see, a true Cinderella story, to now be 1 map away, 10 rounds away from semifinals.
Yeah, not that far away, and it's a great start indeed here for Sinners. And remember, if they do manage to get to the semifinals out here in 2-0 fashion, they will be doing it in the same manner that their opponents would. Nexus, right? They managed to take down CYBERSHOKE in the quarterfinals after they lost against them in the previous week out there, actually 2-1. CYBERSHOKE managed to take down Nexus. So it's a story to be made out here. The narratives are there for the semis. I can't wait to see them. That's going to be happening tomorrow, but 9 are still not out of this one just yet. So they're not going to be giving up. They're still going to be going at it. Let's just see who's going to be the bigger man here. As Molo jumping in through the Molotov Shock, I guess that wasn't a good idea. Zetko's still going to be keeping up the A-bomb side though, so it's not all too late. Peppo connects on another confirmed kill. And left in a 2v4, it's really tough to really make any work of this one. Yet they're still gonna try.
Oh.
USP out, Peppo.
Oh.
Maybe not the right idea, but with 7 seconds, the round is surely over and dealt in the cards out here for Sinners.
Yeah, they get what's needed to be done. Good start, and then again, they're not exactly a team to be losing these, you know, 3v2 player advantage, 2-player advantage situations. And it's another well-played round by Sinners where time is running low. You go for the aggression just to deny the bomb plant for even longer, and a good refrag in place secures them the 4th. So I love what I'm seeing from Sinners. Honestly, they've won my heart throughout this tournament. I think I've just been... the universe has worked out in a way where I've actually casted a lot of their games. And it's always a pleasure to watch, you know. Sometimes you watch a game and you kind of... No matter if the team wins or loses, you kind of have a sour taste after in your mouth. It's just like, what? Whatever, you know. But no, Sinners is playing good CS, putting themselves up on 4, and I'm not trying to diminish 9. I just would love to see a little bit more from them. I know they can do it. You know, maybe they have that LAN anxiety. It's a different environment as well. I believe you said they're playing Tipsport tomorrow?
Yeah, they are going to be in the semifinals up against Fnatic tomorrow. So they've got a lot on their heads right now, and losing this best of 3, sure, maybe is not the priority. This tournament might not be the priority for them, but it's still an important tournament overall, right? So you'd be questioning, like, okay, are these guys sure that they want to play like this? Are these guys sure that they just go on their own map pick, leave it to go 4-1, and you still go on a full save? Like, you have to take some risks, you have to change some things up. Might just be experimental here for 9, but whatever the case may be, it's still going to be important here for 9 to at least not go down without a fight. You know, that's maybe going to be the most important part of this entire best of 3. Peppo, what a shot. Goes for the no-scope. He's trying to play for tricks at this point, man, because he knows The round is in the bag, and he knows he's been playing good as well. Peppo, sure, hasn't been having the most amazing performance individually, but look, it's all going all right. It's still moving at a good pace. When Beastic is 6-3, Zetko 7-2, and Morisco 8-1, you know your team is having a good time. You know you're fine.
Oh yeah. It's another strong start, and again, like, I feel like having an advantage on a certain side is more important than having a disadvantage. What I mean by that is that, like, Nine are not, like, they're playing on their worst side, but I don't think they're gonna have such a great time on CT, and in the meanwhile, like, we haven't even seen Sinner's T side yet, and that is, like, their better side by a landslide. So great start, and Peppo makes it even better. He's always there, you know, like, he has his moments. He's certainly an impact player, but then it's always good to see him, you know, some maps just dropping like a silent 15 bomb. Impact, name of the game, and I think he is the newest addition to this Sinners roster. So similar to Nexus,
yes.
who are also now in the semis, who added Lonks, you know, the roster moves have certainly worked out for these two.
Oh yeah, everybody's happy with, of course, Sinners with Peppo, even though, again, he had huge shoes to fill behind Oscar, but he was able to do it quite damn amazingly. So he was becoming the new carry force out here for Sinners, and even though that's not the case anymore, it's a more balanced out team. Just the fact that Beastic is allowed to play his own game is so much nicer. 5-1 though, and look, Morisco is already pushing out. He's having lots of fun with this one. Where's he gonna go? What's he gonna do first? There it is. Moving around, connects to one. Peppo helps him out, and that's another round. This is a full buy out here, Twist. It's so tough to see 9 get dominated on their own map pick like this. And we were talking about this being Train, you know, the most T-sided it's been in its history, and we're just not seeing that. Coming out here for 9 on their own map pick, it is a struggle, it is a problem, and if they don't fix it fast, then, well, I've got bad news for them.
Yeah, this is a very, very dominant start. I have to agree with you. I don't even know what seems to be the issue. Like, sometimes you're watching a team and you go, all right, you just stop doing that, start doing this, right? It's easy to armchair coach, but really, sometimes you know the answer. Here, it's just like, sure, they're missing some of their shots, some of their strats are not working, but ultimately just Sinners being better. And now, change the pace. Attack 9, Rush, Zetko, not ready for it. Gotta be careful as the rifle will be retrieved, and Smoke allows for some Lorca play. Instead, they want to go B, and Shock does exactly that. All three of them out in the open just gasp and get taken down. Shock has arrived, and once again, like, what do you even say about a round like that? Like, it's not a bad idea. You found the initial pick towards A, especially when your opponent knows you're with the Tech 9. Like, you're expecting the push to be towards A, and with the fake out and everything, Shock is just there. Cool as ice as Peppo finds another. The 2v3, the dream of winning it is slowly but surely getting away from them. Backstab though. On top of a backstab. B-stick.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's so well played. It is just exemplary coming out of Sinners out here. Just the fact that Shock can even do that, you know, 3k. As easy as day. They walk into him through an incendiary out of all things too, you know. It's... At some point you stay and you sit back and wonder, okay, 9, it's been 7 rounds in a row that Sinners have taken away from you. What have you done in this entire time space? Well, you've had 2 full gun rounds that you both lost. Now you're gonna have your 3rd one. And in most of these rounds, you just gave up the opening frag. You just gave up midway through. So, we need to see something change. We need to see something work out here. 4-9, and the man-to-all pickup might just be what needs to be made.
Well, they've taken main control. Sinners feel like they're at home again. Galaxy Battle is their home turf where they've spent a lot of their days in May. And now they're 6 rounds away this time. And 9, again, as you said, they're on land, right? Tomorrow they have an important match in their eyes, perhaps. And then if you win this one, then it would actually be 2 pretty big semifinals in the same day. So maybe not consciously, but I think unconsciously they've somewhat given up. Like, I just don't really believe in this comeback, and normally I would, man. From everything we've seen, those have been really close best of threes, but this one does start to seem a little bit more like a shutout.
Yeah, it really does, and it's crazy to even say that at this point, right? Because you're expecting just that much more closeness, especially in the quarterfinals game, especially after what we got to see with ENCE and PARIVISION, right? But here it is. It is absolute domination. 25 seconds. 9 haven't even found themselves in the bomb site yet. Haven't cleared it. Kragan has to do it all by himself again. Remember the previous map. He was the only man to pull through ahead here. And again, he's forced to it. 2v1. And a bomb plant to come through. Peppo's gonna spam through the smoke. No, he's not. Illusion still made that he doesn't know where he's at. Kragan in the corner was hurt as well. Peppo should be quick about this one. It's a decent flash, but doesn't fully connect. And left in a 1v1 now. Kragan has done it all. He's tried it all. 31 HP. And B-Stick is the IGL to fall as well. Kragan the savior. And again, the only man to keep 9 on their legs.
7 is all they get. 9 with a strong clutch. Certainly no time to talk about a comeback, but at least this keeps the game alive. At least now you go, there's a world, you know, some theories start to pop in your head, and hopefully they start to pop in Nine's heads as well, because it was just a drought. Only pistol converted, so they get their first rifle, granted a very slippery one. Third one would be the charm here. Can be quick, right out in the open. The confidence he has found gives his team the call to push out towards main, but Morisco is still there. He's still fragging. Bob XD gets one, but the refrags are there as always for Sinners. So, site's still under siege. Mantu is waiting for somebody to peek into the arm. Good molly. That's going to force B-Stick out, or the smoke needs to be deployed. So, they have the info. But I think they just want to slowly tuck away, go towards Pop Dog, reassess, regroup.
Man, oh man, it is just... It's so tough out here. Let's see a 2v3 play, and then I'll give my 2 tablets again, but... Here we are. Moving on in. Oh my goodness, let's go. I think he spotted out the barrel. Connects on Rails, denies the plant, and Mantu's left in a 1v3. And this is what I'm talking about, is the individuals for Sinners playing it so well on both the macro and the micro level. There's nothing to be done out here for 9. They're really trying. It's not like, again, they're messing up big time. It's just a really well played out game here for Sinners. Mantu left in a 1v2, gonna get double peek, doesn't even matter. Zetko takes him down 12-4, and the only rounds 9 have managed to win has been a Ralph's ace in the pistol and a Kragan 4K, just the previous round.
Yep.
So there's nothing concrete about this.
Yeah, no, it's difficult to believe in the comeback. Again, like, I just don't feel it. I think it's one of those cases where this was supposed to be a close matchup. Like, if both teams bring their A game, for sure, like, you know, both of them can win on a good day. But right now, it's just Sinners bringing their A game. They're like, well, there's nobody really here to fight us. They've had a rather easy time. This is 9 rounds in total for, you guessed it, 9. And 2 maps played. And honestly, double digits half seems like more imminent than not, really.
Yeah, sounds like it. Could definitely be the case, but right now, the game's not over. The half's not even over yet, so... Let's first think about what's gonna happen up here. A fast one into A,
Same
might just
strat.
be a doozy, might finally be something for 9 to work with. Yet the first kill was a main. Maurice still alive somehow, and you shouldn't be allowing this. B-Stick's coming in from Electrical. He's taking down another. Shock is still alive. He's taking down your best player. Alarm bells ringing out here for 9, and it becomes a struggle to even breathe in the smoke in the bomb site. Stuck. Bob XD wonders where's the enemy. Finally planting 4v3. B-Stick still on the MP9 behind them. And it's really down to the connector players to find the first one. Zetko on the trade is good enough. 2v3 and a Tech 9 on Raoul's. Not going to be doing a lot, so he's searching out for a gun. He's searching out for a kill while Bob XD holds the fort. Beaststick, what are you doing? He's out into main. He's so far away. He's clearing out everything. There's not enough time. Peppo, again, good clearance. Learned his lesson from before, but BobXD is gonna fall. Peppo, does he have the time? Yes, he does have the defuse kit. Another round, again and again. Sinners take it away, and at this point, it doesn't even seem like they're struggling, man. It's easy.
Yeah, no, it does seem pretty easy. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I'm a little bit lost for words. Like, this is going completely opposite to kind of my expectations of this matchup. I mean, at this point, like, you'd usually start going, well, okay, let's talk about the semis, right? We have all 4 teams decided now, or so it feels like. It's also like a good point where, like, 9, like, they've pushed A side, just like, hey, we have rifles, let's just fastly try to execute A with a couple of util pieces. Like, that's been their strat out of in 4 of these rounds. Like, especially for a map that you pick, like on T side, you should be having better converting ideas than just good old push A. It can work from time to time. I'm just saying, like, I don't really get the map pick. That's what I'm alluding to. This time they do play a little bit slower, so let's see. Maybe they go for the fake A, go B strategy. We saw that being shut down by Shock, granted against Tech 9s.
Let's see it. It's the last round of this half. It's the last T-side call they've got to make. 9. Not been having an easy time at all. Would at least be able to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief with a 9-3. Moving into their CT side. Maybe there would be a world in which they could claw it back. But that is a very far away world from what I'm seeing right now. Peppo, 11-9, falls down to a hit. Risco could find the first, yet turns his back away. Beaststick is gonna fall out here, so the A side defense is starting to crumble. The bomb's going on the bomb site, and Favin finds a free frag. 20 seconds turns to 40 as the dials have been put in. It's Peppo and Shock in the retake from Connector. And it's BobXD on 19 HP to play alongside Favin to hope and pray they're not gonna get naded in the cubby. Yet there's no one to nade them. No forward utility left remaining out here for Sinners. Yet Shock is quick, and he never clears out for the second right. Favin takes him out, and Peppo on the timing. Oh, that is CS2 at his finest, but the nade isn't gonna connect. That is Peppo sticking the defuse. He's actually gonna go for it. Again, the timing. Peppo, what are you doing to me? You've missed out 2 timings, and the third one takes you down. What a round it could have been. Oh, man, oh, man. Whew.
Yeah, that's insane that it's as close as it is. Sinners, by some miracle, some magic, always bring the heat, making it close. And I'm not going to blame Peppo too much in that situation. Like, that's just unlucky timing and then scrambling a little bit under stress. 9-3 will be the scoreline, and obviously we still have our case being spun as well. Yeah, you take the case. I have a pretty good point I want to make after...
Okay, yeah, sure, let's see.
Giveaway.
Drum roll, please. Can we get anything better than a quote-unquote blue that we give away? We'll figure that out right now, and that's not going to be the case. However, a crossfade, still pretty nice. Sanilor, you're going to be able to get that one, so... Nice. Congratulations, there you go. You're going to be contacted and get that away. But I feel like, and don't quote me on this, it might be the last giveaway of the day out here, Twist.
It should be. It should be. If we see an overtime here, I'm gonna jump out of my pants, I swear. But I'm not thinking that. I think your luck, charm, whatever you want to call it, is stronger than mine. So me being the overtime beast, you do come and deliver a close game. All right, 9-3, and pistols are gonna be underway here. Early spots coming in. That is 9, spotting 1. Still choosing to move towards B. Setup is very, very basic. They're kind of hoping and praying that BobXD and especially Cry and just hit 1 or 2 good headshots here, get away, wait for the retake. This will be a very difficult round to just shut it down without giving them the bomb plant.
Let's see. Zetko, that is beautiful though. comes in, double dink on a armored up player. Morisco finds another. It's a bomb plant to boot. And man, it's still looking tough. The individuals just for Sinners are looking too locked in right now. In from CT, Shirk comes in, 9. Faven does connect with dualies, but okay, Peppo's left in a 1v3. Speaking of the devil, pistol rounds at the very least are working out for 9. They worked out previously, now you have to stick the defuse. Peppo's gonna peek out for sure. Wants to clear out, but won't be found. There it is. 9-4. 9 win out the pistol round, but will it play out just like the first half? And are we gonna get to see Sinners force buy and connect on another round? They've got the cash forward. I mean, they've got the round advantage too. Might as well, right?
Yeah, I like 2 locked in. You know, like, oh no, I just can't stop being a god gamer. Sinners are certainly just hitting all the shots. Not the round though, not the round. So, yeah, I still really don't believe in the comeback. But honestly, I've learned throughout my casting career to not make a prediction until we've seen a rifle round of the second half. Granted, I've already done it, so well, going against my own morals. But yeah, honestly, like let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. I'm not gonna make any more predictions from now on out. Always
Okay,
a
we'll
pistol
figure it out.
conversion takes you far.
Let's see it. In play, man 2 good for the first. There you go, and the T side is indeed gonna fall. There you have Bob XD on a 3K. Finally happy to connect on some frags. Now Faven has to be the only man to step up as well, and 9 are gonna have an actual fighting force. But until we get to see that fighting force in play, it's still gonna take quite a little bit. Not done yet out here, but certainly looking like it's edging towards an end. Sinners just need to connect that first gun round, as you say, so they're gonna have it here. And Train is only a 4-round differential away, but it already feels like Sinners should have it in the bag, unless they choke here, which is always a possibility, you know?
I'm getting too close to the sun
Yeah? Might get
on a
burned.
very rainy map. Oh, well, there's Bob XD. That's a big frag, but Morisco punches one back. There were 3 towards Ivy. That's not a play you see often, but Sinners, I think also they're going to surprise us with the T side, just because it looked good on Inferno. Like, I am somewhat excited for that. So, after the initial frags, they completely pull away, looking just to relocate. And hopefully head towards B, because 9 only have a player there.
Dum 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 dum. They're being sneaky about it.
Sneaky like.
Yep. Bob XD the only man on the defense though. Let's see if he figures anything out. Sees them all, gets scared, and doesn't even shoot a shot. That is unfortunate indeed out there for Bob, but you know, it happens to the best of us. Bomb planted, and a man advantage here for Sinners. What's gonna wind up next? What's gonna happen up next here? Zetko just ends it, forces 9 to run away, save for another day, but another day might be tough to find because it is gonna be 10-5, double digits in the house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't even blame Bob XD there, right? Maybe a bit of a weird position, but at the end of the day, just 3 players swing out of heaven, and, you know, with the way how Sinner's been aiming, it would have taken 1 or 2 max. So, a good call indeed. Again, their T side has been delivering, and, well, that will be the double digits. Granted cash there for 9. A point I wanted to make before the giveaway is, like, I get that you don't want to play 2 semifinals tomorrow, right? 9 are on LAN. They're going to play Tipsport tomorrow there, but if they won this, there will be 2 semifinal matches tomorrow. But I feel like just you need some rounds just to kind of give you more confidence for tomorrow, because you know, you wanted to lose this game respectively, perhaps, in a sense. Not like this. This is just a blowout, and it might make them a little bit less confident heading into their map picks, especially tomorrow. Because this being a map pick by 9, we did not get to see that on the T side. CD setups are cool though. The double push towards Pop Dog will give 9 the player advantage, but Kroen is a top stow away from dying.
Okay. Sinners might be walking into Bobix. Yeah, I like the position. Knife out. Zetko spotted. Oh, what a nasty one-tap, Morisco. Morisco. Ay, ay, ay. 2v3. Kraken, as you mentioned, he's down on low HP, so he's got to play around Rouse here on the MP9. Swaps out finally. But now you're even wondering what's going to happen next. How are you playing this one?
Oh yeah, talk about being locked in. The setup is kind of interesting though. Like now they know, so they're gonna clear it regardless. And even though there's 2, it doesn't matter. Like you're just looking that direction. Smoke comes in, they're not ready, but Morisco still good aim. And now advantage for Sinners. The MP9 is low. Crying with the drive-by though, putting Peppo in a 1v2 bomb plant for him. But this is the most likely position to expect. So he really has to be smart picking his battles. No kits in play though, and he's gonna catch this first one. Oh, and now he can just play it on time. He might not be aware that Mantu doesn't have a kid, but just gonna tap the bomb. Mantu has to make the move here, and he just doesn't have enough time to even get back here, so he's still gonna get the frag. There's simply no time. There's simply no chance for 9 to make this comeback as Sinners hold on. They have the better aim. They have Morisco, for God's sake, who has just been hitting bangers all throughout both games. That's gonna be 11, and hey, maybe you do get your 13-5 finally. You actually,
Yeah,
I think your whole prediction was like 13-5 or 13-6 twice. So you're very close, my friend.
I be hitting them today. They be connecting. Thankfully out here for me. But it's not over just yet, as we might say. Still got a bit more to give out here into this game. Only time can tell how this is going to indeed end up. Left into the scenario, the timeout, sure necessary, but what's he gonna achieve at this point in time, I wonder? Hopefully something to write home about. This buy, it's a force out here. I don't know what you think about it, but it is definitely a last resort kind of buy, because yeah, I mean, it's 11-5, I get it. You don't want to play into 12-5 just on the comeback, but this is a very big risk to take, and it might be the last one they do take on this train.
It's like when you have €8 in your bank balance and you gotta get a McDonald's order going. Very wild mix of things that I'm not really sure of to work out. 257s and MP9, but I think the move to go aggressive here is key though. Like that might be putting you back in the game if you can get those early picks, that early advantage. Oh, well, Peppo and Morisco, they punished that. They were waiting for it, and that's just a classic Sinners T-side, really. They were just running laps around 9 with this strategy on Inferno as well. Like, they literally, I think, they're not allowed to push in their contract before the 1 minute mark is reached, and then just go for the execute. So it is a great game style because it punishes the CT aggression, and then on top of that, you still have plenty of time to execute, right? Like, it's a very basic thing to do, but well, has been working out great. So this is going to be map point now for Sinners, and a comeback that I just don't see it at all. I haven't thought about it even all throughout this dominant performance on Train. Sinners are just better, man.
Yeah, I don't think anyone sees it at this point. It is a one-sided sort of deal that you don't really get to talk about in a different light than this one. It is Sinners to be the big boys in this game. Really damn well played, 12-5. Let's see if I am going to get my 13-5 finisher out here for today, as the 2-0 is almost assured.
Oh, yeah.
they're going to be Nexus, man. It is going to be a really fun game onto that one as well. See which one of the two teams that were struggling in the past year managed to make it to the grand finals. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be exciting.
It doesn't feel like there's any excitement left for today. I guess just going for another default attempt at the CT side, getting aggressive, but Shock again is there to punish. Shock is there with a double, and he's been getting multis all game long. Faven hits nice shot there. Still a 3v4. Oh, Faven, hold on. Is he gonna be the hero? Pistols made good work. Bantu as well, man.
Here you go. Again, not like it's over yet, but look, it's still the 2v2 right now. Mantu on the AK, Molotov in hand as well. Does have no idea where the enemy is, but spots out the bomb and falls to Peppo. That should have been the golden ticket. But instead, Sinners are gonna grab onto it. And now, 1v2. Rouse has got to give it his all, and man, he's done it before with the pistol. He's had an ace in this game, and now he's gonna have a 2k to keep 9 alive in this game further.
Oh yeah. Rawls, what an unlikely suspect, but hey man, all my respect to him. This is a pretty weird round for sure to be winning. But like, we've seen crazier things. Still, it's early, very early game, and again, like every single round almost that 9 have won here, it's been off of just one player going berserk, right, and going for a Hail Mary play. So, yeah, I still think there's just too many issues you need to fix. Still trying with the aggression.
Oh, nasty. Onto that one. 4v5. Kragan, he's gonna push through the smoke. He's gonna try for something. He's gonna hope he's gonna be able to get something, but it doesn't usually go all that well. Zetko on the bomb side clears it up. They think it's gonna be A now. Sinners instead taking their sweet time to get there because they know this marks the end. They know X marks the spot. And well, they're not that far away from it. Let's see it. Oh, man, too good. Not gonna kill. Peppo leaves Kragan down to low, but the bomb's still gonna get planted. And I think that's that. I think we might be watching the way into semifinals for Sinners. GG. Well played. But that is how Sinners throw it away. I mean, 9 throw it away. Sinners save the day. And it is a quick 2-0 out here. The quickest of the best of 3s we've had for the entirety of the day.
Oh yeah. This is a pretty dominant victory for Sinners. They are, at least in Galaxy Battle, what is it, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, on a 5 best of 3 win streak. Looking solid. Just need 2 more to win the big bucks. But still, securing your place in the semis, like, or Galaxy Battle prize pool is also pretty big. If you haven't checked it out, go on HLTV. Like, it's no usual prize pool, I'd say. You know, it's out there competing with other similar Tier 2 tourneys, and Sinners certainly getting a good slice of that pie already. Zedko being the main man behind the charge, 21 kills, and an overall very solid performance. It was a fun day, right? It was a fun day of quarterfinals, of round of 16s even, and we've arrived with, in my opinion, the most competitive Galaxy Battle yet. We've arrived in a situation where, like, you know, looking at tomorrow, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that playoff bracket or not, but we have some teams that you'd expect to be there, and then we also have just, like, complete underdogs in a sense, like Sinners, right? And I feel like tomorrow
like
the 2
Nexus.
semifinals are going to be fun for their own reason, right? We have Iberian Soul versus PARIVISION, which is just 2 titans clashing, and then we have Nexus versus Sinners, which is 2 underdogs clashing. So very cool matchups we have here.
Either way, both the semifinals are going to be a lot of fun. One underdog is going to get to the grand finals and one Titan will as well. So it is going to be a battle to watch for. I hope you guys are going to be sticking around for that tomorrow. But until then, today is the end of the broadcast. That marks it. The best of 3 ends off early. And after the delay of the ENCE PARIVISION game, it is definitely a much needed one for everybody at home watching and for the players themselves. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. And if you did, definitely be sure to remember to drop a follow, drop a like, you know, just send something nice in the chat. We'll see it, we'll like it, and we will enjoy it. But with that being said, again, hope you guys have enjoyed, and we will be seeing you later down the line here at Galaxy Battle.